Okay, friends, I think we're back. So what we're looking at right now with the thumbnail is the Fairview fire. So I've just woken up. It's 3:32 a.m. The 8th. What is it? Thursday. September 8th. Okay. I wanted to thank once more all of my mods and the non-mod volunteers who have come into the channel as I was asleep. I think I got about 8 hours of sleep. Then woke up and went back to sleep. And anyway, I'm not quite sure, but I think I was able to sleep around 5 p.m. But I have the flu. Starting to really feel like I'm recovering from it, and I'm so grateful that we built this wonderful community. I was just sitting here. You guys kind of built it yourself by volunteering. I've been humbled and so grateful that people wanted to help others and wanted to volunteer. Three Winter says, "We're back." Yes, thank you, thank you. So I hope everybody else finds us. 3:33, 3:33. A second ago it was 3:33 a.m. Wow. Ruby. The Mosquito Fire was quite a terrifying one today. I know that there's been some structures damaged. I don't know if they're going to release any sort of official statement about that later. They said that what I imagine is there will be the typical wildfire structures, damaged housing map thing that will be released, and then be an interactive map people click on, but those usually come a few days later. Three Winters or anybody else, have you heard about any injuries with the Fairview? I mean, new ones, or with the Mosquito, or well, anything today? This is the sort of stuff I need to just catch up on. This is the evacuation map for the Mosquito. It's time definitely to refresh that. Okay. So hang on a second. I gotta click a button and stop the auto refresh extension I had. Okay, there we go. This should mean that we don't have the pages randomly refresh on us. So how are you, Three Winters, by the way? And let's see, how many people have come back so far? 7. We have 7 viewers. There were 30. Now there's 7. It always happens where we lose somebody as we restart the stream. But every 12 hours we have to do that because YouTube doesn't keep videos that go on past 12 hours. I learned that the hard way during 2020, and much of what should have been preserved for 2020 as a historical archive is just gone forever. I used to leave the computer on for 5 or 6 days, and people come in and help others, and viral video type stuff happened where lightning almost struck me outside my house, and all that stuff did not get saved. So YouTube had this hidden policy that I had to figure out, that every 12 hours, if the stream just beyond 12 hours, if the stream is that long, it'll not be saved as a video. Will be deleted forever. So that's terrible. We avoid that. So looks like there were some additional evacuation warnings, or at least more. This looks a little bit more elaborate since I went to sleep, which was around 4 in the afternoon or so. So it's just a big fire. So I know what I could do to catch myself up on things. We could start doing the 12-hour time lapses. So this is the Bunker Hill Mosquito Fire 12-hour. Hey, Big Al, welcome back. There was someone in the last stream who has a ranch near the south side of the fire. They were able to evacuate, but their renter stayed. Oh, dear. Yep, I'm up. Hey, Wildcat. Hey, guys. Big Al says it looks like the fire moves south and east of their place. Three Winter says, sadly, it sounds like conditions are pretty erratic. The firefighters are going to lose a lot of their work done today. Oh, man. Wildcat says the Fairview looks really bad. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, look at the clouds going. That's a very good illustration right there of how the wind is different directions and different elevations. That's the thing that pilots know, but not the general public. So, wow. Now that's what concerns me. At 45 past midnight, it started trying to make a paracumulus cloud at night. Look at it try again at 2 in the morning. So now we're coming up on 2:45, the time lapse. And there goes the moon. This is our current view. So that's our Bunker Hill cam. A lot of these cameras now are becoming infamous because they've seen so many of these mega fires and killers. Leak Springs, this one is very far away. This one was watching the Caldor fire, and it's near the El Dorado National Forest. In fact, I should have probably tried to find it because I got really close to it when I was there filming the Caldor fire aftermath. But you can see that this camera position right here where the thing is, okay, it's looking all the way up here. This is where the fire is. That's a hell of a distance right there. That's got to be 65 miles. 70 miles as the crow flies something, and it can see this. Everyone from Sacramento could see the Mosquito Fire today. And, I was about to go to sleep around noon. What happened yesterday was, I was like, yeah, I think I'll go to sleep. And then boom. Whenever I say that, I'm kidding. I mean, in reality, whether or not I said that or not, it would happen. Because at noon is when the heat of the day really comes to bear. And this heat dome right now, this La Nina heat dome phenomenon, which is record high temps in the valley and foothills and mountains, and well, most of California. The heat is like a fertilizer for fire. Fuel is absolutely the wrong word, but you know what I'm saying. If fire's a weed, the heat is the fertilizer. So this is Mount Danaher or Danaher. Cam is closer. We see a lot of smoke in here, and alright, that's Placer County Law Enforcement and CAL FIRE, but I'm gonna try. Okay, never mind. I am so sorry. Looks like the other feed is been still screwed up. I apologize for that. I thought, oh well, I'll just click on West Placer and Grass Valley, which was giving us good fire info on the scanner, and then all of a sudden, when I was about to go to bed around 4 p.m., it started making horrible sounds. So I don't know if the equipment failed for the Broadcastify volunteer, or if he or she had some other kind of failure. But the only thing I think, I mute that. So okay, I had that volume down, I thought. So Placer County Fire, Law Enforcement, and CAL FIRE is what we're listening to, but it's so far it sounds like it's pretty much straight up Sheriff's Office stuff. So I'll unmute it. Okay. Big Al says there was a pyro cloud in the Fairview earlier tonight and it didn't last long. Yeah. A nighttime pyrocumulus is quite rare. So here's a 12-hour time lapse of Bald Mountain, El Dorado 2. And I don't think anybody expected the mosquito to blow up quite like this, but as soon as the heat of the sun at noon hit, it's like, okay, let's run. So I think Forest Hill would have been obliterated if the wind had been in a different direction, honestly. But it went uphill as the wind was blowing from the valley to the mountains, which is typical. Typical reaction as hot air rises. Oh, look at that orange glow. Wow. This is what people can see with their eyes. We rarely get to see a view like this because color vision is not something these cams do. unless they're tricked into thinking that it's daylight. Typically, there has to be a lot of light in front of the camera. Then they'll go automatically switch into color mode, daytime mode. But this gives you a good idea of the scary look of the fire from a distance. It's a Bald Mountain Eldorado 2 cam. The Mosquito Fire is burning on the border of El Dorado and Placer County, and that's created a lot of chaos and confusion because both counties have different evacuation maps. And don't even get me started on how that confuses the public. So it's crazy if the Fairview had a pyro cloud, then that's nuts too. So this is the Mosquito, Placer County, Northern California in the mountains. And we should now look at the Fairview and then what's going on at Big Bear. So way down south. People don't realize how big California is. Okay, the difference between like the distance where the climate is, a bit different and whatnot from Southern California to north is the difference between like Sicily and Italy near the Alps. It's that different. So this is like almost like we were just by the Alps, sort of. And now we're winding down towards Southern California, which would be like Greece or something, more of that kind of climate. So here's the Idlewild cam. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse. That thing is radically ugly today. At 9 in the morning, it looked this bad. These are, you must remember, record high temps. So one thing that people don't realize is that vegetation fires start every day in every county, pretty much. The difference between you hearing about them and not, whether or not it's an acre or 2 acres or 5 acres or thousands, is what was the weather like and what time did the fire start. And a couple other luck factors, such as was anybody nearby to pounce on it and to tighten it up real quick. Was the weather good enough for aircraft to fly and pounce on it? Now with the Mosquito Fire, we had a completely awful situation where it started around dusk yesterday, well, day before yesterday actually now, just after midnight. So the Mosquito Fire happened just as the helicopters had to go home because of loss of daylight. So they could have put it out with the helicopters probably. And the frustration in their voice was terrible. They're like, we need this. We need to put more water on it. And then boom, they lost the visible light and had to land. So this is the current view of the Fairview from the Idlewild cam, and this will probably give you an idea. This is looking to the southwest. So I'm going to look at the smoke here for just like a 15-minute time lapse to see what we got here. I haven't eaten yet, and I'll have to probably get some food. But I want to do kind of a recap here. Harley Riders is just to mention Idaho is a huge mess. I know. I mean, we saw from the satellites it's got multiple crazy-looking fires. Big number of wildfires present as we speak. Some are scary and big. Some areas with red flag warnings as well. So, Three Winter says, oh right, I should probably clarify. I was talking about the Fairview fire. My last comment. Sorry, I was out of practice. It's okay. No worries. So, yeah, okay. I did think you were thinking about the mosquito, so that's okay. That's all right. The mosquito looks like the smoke has got a lid on it right now and keeping it a bit dampened, and that's going to be great to buy time. But I see that the smoke is mostly blowing away with the wind on the Fairview, which means the Fairview is going to be a heck of a lot more active and try to run at night. So let's do Ranger Peak 1 on the Fairview, 12-hour time lapse. Okay, I'm actually listening to the Placer County Sheriff stuff, and they're mostly like pulling people over and that sort of thing. It's just regular traffic stops, and whatnot. So I muted it for you guys, but if I stop talking suddenly, it's because I'm listening to the radio to try to figure out if it's fire chatter. So this is the Fairview fire cam, the Ranger Pink one. Looks like it moved. It looked away from the fire for a long time. That really sucks. So we'll see when did it start filming the fire, because currently the camera views on it. This is our huge 12-hour time lapse. I'm not gonna stop it. So yeah, and how you been, guys? I mean, some of you guys I haven't seen for a long time, like 3 winters. How was your spring and stuff? How was your summer? It's the wet and cold season almost in the Pacific Northwest. Although we're probably gonna have a late summer. Okay, so this is completely useless. I'm sorry, guys. I mistook city lights for the fire. Ranger Peak 1. Durr. I have not had the coffee yet. Okay. So High Point. This is definitely the fire in the distance. City lights don't make smoke. So here's a High Point Palomar cam for the Fairview fire down there in what county is that again? Big Bear, San Bernardino. This one is, oh my god, excuse me. I put in the description. Oh god. Okay, yeah, I definitely need more coffee. It's San Bernardino and Riverside, excuse me, Riverside County, California, which is really deep south California there. Alan T says here's a screenshot from the mosquito last night. Okay, let me take a look. Ugh. Wow. So the Forest Hill 1 cam. Yeah, I will definitely time lapse that. Thanks for sharing, Alan. Riverside, yes. Thanks, guys. Just so if you don't know what happened to me, I've had this killer flu ever since I went to Portland International Airport and dropped off somebody. I think I got a terrible flu there. Should have masked up. Goodness. And that's because I've got a mild immune system compromised situation. Not anything that'll kill me or anything. Just kind of a weird quirk in my immune system. Blood cell counts, blah blah blah. It has a weird side effect of protecting me from high jungle fever type illnesses. I can't produce enough chemokines and cytokines apparently. However, it means that I'm sick longer than everybody else when I do get sick for little things like every flu and cold that comes my way. Food poisonings. It takes a lot longer for my immune system to clear stuff. So this is several days of not being able to eat much and drink much. This is like day 6. But yesterday I kept down salt food and I'm happy. This has made me a bit regretful and foggy and so weak. So thank you for your patience. I am. Okay, that's our Fairview stuff. Let's go back and look at the cam. I didn't time lapse the what? I thought I definitely had here. Oh, here it is. The Forest Hill. It's black right now, but okay. Must not be facing the fire, or it could be completely socked in with smoke. Alan T says, "Cat, here's a cup of coffee on me." Thanks, thank you. In fact, instead of buying a Starbucks, I'll go buy an entire thing of Dunkin' Donuts coffee at Costco. At $9.11. Thank you so much. You're a swell guy. I'm gonna make you the treasurer. So, oh man. So this is the camera closest to town of Forest Hill, and looks smoked out. Around 11 p.m. if it's still facing the correct direction, which it may not be. This is really hard to tell what the hell's going on. Why isn't it in infrared? It looked like it got stuck in daytime, and that might be why it's kind of blind. Either that or it's in infrared and it's so smoky that it can't see anything. We'll wait for it to finish here. Try porridge? Yeah. Peas porridge hot or peas porridge cold? I don't know that I can do peas porridge in the pot 5 days old, though. That may not be a wise idea. Alright, so in this image I don't see a pole at all. But then later I see this dark line right here, which looks like a pole. So I have a feeling it's just turned the wrong way. Let's take a look at its... No? According to the map right there, it's northeast. Oh, it did rotate. It was looking north at the time. No, that map must be its current view. Okay, guys, I have no idea what's going on. That particular cam. Just gonna let that ride. Let's look at Mount Ararat. 12 hour. Thank you so much for your kind donations. We are... Oh, it's 9 days old? Oh my god, that's like a... 9 days? That may be quite toxic to drink. What is the meaning of that, childhood? Oh, wait a second. That's definitely not 12 hours. Did the Mount Ararat cam go down? Okay, did I press wrong buttons? Alright, let's do a 6 hour time lapse. Yeah, 6 hours seems functional. Hey, John Stoker. Hello. Glad to have you, friend. How you doing? Isn't this crazy crap? Were you able to see this fire from your location, John? I mean, the Leak Springs cam can see it, and that's not too far away from you. Holy crap. You know, when we were driving around the Caldor area, we should have gone to Leak Springs fire lookout tower and checked it out. Shockwave says, hey all, any news? That's what I'm trying to catch up on. So this is my running through with the cams. Now let's try a 12 hour on the Mount Ararat. Okay, maybe it was just an error a second ago. But right now, I would assume that the smokiness means there's not that much wind, which is too type of a factor thing that helps reduce the activity of a fire at night. And if there's not much wind, A, that reduces activity. And B, the smoke will blanket the fire and like a lid on a frying pan sort of thing. But as soon as wind clears it away, it flares up. So John says, I woke up to Catherine's voice in the last broadcast, went to the kitchen, smelled smoke from the mosquito fire, had filled the house with the evaporative cooler being on. You can't see the fire from your location. Oh god. Yeah. So when you woke up to my voice, that must have been like 4 in the afternoon from one of your naps or something, but oh man. Or do you mean right now? Okay. If you mean right now, that makes more sense. Okay. But I'm really not with it. I need to go get some blood sugar and definitely get some food in order. So let's look at watch duty and the reports on the fire activity. There's no aircraft over it right now. This is the Fairview. You can see, man, that's a lot of heat. That is a lot of heat signature on the Fairview. We can look at Big Bear, which I've kind of ignored so far. Sorry, guys. And isn't that Big Bear Lake? For some reason, it's showing no heat. detected. That may be because either it's hasn't had activity in 6 hours, or there's something wrong with the satellite didn't fly over it or something. That's odd. If you look at Big Bear's fire, definitely still a fire. Because they make a lot of progress. Like, yeah, here you can see the smoldering Big Bear North Cam. Let's do a 12-hour. And then I'm going to take a little break to get some food in order here. Alan T says, woke to Cat's voice. I was asleep on the keyboard. Ellen, you definitely can get some rest if you need it. But thank you so much. Oh, you just now woke? Okay, yeah. Maybe it's live, maybe it's Memorex. Is that what you mean, Ellen T? Yeah. Hey, Zabuya, welcome back. Harley Ryder says, yeah, the temps will be somewhat cooler. That for today's forecast. Shockwave says, I'm in Sacramento, and when I was driving down the road, I could see the smoke plume. Yeah, it looked like a nuclear bomb. It's one of those, oh, it's 12:30. I think I'll go to bed, because I've been streaming since 1 in the morning. And then, like, finger on the disconnect button, bam, nuclear bomb, mushroom cloud erupted from the Mosquito Fire. And damn, it just took off running. Zavuya says a woman on empty saddle was surrounded. On an empty saddle was surrounded by fire. They went to her and she did not want to leave. Okay, you mean saddle like a ridge? I can kind of understand that. Let me explain. First of all, I don't know what the situation is, so I can't comment on that specific one. But there's been times that I've observed wildfires, especially in Colorado and other places, where law enforcement told people to do the wrong thing. Not like a finger pointing blame thing or harsh criticism. Law enforcement isn't fire trained. I mean, that's not their job. So they don't really know more than the average person like you and me walking around about fire. I mean, it's not their job. So when we saw the crazy stuff happening in, I think it was Colorado on the December 31st, I think it was, something like that. There was that famous Costco cell phone footage where law enforcement burst into the Costco and said, everybody out, run, there's a wildfire, and everybody get to the highway. And that's exactly the wrong thing. Big box parking lots are the best fire shelter you can ask for in an urban environment. There's nothing to burn in a parking lot. So what should have been done was asking people to remain calm and remain calm where they were. Do not panic. Do not clog the roads. The other people who don't have a safe shelter, who have to escape by car, need an open, quick route away. And so do not cause a traffic jam if you shouldn't. And where I learned all this was in Paradise. A lot of people did not make it out, but they lived. And they took shelter in the Ace Hardware parking lot and some of the grocery store parking lots. And I went to them, where even though the grocery stores burned down, you know, the trees in the middle of the parking lots to shade cars were completely unaffected. Because a lot of the Paradise Fire was a ground fire, like a fast-moving ground and grass fire. So the moral of the story is if you know that you're in a safe spot, and if I did, law enforcement told me to leave, I don't know that I'd have confidence about going with them if I couldn't verify that the roads were clear. Because most people die in their cars. And so if law enforcement wanted to pick me up and put me in a car, and I was safe where I was, I'd probably be like, thanks, but no thanks. If I was in the middle of a meadow that was absolutely green, next to a little pond in there, and the fire was moving extremely rapidly, and it would take a long time to go downhill from roads, I don't know that I'd move either. However, Zavuya is saying it was on a dirt road out in the middle of nowhere with brush on all sides. Okay, that's a different story. Then you should get the hell out of there. You know, like, just go. Unless you're underneath it in a culvert or something. Culverts are good fire shelters. But that's only if you can't move, if you can't verify you know, if you can't verify that the road ahead is clear, you don't want to get trapped on it, right? So under a bridge, under a culvert. But in some cases, it's just human factor of which I try not to be too harsh about. There are instincts that are extremely powerful for human survival that nature programmed us to experience. And when there's a crisis and adrenaline's pumping through us, I'm going to look at the Fairview time lapse right here. It's actually incredibly difficult to think. Adrenaline turns off the part of the brain that deals with a lot of reasoning and, arithmetic and all that stuff. It's because adrenaline is your subconscious mind is trying to push buttons to make adrenaline happen to get you to flee or to fight. But here's the third thing. It's not just fight or flight. It's freeze. There's a third element that psychologists added to it: fight, flight, or freeze reaction. Now, the freeze reaction is more common and more commonly known about in animals, where birds especially might just completely freeze because a predator might not see them or smell them. Birds don't really have any smell to them. They don't have an odor or a scent. And their camo is going to do really good to A, protect them, and B, a lot of predators are confused, and unless the prey runs, they don't have a triggered instinct to chase. So the freeze reaction is also something that human beings experience. It's a powerful, powerful reaction. It's a weird one. Okay, so let's go back to Big Bear time lapses. So when people experience that, I have, and it was when I tried out rock climbing. Oh my God, I'm afraid of heights. So I got stuck, or I couldn't go up and I couldn't go down, and people were coaching me, just move, you're gonna be okay. Just put your hand here, put your leg there. And I actually tried to move my hand and my leg, and it wouldn't work. So this is not Big Bear either. Okay. Okay. Killer Peak. I guess if you can't really even see much of the fire, Bear Mountain North is the only one where you can see it. That's good. I mean, this is a lot less active than it could have been. So I'm hoping that the retardant that they dropped today roped it in, and it's less active because it's continuing to burn its fuel here at Big Bear Lake. And I don't know where the ski slopes are, but I really hope that it worked to hem them in. But anyway, I'm babbling, but I had to first do breathing techniques to calm myself the hell down. That can stop the surge of adrenaline. So I just you calm your breathing, and that calms down your heart rate, and that calms down adrenaline production. And only when adrenaline kind of works its way out of your body for a second can you really have complete control of your limbs and stuff. It's weird. When you're in the grip of terror, that's what happens. So psychologically, what is happening with that? Like, why do people freeze near fire, whereas firefighters don't? The difference is this: one really simple thing, and it's training. If you train for a disaster and emergency, you don't get the surge of adrenaline. Firefighters are calm and they walk around. They don't run, they don't rush, they don't hurry. I mean, they may scoot a little bit, but they're walking. They know better than to use up all their energy and burn themselves out and get exhausted in half an hour. They're in there for the long haul. They're going to work for hours. So they walk around and they carry stuff mostly slowly. And they walk calmly towards a raging inferno where everybody else is panicking and running. And here's the thing. Here's the way it works. Your subconscious mind is ready to take over from you. It's like a second version of you. It's not you. It's really attached to the body. It has nothing to do with your soul or consciousness. It's really like an alarm system of your house, right? Its job is to protect your house. Think of your body as the house, right? You live in the house, which is you. But if you can't take care of it, the subconscious goes, that's okay, step aside and I will take over. I know what to do. And subconscious is actually really stupid. It's primitive part of the brain. It's very much the same pretty much as animals. And it's like a 2-year-old or something, less than that in intelligence. So it will choose what it thinks is appropriate. Flight, fight, or freeze. And oftentimes, it's so stupid that it chooses the wrong thing. So people can freeze in front of fires when they need to run. I mean, you saw a bunch of people on the beach in those horrible videos with the, I do have a 1-hour time lapse here for the Fairview. During the tsunami. During the big tsunami disaster, people froze in front of the tidal wave, and they really needed to have run and grabbed onto a tree or something. That's, if you don't know what to do, then your subconscious will take over and it will start controlling your body. That's why you feel helpless, you feel like a passenger, and the more you feel helpless, the more you panic, and the more it's in control. But if you feel cool, calm, and confident, like say you've had training, you've drilled, and you've had experience, then your subconscious is still on standby and it's watching you, but as long as you got this, it goes, cool, I'm glad that you got this, and it will just stand by to help. But the moment that you lose your confidence, the moment that you start to panic, it goes, step aside, and it will take control. That's when people find themselves running or find themselves, striking out and struggling with people, like a drowning person might struggle with their rescuer even though they don't want to. It's just their subconscious is taken over. So autopilot, exactly. And Shockwave says it's the reptilian brain. Absolutely. It's so primitive that even reptiles have that layer of the brain. So as you get to more and more advanced creatures, I should say, brain development, blah, 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 biology, the oldest creatures on Earth have the most primitive brains, like the fossils that go back before the dinosaurs, like crocodiles. They predate the dinosaurs. They saw the dinosaurs come and go. They have a little pea brain, maybe the size of a walnut, something not that much bigger. And so they don't have extra layers that mammals do. Mammals are like an upgrade in brain. So you got completely brainless creatures like jellyfish and whatever, but then you got like primitive fish brains, crustaceans. They're extremely primitive. They're so primitive they're not even hooked up to pain sensory very well. So while they may have a body full of nerves, not much of them communicate to the brain a sense of pain, mostly just a sense of touch. Then you get the more advanced that the brain becomes, the more advanced the creature, the more layers and functionality that you have. I mean, it goes with other things like vision, like crabs don't see like we do. We've got some pretty super vision. Birds have supervision too, but they're pretty late creatures as far as when everything appeared on the world stage. So, but whenever our conscious mind checks out because we don't know what to do, the more primitive parts of the brain take over to protect us. So instead of really trying to fight that, you got to work with your subconscious. This is why fire survival training and like telling people what to expect, what to do, and getting people to write it down. I tell people don't just like have in your head, oh, I know my evacuation routes. The weird thing, and I've experienced myself, when you're in a crisis, is you won't be able to remember your own phone number, your own address, or your neighbors. This is typical. Things that you know for a fact when adrenaline's coursing through you, you no longer know. And that's because that's what the point of adrenaline is. It doesn't want you to stop and contemplate. It wants you to do something. Either freeze in place, run away, or fight. That part of the brain is not active if you have let adrenaline surge through you. So that's why pilots have a checklist. They lose an engine at 40,000 feet. So they don't just know what to do. They're not told to go back on just pure training, they reach underneath their seat and they get out a book. And there's a checklist. If you lose the right engine, here's what you do. First, see if it's on fire. If on fire, shut down immediately. If not, start the engine restart process, and it'll go like that. And that's because you can't possibly remember details, because it may be a terrifying experience. You may be hearing all the cacophony of sounds. There may be explosions. You may be, the windshield may have shattered. There may be, maybe it's bird strike. Maybe a bird's gone through the windshield and you're covered in bird blood and feathers and you're injured and your left eye has glass in it and you're pulling on an oxygen mask, and pilots still calmly reach out and they pick up a book to know what to do. So in the middle of fire, you need to have a paper map. You need to have a little list about what to do. And I really want to work with some people to try to get a template so that we can have this for people to print out. But take notes. Just have a notebook. What are the best fire evacuation routes and where are the best culverts? And what to do, what do I do if road 1 is closed, road 2 and road 3 out of my town? Where else do I go? Where's the baseball diamonds? Where's the big box store parking lots? Where's the where is the other safe places to go? Where's the bridges? Where's the golf course? Where's my neighbor that has a swimming pool and a really good defensible space? So, thing is if you actually feel prepared and you wrote it down, you probably don't have to look at it because you won't panic. You're like, I got this. I figured out a plan. Plus, I had the plan written down, and I can refer to it if I need that. That sense of calm is going to prevent you from even that preparedness gives you that sense of calm. Will prevent you from experiencing that. There's plenty of people that panic during a fire evacuation. There's plenty of people that just walk around as calm as a cucumber. And the difference is they had a plan to begin with. Realizing you don't have a plan when it's too late to make one really sucks. Okay, I obviously need some blood sugar because I'm kind of in babbling mode. I don't see any aircraft over that one there. And, but yeah, what John Stoker was saying, a frozen the cow door happened, and, that's absolutely normal. Absolutely normal. So we all go through stuff like that. I mean, when I saw a house burning, and eventually I had to pull the victim out, I called 911 and I couldn't remember the address, even though it was by one of my friends. I knew it. I memorized it. Wrote my friend postcards, and the only thing I could think of was like, there's a chicken restaurant nearby. And so I started telling the 911 operator to tell the fire crews to go to the chicken restaurant while I look up the specific address, but this will get them in the right part of town. And she's like, what? We need an address. I'm like, hold on. Meanwhile, there's a house burning next to me, and I just went, never mind, I'll be right back. And I had to pull out a victim, basically. I did hand it to a bystander. But, it's weird. It is really weird how you can forget things. Okay, I think we have a mapping plane. We do. We have the Fairview. It looks like it's getting mapped right now. So it took a turn, this plane, at Olivet University, Olivet, whatever that is. Flew past Valley Vista, all the way down to Olivet University. And it's currently flying towards Egan, Diamond Valley Lake. It'll probably do a couple of loops. This is a type of pattern where the plane is flying around the edges. The altitude is only, well, it's pretty considerable. It's 12,775 feet. So but it may be much higher that the zigzag LiDAR planes do. With the Fairview smoke column being so high, that might not really be possible. I bet that's Fire Eyes. Firis. I think you pronounce it Fire Eyes. Some people say Ferris. Maybe it's Fire Eyes. Those are incredible mapping planes here. So, hey Mark. Hey, welcome. Good morning. And Mark says, I was here earlier. Did I leave my glasses? Thank you guys so much for holding down the fort. Alan T says, you've sent $25 to Catherine via PayPal. Thank you so much, Alan. Okay, guys, I'm going to go and get some food here. And let me put it back on the, let's see, should we put it on the Fairview or the Mosquito? I think maybe the Fairview. Hopefully we'll get a Fire Eyes update with infrared as they conclude that flight. It's usually updated really quickly. Blanco Lario, by the way, his channel, One Brown, he got back home and is lives near Grass Valley, I guess. Very popular YouTuber who's kind of a local. Well, he is a local. You know, Northern California. I highly recommend his channel. He can't 24/7 cover fires or anything because he's got a day job as a pilot, but he commented on the Mosquito Fire, and he was making some good remarks about how from the air, as Fire Eyes does the mapping, they can kind of beam that to the ground crews. But he didn't explain how that worked, and so I'm interested to see how that works and if it does work typically. I imagine that can only be where there's good like 5G cell phone service. I don't know if it's satellite or some other kind of receiver, but that's fascinating. So that's game-changing stuff. It'll be even more game-changing when drones will go into the smoke columns, if it's possible for aircraft to do that, and not be thrown out of the sky by thermal updrafts or anything. But the day that there's constant circling infrared data being beamed down to firefighters will be an absolute game changer. Because they can know in real time where the fire is, even though they can't see through the smoke. So, Mark says my neighbor's house burned 2 weeks ago. Oh God, they've been prepping meals and showering at my place. An electrical cord from my place to theirs. Oh God, how bad was it? Was it like 30% damage to the home, or are they tent camping? Was it like raised? Firis or Fire Eyes? If it's not Fire Eyes, I don't know why it isn't. That's a really good catchy name. Mark says their air conditioning in the window caught on fire. Oh God, it burned more than half the house. It had to be knocked down. Oh, the house has to be knocked down. Oh God. John says I was packed up and was ready to leave in case the Caldor fire got close. Then I froze, then found Catherine's YouTube broadcast, and she helped me through the rest of the fire. I love her so much for her help. No, I love you, John. You're a sweetie pie. I stayed with John for weeks, literally trying to film the Caldor aftermath. He's super wonderful, super wonderful angel, John. And I also got snowed in with him on accident during the Tahoe thing. Like, hi, nice to meet you. I shake his hand. Can I spend the night here as I'm trying to get down to the valley from Tahoe? Sure. We wake up, there's snow. Okay. So can I stay longer? Sure. 2 weeks later. Yeah. Okay. I ate all of his food, but I made up for it. I did what I could. Yeah. Tried to make it spiff and spoff, and I was like, John, you have some amazing stereos. I'm gonna hook this up. So surprised him in the morning by hooking up for 3 hours this awesome surround sound. Like, check this out. He wakes up, and I turn on the remote control. We have like concert hall surround sound. He's like, dude, and I'm like, dude. Oh, that was fun. So Alan T says it's pronounced Fire-is with S emphasis. So Fire-is. Fire-is? Why is it not Fire Eyes? Because it sees. Oh well. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's very wholesome. Yeah, he's super angel there. I wanted to do more. I'm just like, John, you have the coolest stuff in your house I've ever seen. He has. You guys saw the sarcophagus. I get questions about that a lot, John. Like, what's with the Egyptian sarcophagus behind you in the background? And I was like, well, maybe he could explain that. But while we were snowed in, there was not much to do. So I said, John, let's do a stunt here. And I tried to open the sarcophagus. I said, I'm gonna put myself in it because it kind of fit me. I want you to open the lid, and I'm going to have my arms crossed like a pharaoh, like an X over my chest, holding my shoulders. I'm going to have my eyes closed, then I'm going to open them real quick and say, hi, welcome to the stream. And that'll be like a stupid random intro to a funny stream one day. And he goes, oh, you can't get inside it. I said, why not? It fits me. He goes, well, it's not like a real sarcophagus. I'm like, well, what is it? He goes, well, and so I opened it up, and it is a bookcase. So it's a bookcase, guys. I was like, damn. The shelves are not removable or anything. Otherwise, that would have been the coolest, like, random stream intro. But yeah, John Stokers is laughing my ass off. Yes, you know, I like to do goofy stuff like that, and it's because you have an average of 18 seconds to captivate an audience. Usually, mostly it's 8. Some people say it's 8, and get them hooked to your video before they scroll past something else. And that's the nature of a lot of videos being available. Especially if people are not looking for your content. Now, if they're looking for it, they're probably just going to click play and watch. But when there's a huge amount of videos before them and they can click on anything, they'll start clicking things randomly just to get a gauge on whether or not they might like it. So in that kind of context, you have about 8 seconds to capture their attention. So usually something odd does the trick. Alan T says part of my typing is a new light gaming keyboard. It's very sensitive but cool to type in a dark room. Hey, Alan, what did you get? I have a really cool Corsair keyboard that lights up from the back. You know, it has rubber O-rings to have more silent keys, even though it's mechanical. So it's a bit bouncy, but that's why you guys can't hear my typing, and it's for your own pleasure. I don't know if you've ever tuned into a stream where all you hear is clickety-clack, and that drives me insane. So unfortunately, they stopped making it. So I hope this keyboard lasts forever. But I do like Corsair keyboards; they're pretty good. So Wildcat says better than me trying to tell people to put googly eyes on a robot to make it look less scary. Oh, you got a red dragon? Oh, those are pretty good. I bought my mom one of those. It's got the red keys. Yeah, those are not bad. Not bad. The red dragon mice are really good. I've owned more than one of them with the weight. I love the custom weight of the red dragon, but the red dragons and nagas kept failing on me with the scrolling wheel. And I found out there's a design flaw in many of the typical mice, and it's the scrolling wheel is attached by these tiny plastic bits that are the size of not even a pinhead, but like smaller than that, like the tip of a needle. And when they wear down, it's not a replaceable part. So you get random stuff happening, such as you can scroll down, and it'll scroll down, but then when you take your hand off of it, it jumps up. And that's part of the symptoms of that design flaw. So the Razer Nagas, I don't know if the new ones have it, but the old ones had that, and those are $78 on sale. and 120 knot. And so when my first Razor Naga died, um, I was like, well, I don't know if I want to spend the money on that. And the Red Dragon mouse the Perdition mouse was $38. And it had weights and extra features, which the Razor didn't. And so I was happy as a clam with it. And then it died with the same scroll wheel problem. And I thought, oh, that's a coincidence. Then I bought another Red Dragon. Same thing happened. Um, and I dissected them. I just said, that's it. I want to find out what's inside here. And that was the issue I found. And um, others had the same issue. And I'm eyeing the Fairview right now. I'm still listening to Placer County, but the sheriff's office is just talking about running license plates and stuff that I would rather not air. So this is very active at night, guys. This Fairview is quite active. Now, I want to look at InstaWeb and see if they're doing firing ops right now, or anything of the sort, because sometimes that's what happens at night. That's a big heat signature. I'm going to read that InstaWeb, and then I swear to God, I'm going to go get some. So, let's go to InstaWeb. Alan T says he changed the color of the keyboard to aqua blue green. Cool. Now at nighttime you may want a straight up red. He did some research on fatigue. General, like, can you stay awake? And are you squinting? There's the Fairview. Is last updated 8 hours ago on InstaWeb, really? Right? That's not going to be terribly useful. But we can go down and see if they wanted, if their planning was, yeah, planned actions was to continue structure defense and perimeter control. So, according to, well, the 8 hour ago Fairview, they were not, firing ops were not on the table. Unless we were listening to it live, we wouldn't know. I mean, if suddenly they get an opportunity, they may do it. So, the weather concerns in the Fairview are 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 105 degrees, humidity values of 50% or lower. Unstable atmosphere has all led to a large column of growth in multiple different canyons. So, 8 hours ago, they said within the next 12 hours, fire activity will moderate slightly overnight with increased humidity and decreased temperature. Active burning will continue to the east, south, and west. 24 hours shifting winds from the west will allow the fire to actively burn to the east into heavier fuels and steeper slopes. And this is typical. Whenever California gets winds from the ocean, they come, well, naturally from the west. So it'll push it to the east. It'll push it into heavier fuels and steeper slopes. Spotting will continue over half a mile in the dense brush. In the next 48 hours, the activity will increase as the approach of a tropical cyclone K comes from Baja California, which is kind of south-southeast. This event will produce 35-mile-an-hour east winds and strong down canyon gusts over the San Jacinto Mountains, allowing for increased spotting and fire spread in the southern and western areas of the incident. Okay. So that when we were reading the NOAA weather forecast, the terrible thing is that the day before the rain comes, which they were talking about it arriving on Saturday, Friday night or Saturday, with the breakup of the tropical cyclone. Let's check on the cyclone, by the way. Let me turn on one of the weather apps that I have. Excuse me 1 second. Let's see. Radar Now is my favorite. And I've got the version of it for Windows 10. Hey, where did you install yourself, buddy? Acting like I don't have it installed. What? Closed it, but I did not uninstall it. I am so confused. Didn't even restart my computer or anything. Like, nothing's changed. Where's my radar now? Okay. Radar now. PC. No, it's my radar. Okay. Radar now was my previous radar. Okay. My radar. Excuse me, guys. See how tired I am. Okay. Pin that to the smart start menu. Radar now was good back in the day, but then it kind of dropped off in usefulness. So, sorry about the advertisement. You can see what we're talking about, the tropical cyclone thing. It's rotating around down there. So, it's coming. It's kind of sweeping through Baja California. They must be having some pretty severe flooding just looking at that. It's got to be some wind damage and stuff. 1/2 cup of this before bed helps melt your belly fat like crazy. Oh gosh. Fat Burner Club. Wow. That's exactly what I need, guys, right? Holy crap. So, the timeline of what cyclones do, I can tell you right now, it's never been very easy to predict. I can check the updated forecast. But wow, there's lightning in California right now. By shiny clouds going by Barstow, east of Victorville, we got a little bit of lightning. That's all we need. So wonderful. But anyway, this is all called monsoon season, which I want to pull my hair out. There's a big difference between true monsoons that come out of the Himalayas, kill people yearly in Pakistan and India and stuff, compared to what we have. It's kind of an insult to what a real monsoon is about. But whatever, people. I've never even heard of anybody mentioning that word and applying that to California before in my life, but it is what it is. So we've also got in Death Valley National Park, we got some rain and we got some lightning too. So there is what's bad about this is before the rain ever hits, the wind will hit. So we may have a day of hell on the Fairview and the Big Bear Fire before any rain will hopefully put it out, actually. I imagine the rain will put it out if this goes directly over. That's a lot of rain. That's a lot of rain. Now, if it deviates and goes out to sea, we are screwed because we'll get the wind without rain. Shockley says, thanks for being a leader in the wildfire safety and info community. Thank you so much for the kind words, Shockley, and thank you so much for the money. I definitely need that right now to the filming, of the Caldor. I started just running stuff up on credit because it's not like I could leave, and that gas price is just insane. And then it's just hard. It's just hard to go try to film something, and almost all of it in entirety was outdoors. So day after day, like I would sometimes go into the middle of the Caldor, well, what once was the El Dorado National Forest, where the Caldor burned. It was a cost of like sometimes $78 a day in fuel. It was absolutely nuts. Wonderful people like John Stoker cut down the lodging costs and splitting the bill between John, me, C. Probe, and Sister Golden here in Plymouth County really helped. But oh my God, so this will really help greatly. I have no idea. I'm just nervous looking at the bill going, because even though the documentary might eventually recoup some funds. That's the word eventually sucks when you used a credit card. I had a no interest for 2 years credit card, and they decided that I wasn't Catherine. And I said, I'm sorry, what? So they put it on a freeze. I'm like, wait a second, I told you that I was getting the card to travel, so the fact that I'm out of state isn't a big deal, right? I told you that I was leaving the state, right? And they're like, well, we need to make sure you're Catherine. So can you go, like, get your passport scanned and stuff and notarized and mail that to us within, 4 or 5 days? I'm like, no, no, I can't do that in 4 or 5 days. I'm going to the middle of nowhere. So that was just a big disaster. I mean, I would have no interest for 2 years. I'm so angry about that, but I really tried to reason with them. Like, you can hear what my voice is on the phone. Why don't you just click on my channel and compare my voice, okay? Do you want me to go live right now while talking to you on the phone? So you verify that it's me? None of that worked, of course. So, go figure. Go figure. So you got a picture of a keyboard? Cool. Oh, that's neat looking. That's kind of neat. Let's get out of here. Take the radar down. That's Placer County. I don't know if that was an emergency, fire related. I just tried to turn it up. I thought that was like a house fire or something. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I'm so humbled. The main purpose of the documentary is to teach people about what the hell happened so it doesn't happen again. And fire survival and all that stuff. So Shockwave says, happy to help out. You taught me a lot. It's wonderful to watch your stream. Well, it's wonderful to have you guys here. I mean, oh god, I hate the toenails. Okay, I'm muting it. That's a lift assist rather than a true emergency. Lift assist means somebody fell down and they can't get up. So that's literally what that means. So it's amazing the amount of actual firefighter response to just pick people up who fell in between the toilet and the bathtub. That's usually where people get wedged and they call 911. So I always wondered if maybe we would save billions per year if the firefighters and the EMTs didn't really have to respond to that, and maybe they could just have sort of like mobile nurses that would, like big burly guys and women that would just help people up and take their pulse and dust them off, make sure they're okay, and all EMTs if necessary. But it takes a lot of money to replace fire engines, and when they just sit and idle, they can never turn off the truck once they left station. That's a lot of gas. That's a lot of wasted stuff, and waking up the firefighters for no reason. So, J Cat says I have the title of your documentary, History to Ashes. That may be just one of them. It's probably going to be multiple. Thank you though. I mean, that's actually a good. It's a good, not a bad title. Alan T says I'm changing my screen name to the Treasurer. Okay. Okay, friends. So I'm going to leave it on the Fairview. It's now time for me to go out and get some actual food, and I'm not sure if I'll go to the corner store or if I may actually have something in my outside freezer. So either way, though, I'm going to be gone for at least 20 minutes. So I'm going to leave this here, and I'll turn on Placer County Sheriff. But really, honestly, there's nothing going on with fires. God, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't leave it on because, a lot of the people who are just wanting soothing stuff, those toenails are really harsh, right? You know what? I have the solution. let's listen to the sound of rain. Because people tune out if there's zero sound in streams. So I'm going to say rain on a tin roof. This is a nice one that I like. Oh god, that's extremely loud. Oh god, my ears. Okay. Sorry guys, I had my own headset way too high. Alright. Let's see. Turn it up for you guys. Alright, now, if you want to know which playlist this is the link to this rain track. I know it's not copyrighted because you can't copyright sounds of nature, so. But it's good to give link love. If you click on that, it'll get more, you know, likes and stuff, and that helps that channel become more popular. So I highly recommend it. This is one of the most soothing tracks I've ever seen. Wow. This is an honest-to-God fire lookout tower, isn't it? Ranger Peak 1. It could be a cell phone tower platform or radio tower, but wow. Kind of it's different. So okay, so here I don't think I need to turn the refresh thing on the cams. Free Winter says if you come back and I fell asleep at my desk, it's your fault. Yeah. Okay, how's the volume, guys? Is the volume okay for the rain? Is it not too loud, not too soft? Not overpowering, not higher than I am? Is it okay? Margaret Thatcher's best speech is a good filler. You know, Scully played her in The Crown. I was like, is that Scully? I forget Scully's, God, her real name. Okay, I'm stopping Placer County law enforcement because those turnouts are horrible, so volume's good. Okay, good. Guys, I'll splash some water on my face, feed myself. Thank you so much for the kind donations. I'll go out and get some good food. If I don't have anything in the freezer, then I know a couple of nighttime places that are good. In fact, breakfast restaurants are almost ready to open. But we'll come back and we'll do the coverage. Let me update the ticker to explain. 4:45 a.m. Wake, out for lunch, out for breakfast actually. Breakfast break. Breakfast break. I'm awake. Back in 20-ish. Save settings. Display ticker. Okay, friends. People have questions. You can tell them this is the Fairview. You know what? I'll just put that on the ticker. Fairview, fire cams, house mods, anything. Thank you so much, guys, for holding down the fort. Can't do it without you. And thank you, John, for the feedback there. So, Shockwave says, good, get a nice, delicious meal. Gotta recoup that energy for the upcoming crazy day. Oh, God. I do have things to do today, which I cannot. I may not be able to cancel. Nothing major, but it depends. So it's breaks that I would have to take, not like I can't be here. And since I woke up at what? I don't remember when I woke up. 2-ish? 30 in the morning? I don't know. Yeah. Fix my clock. JK, you got me there for a second. I was like, what? Okay, the point is that there may be an hour or two that I have to take a break during today that I can't help. That depends on other people and whether or not they competently interpret the documents I gave them. And if they have questions, I have to freaking walk them through it. So some things can't put off. But anyway, point is I'm going to go now. I will be back. And 20 to 30ish. Be right back, guys. Thank you for holding the fort. Thank you for informing the people. You guys are awesome. Wish I could go get you all food too. So, be back soon, guys. Okay, friends. I'm back. Okay. Okay, raid time is over. Thank you so much for holding down the fort, guys. Really sorry that that took so long. Sometimes I feel like I can't have an ordinary day. So I go to this deli corner store convenience outfit, and I'm getting my sandwich made, and I'm going shopping for just things like the milk. And there was an argument and a scuffle in the parking lot. A chief treasurer, that's hilarious, Alan T. And I could see some of the employees go outside and they left the store unattended. They just dropped everything, and I'm like, so I could see through the windows what was going on just a little bit, but not that much. But the guy was having an argument with somebody else out there, probably intoxicated and gesturing wildly and stuff, and ranting a little bit about belief in God. And then I'm like, okay, schizophrenic, you know, perhaps homeless type person. And then I see through the window that his head is just like pouring blood out. And so he got injured, and I don't know if he fell or if somebody else attacked him, the guy who he was harassing about not being a big enough believer in God. Maybe got sick of it. I'm really not quite sure what the hell happened. But so I was like, alrighty then. What do we do? There was plenty of people taking care of the situation, so I didn't feel like I personally needed to call 911 or whatever. And it was a strangely calm affair. You know, once the two of them were separated, the dude who was bleeding profusely, he had blood pouring from his cheek and his scalp and everything, and right down his forehead into his eyes. They seemed to calm that dude down, but I have no idea what the hell happened. But he may have gotten his skull cracked or something. But great. So that's weird things happen to me. That's all I could say. So thanks for your patience. DB, oh hello, says, gotta admit the sound of the rain was surprised and very comforting. Yeah, it was really nice during the Caldor that I wanted to rest my voice, and so I just kind of put that on. And then we found a business near Sly Park that had a webcam, and they had sprinklers going on to protect it from fire. And it was like a fake rain. Gosh, we could use some rain. So, but nobody died. No, nobody died. So I'm gonna go back and look at. I don't even think Placer County law enforcement's kind of worth it, honestly. Didn't hear anything fire related. I'm gonna look at the Broadcastify feed, and I got one for Southern California. There's 265 listeners listening to Cal Fire Riverside County West. So I'm gonna turn that on. This will buy me some time to um, uh, eat here. I can't remember part of the Mosquito. Yeah, this was the alternative tile view that I made with Mosquito Fire. Okay, so let's look at the Fairview. The 3-hour time lapse of the Fairview. There it goes. Okay, so I did end up kind of not being that hungry for the sandwich after that. I did eventually go back for it, but I went over to get some other stuff. So found a McDonald's that was open and got some hash browns. That's about the only thing I think my stomach can handle right now. Sorry for the paper rustling noises. Okay, where's the feed? Where's the feed? Play? Why didn't it play? Okay, 265 listeners. Hold on, I'm setting it up. Scenes here. Okay, so it plays. Okay, this is Riverside.
Yes, ma'am. When you get a chance, the ETA for the utility company.
Riverside Cal Fire, Riverside County Fire, West. You want a link to the... Oh. Looks like it's one of those where I gotta turn off one of the channels because it's a dual feed. Okay, so here's this is the link to the radio that I just switched to. Man, that's very active. Early morning, but if the smoke settles down there, let me do a 15. Nah, there's too much wind. I was hoping the smoke could kind of blanket the Fairview at least a little bit, but maybe not. Now, it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning now. 7 in the morning is typically when incident management teams will give an update on their fires. So we can go back and look at what happened around 3 in the morning would have been the fire-iss or fire eyes or whatever you call that. That's usually on Twitter. Infrared mapping of the fires. So there should be one for each fire. So let me look at Twitter. See, I've got I did follow the Fire Eyes team. Fierce, whatever that is. Thanks so much for holding down the fort, guys. Sorry, it was a little bit delayed there. That was just kind of great. Alright, so it's hash fire. Yeah, I'm following them, so okay. So 6 hours ago. Okay, we got a Radford fire.
94 pairs.
Okay, I gotta adjust this.
Good for 94.
94. AMR sending a BLS unit.
Copy, yeah. When you get a chance, we can get an ETA.
94 pairs, copy, standby.
I don't know.
Sorry, send it 206.
206. Cable company has a 45 minutes to 1 hour ETA.
I copy, thank you.
I don't know if that's fire related or if that's just regular sheriff's office stuff for Riverside. We'll figure that out. So this is the one at Big Bear. This is Radford Fire. So 6 hours ago posted. This is our infrared view.
Intel 2-4 over the Radford incident, San Bernardino National Forest. September 7th, 2022 at 22:53 hours. Fire mapped at 1,085 acres.
94 pairs.
Reticles.
AMR drive time from Canyon Estates Drive across the Summerhill Drive.
Okay, sorry about that.
Copy, thank you.
Just gonna start this over again. I had volume issues. Here we go.
Oh yes, Intel 2-4 over the Radford incident, San Bernardino National Forest. September 7th, 2022 at 22:53 hours. Fire mapped at 1,085 acres. Reticle centered on the ridge top. Off to the left of the screen, you'll see the ski resort. We're focused mainly on the north side of the fire. That's where the significant growth was today. As you can see to the left side of the reticle, one small spot fire. And then off to the right of the screen, the heel of the fire, minimal growth there. Some areas of heat showing, but primarily north side of the fire is where the growth was from yesterday. End of recording.
Okay, so when he's talking about this spot fire, he's talking about this little thing right here. Little mini spot fire. So that one's looking the best of all the situations here so far, and you can see the ski resorts Remember, this is infrared, so everything that's dark is cooler. So everything that's dark may potentially just be like, you know, very light, living grass with dew on it and stuff, or cold rocks. Excuse me. Rocks usually get pretty cool, or very much alive and healthy vegetation. It can vary. Everything heat is the white and brighter colors. So these are the ski runs where they've been pouring all kinds of water on it. So I would assume that's the grassy area that's totally soaked with water, right? It looks like perhaps the ski run really did help, if not just the retardant drops alone. We saw a lot of the drops with the airplanes going like so yesterday. And our camera views looked this way and looked this way. Ones that were the most valuable to us when we looked at the fire at Big Bear. So this is looking marvelous compared to the other fires, honestly. So great. Let's look at the next one. This is all non-copyright stuff, so this is why so many people show this stuff. So here's the I'm sorry, here's the Fairview. I don't know why the max volume is always on Twitter. So here's the look at the what's going on with the Fairview. And how old is this? It's 6 hours ago was posted, and on the video it says 2200 hours, so it's 11:23 at night. So it's already outdated, but not by a terrible amount.
OES Intel 2-4 over the Fairview incident, Riverside unit, September 7th, 2022 at 22:23 hours. Fire mapped at 19,377 acres. Reticle now is on Batista Road on the northeast portion of the fire. Significant growth there today. We'll be scrolling to the south. You'll see other areas of minor growth. Onto the southern tip of the fire now. Reticle now is around the area of Cactus Valley Road, and significant growth here tonight as well. Numerous structures threatened, and night dropping helicopters engaged as we speak. End of recording.
Wow.
OES Intel.
I wish I understood what half the stuff is. I wonder if this is a compass right here. It can't be. What is? Very curious about the layout. Like, what is this stuff? I thought maybe this was north or something like that, but as he swings the camera around, that doesn't change, so it can't be like a directional compass for the camera. I don't think. We got longitude and latitude up here. But a lot of this I don't quite understand. Oh, the compass is up there. Durr. Okay, guys, I didn't see it. Where? There's a compass. Okay, let me replay this.
OES Intel 2-4 over the Fairview incident, Riverside unit, September 7th, 2022 at 22:23 hours. Fire mapped at 19,377 acres. Reticle now is on Batista Road on the northeast portion of the fire. Significant growth there today. We'll be scrolling to the south. You'll see other areas of minor growth. Onto the southern tip of the fire now. Reticle now is around the area of Cactus Valley Road, and significant growth here tonight as well. Numerous structures threatened, and night dropping helicopters engaged as we speak. End of recording.
Hey, yeah, just as you guys said, speak of the devil, he was mentioning the night helicopter. So, wow. I wonder if that's Colson Aviation. We can look at their Twitter feed. So, this is an updated-ish map. No, never mind. It's 4:30 yesterday. Not updated. But I'm sure their data will update it. It's a different view.
PDF, San Bernardino County, 1,040 acres.
Sorry, it starts in the middle of the dang. This is this Big Bear Lake once again. Yesterday, before dusk.
OES Intel 249722 1117 Radford Fire, BDF, San Bernardino County, 1,040 acres. Center of the screen, you have the top of the Bear Mountain Ski Resort in EO. And if we switch to IR, you can see the fire's progress towards the retardant line and the resort. And we're going to pan out to the west. Staying in IR, you're going to be able to pick up the top of Snow Summit. And if we can switch to EO, you can make out a lot of the retardant line that's in place. Most of it's obscured by smoke, but it's around the perimeter.
I can faintly see the red lines, like so. I don't know how visible that is for anybody else's screen.
OES Intel 249722 1117 Radford Fire, BDF, San Bernardino County, 1,040 acres. Center of the screen, you have the top of the Bear Mountain Ski Resort.
Sorry, it's just looping. But the more we scroll down, the older everything is. But I mean, they had a Mosquito Fire one from 17 hours ago, but where's the new one, man? Where's the new one? So, hoping that we would get something better than this. Whatever the Barnes Fire is, I'm not sure. Okay, what is the Barnes Fire and Coyote Fire? Is that California? I mean, it wasn't too long ago that I woke up, guys. And 7 hours ago was the last update on the Fairview. But I just saw this airplane, like an hour and a half ago, so I'm hoping that we're going to get a new video soon. This is how they make their maps, and they need these printed out usually by this time of day, 6 in the morning, because at 7 o'clock, usually the fire crews give a little speech and attack plan and in front of one of these maps, perimeter map, battle map, and it takes time to print these things, so I was hoping on Twitter here they would release that soon, but that's all we got for now. So, kill some of these extra tabs. We did have this other view. It was High Mountain. High Point, excuse me. I believe this one had part of, I thought it was a Fairview. It's going to be high resolution cameras, but you don't see anything with the smoke. It's High Point East, so we'll check on that every so often. So San Bernardino County Sheriff, let's see if there's oops, that's supposed to be on the San Bernardino Sheriff. Do we have anything new from them? Last tweets were 9 hours ago. 20 hours ago before that, so that's not been particularly useful either. This is our air quality stuff from yesterday. Get a refresh. And that's the current conditions. East of Victorville, it's just got awful with 141 poor. Temecula is not looking so bad. Riverside itself, moderate, 59, 60. But east of Victorville, that's awful. So, got both of the fires. Looks like the smoke kind of funneled through the gap. The area where they have their highway right through here is like a tunnel gap. Let's look at temperature. Current temperature by Riverside's 80. It's 6 in the morning, guys. God. Victorville 75. Hemet itself is 76. Sarah 79. Temecula 78. At 6 in the morning. Oh God, no real relief. The heat at night. Palm Springs 75. Indio is 85. Oh man, it's almost so bad it makes you want to jump in the tar pits to cool off. La Brea is over here. So if you don't know what the La Brea tar pits, man, and you can make a joke about that. It's so people are so desperate they jump in a tar pit to cool off. It's not a good joke. All right, Michael Tabanyao says anywhere from 1 to 3 inches. Oh, okay. Of what? Where? Okay, so let's see if there are any copters over it. I don't see them right now. There's an American Airlines and a SkyWest. It wouldn't surprise me if they had to go into the barn for the morning ops because pilots only have so much time before they got to clock out. Flying fatigued is like flying drunk, and so there's rules about how many hours. You know, you can stay aloft. Fresh here. So, Mosquito Fire hasn't been remarked on by El Dorado County Sheriff's Office since yesterday, 11 hours ago. I can check out U.S. Forest Service Tahoe National Forest. Refresh that. Do you have any news? There's an evening update yesterday for the Mosquito Fire. I did read this by myself. That's as big as I can make that. So yesterday at 7 p.m. they issued the bulletin. So yesterday at 7 p.m. they were saying today the Mosquito Fire showed extreme fire behavior growth. Yeah, you think? More than quadrupling in size to 4,000 acres plus. Assigned personnel continued to improve the existing control line and build new control lines, and also assessed and prepped structures threatened by the fire. Now that would be Michigan Bluff especially. I know that some things are damaged over there, but I'm not sure what. That's an extremely historic mining district, and it's good for the tourism. So when you lose your tourism, that's sometimes pretty much the last of the economy of these mountain towns. Gold Rush tourism is hot. People come from all over the world to look at Gold Rush stuff. So it's not only losing our heritage, but losing income. So, assigned personnel, blah, 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 made control lines, fires burning in extremely difficult terrain, including steep canyons where directly attacking the fire can be difficult. And I did see a media clip of one of the, maybe it was the PIO officer, but he was explaining that it's like we're working on the edges of cliffs, steep drop-offs, and it's hairy. There's a reason why the main highway was not put next, did not run through Forest Hill. The canyons are hard to work with. Moved over adjacent and parallel to the highway to going through Forest Hill. So the weather in the fire area will continue to be extremely hot and dry overnight, which, yeah, we saw, plus into tomorrow. Combined with very low fuel moistures, fire conditions are likely to replicate today's behavior during the overnight period and also in tomorrow's operational period. Well, I don't think it did overnight what it did yesterday. I really don't think it did. That's luck, really. It is incredibly important that all those who receive an evacuation order leave the area immediately. It is recommended that those in an evacuation warning zone leave the area as well. So that's really damn good advice. This tells you that they just don't have the personnel or the resources to go door to door and get people out in a timely manner. So if you're given an evacuation warning, A, they may not be able to get to you to tell you in person that you have to go. I mean, oftentimes people lose power, lose internet, and lose the phone. And then door knocks becomes the only way to warn people. And 2, they expect the fire to grow, and they expect anybody under a warning is going to have to leave later anyway, so don't wait. Don't wait to be told, and that is always your best option. Your best, going to be your best chance at a good outcome. Leave before you're told. The Unified Commanders of the Mosquito Fire are aware of the reports of damaged structures. The damage inspection process will be initiated when the fire conditions allow. Yeah, there's no time for that right now. So that was the 7 p.m. update. So I'm just going to tuck that under the Mosquito Fire group trying to clean up the tabs. Placer County Sheriff's Office there, Colorado County Sheriff's Office, and Tahoe National Forest, because there can't just be one website, right? That would be too easy. And if anybody wants to know what the start of the fire looked like, here it is. Got a question about that yesterday and trying to draw it on the map, but that's the reservoir. So this is the way it looked just at dusk, day before yesterday when it began. So you could see the frustrated helicopter pilots with the Bambi buckets were like, oh my god, we can almost put this out. Yeah. Then they lost the light to work and they had to leave because it became too dangerous. Those are rugged mountains, and you have to be able to see what you're doing here. You're going to crash. You're going to smack right into a mountain. It's heartbreaking. If the fire had started a couple hours earlier or been spotted a couple hours, whatever, this would have been back page news. We'd only be talking about the Fairview and things in Oregon and Idaho. That's how the Mosquito began. Look for other tabs that can close to go ahead and give my computer a little bit of a break here. So let me look at it's open question answer time right now. If anybody is tuning in, good morning, and I wish we were here for another reason. So see here, people are talking about rain and stuff. Going down. Andrew Swanson says thunderstorms and rain in West Riverside County right now. Wow. Let me. We're eyeing the tropical storm wannabe cyclone thing. Sorry about the ads. It is heading for California, and there is, like we were remarking on, there was lightning east of Victorville just a while ago, about an hour and a half ago. Yeah, so just north of Palm Springs, you can see there is moisture coming in, and lightning. Desert Hot Springs over to Beaumont, Banning, Moreno Valley, going towards Riverside itself. But isn't this a bit too far north to do much to the fire? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it just east of Hemet for the most part? Oh, that's so frustrating. But flash floods are a big concern. I not only prepare for fire, prepare for flooding, especially with this tropical cyclone. I mean, that's going to be a lot of water. Make sure your drains, inspect the gutters of your street, and if they clog for even a second, go out and get a rake and unclog them. And do not let kids play in front of weather like this in any sort of a ditch environment where they can be exploring the underground dry 90% of the year storm drain systems, because that can be absolutely deadly. And that means that it's also not a good idea for a fire shelter to be underground in storm drains right now at the valley level. So let's go back here to Mountain Mike. Hello. Point of origin looks like it was next to the roadside there, Mosquito Fire you're showing. Next to the road. I thought it came up from the reservoir itself and climbed the hill. So go back. You're right. I don't see fire below the road. I assumed, because I saw a lower resolution, smaller picture, that the fire began water's edge and went up, but you're right, it's here. It's on the road. That's a very good observation there. Yikes. So, it would be good to look at that right now and see on the Forest Service maps if there's any high tension power lines or anything else. Here's power line speculation, and that almost looks like an intake pipe. PG&E generates power up in the mountains, and other smaller, tiny, scattered about independent power companies. I guess they're independent. I don't know. They have a way of damming, making a reservoir. It's not just a dam that generates the power. They have a system of flumes and little tunnels that are really old, turn of the century old. Not last century, the one before that. And the force of gravity, they taper the pipes to push them uphill. They go over a hill, they plunge down the other side, and they can spin turbines. I'm not real clear on how that all works, but I know that that system at least used to be set up. Whether or not it's active right now, I don't know, but that looked like one of those big round flume type pipes, or heck, it could just be a landslide or a trail or something, I don't know, but it kind of reminds me of that. So if we go to the reservoir, maybe we can figure that out on topo. So let's look at the cams right now. The Fairview has rain. Let's try this again. Okay. Nope, this isn't a good connection either. I may have to switch server. It's mostly internet connection that causes the stuttering, because I've got a really nice computer here next to your guys' donation. I mean, it's humble compared to a true video editing machine and gaming rig, but compared to like the average person's rig, it's pretty good. So, all right, so let me try to fix this again. Let's go. Let's see how this works. All right, 3-hour time lapse. I've tried out a bunch of VPNs, and currently it's Surfshark, actually. It used to have more features than it does now. Now in the past, the Seattle connection was just god-awful, so I was trying things like, Portland, Bend, Eugene, and all that stuff, and Bend actually perfect. Relatively close and everything, and right now though it's fallen flat. So I tried NordVPN when I really first started. When like say around the time the Caldor started, I had NordVPN, which was supposed to be the Cadillac, right? Well, that thing dumped me off the internet entirely and dumped the stream, and we had disconnects. And I said, screw this noise, and threw it in the trash, so to speak. It was the worst that I've actually experienced as far as connectivity issues. Let's look at evacuation map. Yeah, I don't see too much of a change from when we were checking on that in the night. But, wow, at least maybe there's some new humidity in the area. Let's check humidity for the Fairview. The Microsoft weather page in Wildfire tab is actually good. It's actually good. You can see severe amount of surface smoke way outdoing the neighbor to the north, the Radford Fire at Big Bear. The Fairview that's producing a lot of nitrous oxide and stuff, which is a massive global warming thing, and it's massively bad for the lungs and definitely a greenhouse gas. It's pretty bad pollution. So if we look at our humidity, I'm hoping for a high number. 64%. Nice. Nice, guys. 68? 73? Okay. Not bad, not bad. Let's look at cloud cover and radar. Yeah, see? The actual rain is too far north. It's at, like, Banning. I was really hoping it would be down there in the fire zone, which, if you go to air quality, fire zone. But why the heck is it saying air quality is good? What? That's a disconnect. Oh, that's because I didn't put the stick in the right spot. Okay, so Yeah, the air quality in the middle of the fire zone is off the charts bad. Like, wow. Beyond extreme. Surface smoke is beyond extreme. I imagine that's some sort of a parts per thing. 2.5. Wow. Wow. Okay. Oh. Pressure, ability, clouds, wind. 6-mile-an-hour winds reported. It's great. But what about gusts? I think it's got a gusts thing. Either way, this is good to check out, and you know, it's easier to use Windy, but Windy's got more robust stuff, but it's just a pain. This is also bigger numbers and letters that you guys can see. So, but the fact that it's such a high temperature, right? See that the mountains are a little bit cooler, but 85 degrees at 6:30. It's just awful. So let's check out the weather over by the Mosquito Fire. I will look at the topo. Area. Okay, Grass Valley. Okay. Dobbins. Okay. Here. Yes. Okay. There we go. North San Juan, French Corral. You have to have it. Okay, black flash from the past. Allegheny. Granny City. Goodyear's Bar. This is crazy. 65 degrees Downeyville. Let's get back to business. Okay, so 80 Gold Run, Dutch Flat. You bet. Red Dog. Oh man, the Pioneers had the coolest ever names for towns. Yeah. Westville, Gateful, Shady Brook. Yeah. Dutch Flat and You Bet are hilarious. Okay. Did they just boycott the labeling of Forest Hill on the map or what? But secret town. It's over here. So 67 degrees in the mountains over there. Steep, rugged craziness. Alright. 80. Yeah, and I think the Truckee Railroad, that still goes and parallels 80. It's still in use, right? That's the thing that finally opened the area to, you know, traffic during winter, because this is Donner-esque kind of winters over there. Alright. Okay. Air quality. Wildfire. Whoa, the smoke. Whoa, the smoke. Okay. I didn't put the stick in the right spot there. Jim's. Volcano Bill. That just, God. Here's our air quality. So Auburn is getting it the worst, and Meadow Vista. So the smoke, fire smoke is right there. Let's do wind animation. Play smoke animation. So, okay. That was at 8 p.m. Oh, it's a forecast. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not understanding. So right now, this is the current condition. So if I get it, I see how it works. This is where the smoke is forecast to be blowing. Okay, so from now on, going to like 11 a.m., 12, noon, 1, you can see that it's going to be blowing all the way to Tahoe City by 8 p.m. tonight. It's going to be smoking out Nevada. You're going to see Truckie's going to get it bad. Tahoe City, South Lake Tahoe is not quite as bad, but by midnight it might be. It's going to probably flood into Christmas Valley and other places. Even to Kybers. Wow. Yikes. This is a pretty cool tool. Let's go back and play the same animation for what'll happen with Fairview and Big Bear. So if we rewind to now, Thursday, okay, to refresh, play it, because that's okay. 1 a.m. All right, it's changed at the bottom. So this is its progress. Boom. This is now. This is the current conditions of the Radford up there to the north, the Fairview Fire south. So here's what the smoke's forecast to do, starting now. Every second that goes by is a new hour. So by 2 p.m. is what it would look like. So we can get San Bernardino having some of the smoke, but mostly not too dang bad. It starts to get bad for the Hemet area, forecast by 5 p.m. The Paris Hemet banning area, and then abysmally bad by 6 and 7 p.m. by Temecula. And by 9 p.m., Temecula is clearing out a little bit, but southeast of Hemet is severe still. So, great little tool here that's easier to use. Which website is that? I'm not gonna tell you. Asks. This is msn.com. It's like Microsoft Weather and the Wildfire tab. So I just type in Google Microsoft Weather and Wildfire after that. Let me see if I can shorten this link down and have it work for you guys too. So, see the sun's light. Oh, seriously, that's what VPN is about. 1 second. Get a tiny URL off my screen. When you use a VPN and enough people are on the same channel, you get. It's like, are you a real person? Because bots using VPNs are oftentimes really up to no good. So the reason I had to shorten the URL is that's a massive latitude and longitude stuff. Yeah, you're very welcome. It's here in the chat now. And it's pretty cool. You click on here, Wildfire, once you get to that weather page. And I discovered this by accident a few days ago. It's actually pretty cool. So there you go. Now that'll be $5 for the link fee, and if you pay within the next 30 seconds, there's no interest. Okay, Cherokee Kid says, Cat, I've lived through several tropical systems, including Katrina. Oh God. Yeah, that was pretty bad. So let me look. Oh, Big Daddy, hey, how are you? Sorry I didn't see you come in. Big Daddy says, I was in Reno overnight, just got home after driving down 80 West. Oh my God, the smoke. It's horrible. I had the air conditioning on and could still smell it bad from Auburn down to Rockland and Roseville. Oh God. Well, I'm glad you made it to Roseville. You said you went on 80? I would have assumed that would have been kind of treacherous. But yeah, I mean that's a pretty straight shot from Reno. Chief Treasurer, who is also known as Alan, says, I tried Nord and switched back to ExpressVPN. I think that's likely what I'll be switching back to. I got one of those super crazy deals on a Surfshark thing, and they used to have some good features that were pretty cool. Some experimental tunnel hopping, whatever. But I think the Cadillac price of ExpressVPN is worth it. I never really had too much of an issue, and I just don't know what is up with Seattle, but here I have 500 symmetrical super internet, and I connect to Seattle with Surfshark, and all of a sudden I have like 50 up and 50 down and 25 up, and I'm like, are you kidding me? How did I lose 80% of my bandwidth? I mean, the ping was good, but that thanks, Alan, for the $5. I was totally kidding, but that's funny. Thank you. You're such a bro, man. You're a Chad. Okay, so yeah, this is a cool, awesome thing here. The other thing I was using earlier is called My Radar, and there's a couple of My Radars, but it's on Android. This is incredible. Like the wind animation is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It's even more beautiful because the wind is fatter and broader in strokes, and it's this purpley look to it. But I really love it. You get different layers. You can do temperature map. Thank you, heat dome. Classic My Radar. You got high def, and if you want to be a premium member, the ads go A plus. And plus, it also tracks earthquakes, so it looks like there's an earthquake specific over here. Just click on it. Magnitude 4.8 off of Adak, Alaska. So it's way easier than Windy and has a lot of good features. So wherever you put the crosshair is where you get over here to the right a forecast for that area. So you just do the crosshair and on if we put on Riverside. So 80 degrees now, and air quality index 58 explains what hours might get some precipitation. Within the next 2 hours at Riverside, California, rain is probable. Really now. So let's try to put the crosshair over towards Emmett. Zoom in, you get more things. Southeast of Hemet, Ryanza, Pinyon Pines. Next 2 hours precipitation unlikely, but could happen by what? 7 o'clock? That's 20 minutes away, so hourly forecast for Pinyon Pines. Okay, that's erratic. 10-day forecast. This is hourly though, so okay. Whatever. Let's just put it over him. Okay. There's a risk of rain. Not very likely. It's probably not going to be right on the fire, but Giga Chad? Yeah, exactly, Patrick Fisher. Hey, good morning, by the way. Okay, so Cherokee Kids is good morning, everybody. 10% chance of winning rain tomorrow on the Fairview. Yay! 40% for Saturday for the Fairview, plus a high wind. Now, there's each one of the weather apps that I use, and I consult a few, has its strengths and weaknesses. So I don't think the hourly forecasts and stuff like that are the strength of My Radar. I think the visual clarity, where you can just look at the map and choose the way that you want to see it for really quick info, is the best thing about My Radar. It's the most beautiful I've ever seen. So there's opacity for the wind and ratchet it up. So I'm going to ratchet that up so you can see that better. That's more like it. That's what it looks like on the app, and it's just beautiful. The purple colors, like I would love a screensaver that just did that as live weather. It's very clear where the hell lightning is striking the United States. Florida is having a time. Nassau and off the coast of Texas. Hate to be in a shrimp boat out there. So still a little bit in Death Valley, still a little bit by Palm Springs, and sun slamming Montana right now. You can see very clearly like where the wind's going and what's going on with this app. It's just beautiful, simple, easy to use, and you get just Google up my radar for Windows if you want it on Windows, but it's even better on Android. So you can put favorites on it, and then you have layers. Like here's Wildfire layer. Not that many weather apps have that. And then you can do settings, only large fires, or include hotspots. So it will actually show you the data for Modus and Veer's hotspots, and this stuff is priceless. So you got your perimeter from the last time, whenever something flew over, and then you've got your Modus and Veer hotspots. It doesn't look like it has Ghost 17, but that's what CalTopo is for. This gives you an idea. It's not always going to be up to date, but whenever you click inside of a colored area, it will tell you the fire weather watch, red flag. You can fill the map with the warnings, the local weather warnings, and that can be anything from hurricane warning, storm surge, avalanche, whatever. So you just click on the ones you're interested in. So J.E.Cat says I use my radar all the time. Yeah. The only gripe I had was when the hurricanes are slamming several years ago south, they put hurricane info behind a paywall. Hurricane tracking, actually. Wow. That's my review on that was kind of critical, as well as a lot of people. Just do the right thing, Anyway, I mean, it still had ads on it, but some features are locked behind the paywall, but not that many. Mostly it's for pilots. Most people are not pilots, they're not missing much, so it's really good features for what you can get for free. Maxwell James says, I'm hoping to get a sense of the progression of the Radford in Big Bear. Are there any cameras or anything that might show if it moved further down the snow summit during the night? Okay, sure. We can go ahead and take a look at that. So, the thing that will show you, give you the best clue, CalTopo in general, we would turn on fire activity with GOES detection. Modus and Veer's satellites, they are more pinpointy. So if you go to Modus plus Veer's, I don't even know if that's how you say it, but VIIRS, these satellites have a much smaller margin of error. But I do need to explain the margin of error. So you think of it as a baby bottle, looking at the baby bottle from the top. Snowflake is like the nipple of the baby bottle. And here's the margin of error. So the snowflake looking thing is just the center of the circle, but somewhere within this circle was a heat detection large enough to be triggered from space. It's usually a couple acres in size having a flare-up in general. It's way more accurate than GOES 17, but the GOES 17 is going to be way more up to date. So in order to figure out when was this perimeter mapped, and CalTopo tends to import it in kind of real time. You look and you can see right there the time that these individual satellite triggers occurred. So the Veer's thing, see here. Red, there's a color code down here. I know it's really hard to see, especially on a phone, but the fire info. Now, mind you, the wind has to be turned off for you to see this button right here. It says fire info. That's the color code for your timestamp. And that's behind the wind thing if wind is checkbox, so turn off wind. So this explains to you modus and veers, which is what we're looking at. This one's goes 17, and it's not relevant. We're not looking at goes. So anything red is less than 12 hours old from the time on the map. Can't stress that enough. Not right now, but the time on the map. So the red stuff would be the latest that the much more accurate satellites have recorded. That would be where the fire was last either had a spot or spread, or sometimes it's a firing operation. Sorry guys, my throat's still bad. I still am recovering from the flu. So, 2:48 Mountain Time. MDT is Mountain Time. So I'm just going to Google off screen, what is 2:48 MDT time? Oh crap, that's even the wrong date. That's the 7th. So 2:48 MDT would be 1:48 a.m. on Pacific. Right, because Mountain Time's just one ahead of us. But that's yesterday night. Last night? Okay, so okay. It is the 8th, right? I'm not just fever confused. The coffee's starting to kick in, but it's going to take an hour or so. Mind you guys, I have very little blood sugar and stuff. I haven't really been able to keep food down, except yesterday was the first day I could in like 5 or 6 days. Not 100%, but we're doing our best. But I guess this is old, man. This is old. Not from last night, the night before. So that's a dang good question. So what we were looking at was the fire eyes, whatever. I like to call it fire eyes. That just may be the last check that we had of the perimeter. So let me show you that video real quick. We covered it earlier, and sorry, it's on Twitter somewhere. Placer County Sheriff. Where did we end up sticking that tab? Twitter. I think I'll just do this. Twitter. Iris. There it is. So I'll link this, and I saw them fly over a couple hours ago, so I was hoping we'd get some timely info, but they have not updated it. So 7 hours ago, that's the Barnes fire, that's the Coyote fire. Now here's the Radford. So let me make it.
Radford incident, December.
Now this is from just before midnight. So this is the best that we have so far. And I'm going to unmute it here so that you guys can hear it. Here is what's happening at Big Bear. Now there's a compass at the top, and I don't know if it's easy for you guys to read, but this is east, south, and then here's the triangle. So in general, the view from this copter here is looking south, east by southeast.
Oh yes, Intel 2-4 over the Radford incident, San Bernardino National Forest, September 7th, 2022 at 22:53 hours. Fire mapped at 1,085 acres. Reticle centered on the ridge top. Off to the left of the screen, you'll see the ski resort where Focus mainly on the north side of the fire. That's where the significant growth was today. As you can see to the left side of the reticle, one small spot fire, and then off to the right of the screen, the heel of the fire, minimal growth there. Some areas of heat showing, but primarily north side of the fire is where the growth was from yesterday. End of recording.
Okay, it's looking better than the other situations, so I hope that gives you a good idea, Maxwell. So the Bear Fire is not showing Go 17. Excuse me, Big Bear. Excuse me, Fire. Radford is not showing anything on Go 17 satellites, which either means the Go 17 is not flying over it, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's so close to it's so close to the Fairview. Why wouldn't the satellite be able to see both at the same time? They're pretty high up. But occasionally we just anomalies like that happen. Either there's been no flare up, and so it faded out. That would be my guess. So here's another thing that people need to know about this Go 17 satellite is it's the latest up-to-date stuff. The margin of error is much bigger, right? So within each one of these squares, somewhere, there is a heat detection, right? And since it's supposed to be up to the minute news, the scale of time where the info drops off the map is very fast. So everything in red has happened within the last 15 minutes of the time in UTC time, because of course they can't make it simple. Can't make it local time, right? That is within what 15 minutes ago. So within 15 minutes ago, there were new heat detections on the Fairview, and the red represents that. So this is what happens if there's no more flare up. Oh, sorry guys. If a new flare up does not occur, then the satellite won't register a new detection. It only registers the new. So if it's holding steady and there's nothing new, then it starts to fade out and eventually disappears from the map. So this is the timeline. You click the fire info button and it will be a maximum of 12 hours old. Everything gray happened between 6 and 12 hours ago. So everything is less than 10 minutes with the red, right? Now, each one of these red squares say that the fire just laid down for a bit. That's theoretical, hypothetical, right? If there were no new flare-ups, then the color code changes after 10 minutes to orange. It means it happened in the last hour, 10 to 60 minutes ago. Now, if there's no new flare-up in the same square, it changes to yellow color. Somewhere between an hour and 6 hours ago, there was a detection. And the gray means it was beyond 6 hours ago, maybe even up to 12 hours, that the last heat detection was registered as a new thing. I hope that makes sense. So all this gray stuff is where heat was detected beyond 6 hours ago. So what you'll see disappear first, if nothing new occurs, is you're going to see all the gray disappear to nothing. So if the fire was only getting less and less and less intense at Big Bear Lake, you would see everything disappear within 12 hours, all the heat detections. So what we do is kind of can give you a clue. If you look at, okay, I just got a new update from Watch Duty. If you have a timestamp, 1350 UTC, let's make sure that that's here. What is 1350 UTC Pacific? 6:50 a.m. So that's 6 minutes ago. It made a pass, and it did not detect anything new, I suppose. Now, there can be an issue with mapping software, some behind-the-scenes glitch, where maybe it's not even a problem with the map or CalTopo or whatever, but all the different places, all the different maps are getting the info from the same place, right? If there's a problem with that place, think of it as like the fair, right? There's all over the fair grounds, people are lining up to buy churros, right? Get your churros here, and there's many different churro booths all over the fairgrounds. Now, maybe there's just one kitchen making the churros, right? So if you think of all the different mapping software out there and different websites, you're all getting it from the same place. So if the kitchen has a breakdown and the churros stop coming out, then it's dry everywhere. Hope that makes sense. But the fact that we have a timestamp for that area, I would just, and looking at the fact that we can barely even see the fire anymore on the cams, I would just assume it's just winding down. It's awesome. Perhaps it got roped in by the retardant and by the lines and the hard work, and it is running out of steam and fuel. I'm not sure what has happened. Maybe it got rained on. I don't know. I was asleep most of the afternoon, so. But look how mild that is. Yay. Maxwell James says, and you're very welcome, Maxwell. We were evacuated Tuesday night, so I was looking for information. Appreciate your insights anytime. Sorry you had to be evacuated. It's pretty awful to be on pins and needles, but I'm glad I can help at least a little bit. So I do help people plan escape routes, plan structured defense, plan anything like that I can teach people how to track wildfires for themselves. It's thank goodness it's not too complicated. It's mostly just kind of learning which buttons to press. Wildfire behavior is really dang simple. Fire likes to go uphill. Fire is a slave to the wind. It's going to go wherever the wind blows it. It's mostly learning glossary terms. Mostly the weather forecast can tell the average person pretty much everything they need to know about what fire is probably going to do. But you also have to plan for what if the weather forecast is wrong, or if the fire gets big enough to make its own way. So in that case, you kind of just got to get away from it in general, in all directions. Leave the vicinity. Do not bet your life on a weather forecast. And but in general, the reason you would want to check the weather forecast, if it's somewhat reliable, you would know that the worst place to be would be downwind. That will be, in general, the direction fire travels the fastest. Now, against the wind spread is something that happens, and downhill spread is something that happens. But it's slower. Almost always it's slower. But the steeper the terrain, the more likely that rollout will occur. And so, like say you got the fire on this ridge, and so you learn glossary terms like what's rollout, right? I thought rollout was like, oh, they're deploying. No, it's not like we're rolling. No, it's rollout. It's roly-poly stuff is going down the hillside, boing, 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 like pine cones going down the hillside, logs and stuff, and just stuff that rolls. Trees fall over on fire and they roll down the hill. So rollout is one of the ways that fire can go down a hill. So you might think you're safe down here, like, oh boy, this is perfect. Fire only goes uphill. Nope. Get a good steep enough embankment, and you're like, oh no, run, because this is what makes it dangerous for fire crews is you get some really big logs, especially, and lots of pine cones, and if a big log starts rolling down, it might just snap off a whole bunch of trees with it, and you have mini avalanche of burning debris going down the hill. So what it'll do is it'll go all the way down to the bottom, and then fire will climb. Because that stuff was on fire, it lights down here on fire, and the fire will climb back up the hill. And so typically you'll see that happen in some lines, like where the burning debris went down, you get a straight line almost where it went back up the hill. But you introduce something like That's why you'll see weird little black lines like that. But you get wind directions. Say a big wind comes this way. Well, what's it going to do? All this is toast. All this is toast. All this is toast. And you could see that from several different portions, the fire would just go and fill all that in and burn it up. So when you read the InsaWeb reports, it's going to explain like what's happening. Rollout is not really a thing on the flatlands, but if you're not familiar with the terrain and it says rollout, then there's at least somewhere where stuff's rolling down a hill. Now, backing is the other way that fire will go down a hill, so it's also pretty slow. Rollout can be fast and unpredictable, but in little spots. But backing can be a thing where, like, say this entire thing is on fire up here, which it looks like it is, the ridgeline, and say it all goes this way, it all wants to go downhill. And I'm just drawing random pictures. This is not what it's doing. Okay, this is just for an example. Backing means fire going. Just think of it like it's going backwards from the way it should be, right? Against the wind or downhill. It's unusual, right? And usually that means it's slower. Now, backing can happen just because of the fact that vegetation is touching itself, like these trees grow too close. So if one tree up here has branches and those branches touch the tree beneath, and those branches touch the tree beneath, and those branches touch the tree beneath, it'll slowly work its way down, and it'll spread from side to side too. So the whole affair might come down more as a traditional, like a line. It's here a minute, and then a couple hours later it's down here. It's just depending on what's happening. But backing can be the downhill movement of fire. Also, the against the wind, that's when vegetation touches itself. That's the way it's spreading. And underneath the canopy, like if fire's down in the leaf litter, that will just slowly work its way downhill because leaves are touching each other down on the ground. Now that's what firefighters like. That's a perfect opportunity if there's not that much wind to put their own fire like drip torches down and burn the hillside off so that this wouldn't have anything to burn really on at least the ground, so that when the wind picks up, the trees are more likely to be saved from the fact that if the fire were to go down there, at least there's no leaves and sticks and stuff at the base to get the trunks fully engulfed. So it all depends on what's going on. But once you learn glossary terms and some basic concepts, the average person can become pretty good at understanding what's likely to happen, and that creates a sense of calm. You read the InsaWeb. We live in a fine age of all these cameras and stuff. I mean, it could be better, but the InsaWeb reports will explain the behavior of the fire, which we should be checking out now. So, let's do a refresh. So, Plexon okay, I have no idea how to say your name, man. Is that like X is an H? Ploon Marhoro? Okay, PR says it's raining. Good. DB says, would updates to Hurricane K be helpful in the chat? Which one is Hurricane K? I haven't been able to follow much. Go ahead if you wish. Hey, Josh. Hey, it's Batman, guys. Josh shows up only when he's needed. Welcome. Thanks for coming in, Josh. Maps for the Fairview fire. Thank you. Link. So, we have an anonymous user. Maps. Let's put it under the Fairview. PIO Daily Podcast. Oh, cool. I like this. Okay. September 8th at 7 a.m. Oh, it's 7:06, guys. Air Ops. Okay. I think Zeke Lunder might be live right now. Let's see. I highly recommend you guys watch his stream. He usually goes live at 7 a.m. Let's see off screen. He can explain stuff about fire history, the terrain. Oh, come on, please load. He is live, guys. Now, let me give you a link. I want to send you guys over to him, and then you guys can come back and see me. Here, look. Here's the link for Zeke. Go ahead and watch his stream. It's usually only like 20 minutes or so. Yeah, good morning, Big Dog. Good morning. In fact, I want to watch it too. So I can't show you guys, so let's just go watch it together, and I'm going to leave us with this image on. But I got to mute for you guys his stream because I don't have permission to rebroadcast it. Okay, I'm about to come back. I'm still watching the very end of the Lookout. Zeke's live right now, but he's about to end his broadcast. Be right with you in a second. Oh, I didn't realize. Oops, I was behind in his broadcast. I did the thing I tell people not to do. I didn't have. I clicked on his link and I paused his video. And so I'm asking these questions and stuff like long after he was talking about him. And he's probably like, what the heck? Oh, she's behind. Whoops. I'm waiting to see if he's going to come back tonight, 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. I think are his normal broadcast times. I did not catch his 7 p.m. about the Mosquito Fire. While I was listening to his podcast, I was watching these cams here. You might have seen me flick around, and I'm liking what I'm seeing on some of them. You know, like the situation at Big Bear. It's like steamy and simmering down, and some clouds and some at least humidity and moisture in the vicinity of the Fairview. So, but it's just I think the rain is missing the Fairview. Hopefully, we might get a shot at it. So, anyway, Zeke's Lookout is great, and you know what? There's some chatter right now coming in. I see the bouncing bars. I'm going to slowly try to turn on the radio. Let's see if it's loud. I'm sorry if it is. I'm trying to turn on Cal Fire, Riverside County Fire West.
Charlie 758 firm, we're making our way down now.
Yeah, it's not too loud, right? Okay. But I learned a lot from Zeke. He's a person who actually knows how firefighting is done, how to read the landscape. He knows the fire history. He knows about crafting a healthy forest. And, he's the man. So I really wish Holt Hanley would kind of be live. I haven't checked in on him for a bit, but Chief Treasurer says, I believe it has ended. Yes, okay. And yeah, it's okay. I wasn't that far behind. I hope so. I hope so. So Alan T is Chief Treasurer because I made a joke yesterday. I promoted mods to my cabinet. You know, it's clear that I need to take over the world and save the world from wildfire. So Alan T is my Chief Treasurer. Okay. I promoted somebody else to Minister of Slapping. That is the most #1 sought after position in my cabinet because, man, if somebody's out of line, you just got to ask the Minister of Slapping, do your duty. Okay, so let's see if okay, people were in chat. I gotta catch up on that. Mountain Kayaker says, is the Reno air show gonna get canceled? I don't know. Let's look back at the smoke and see if that's forecast to really screw around with Reno. It really might. Alright, we're listening to Riverside. Where did I put that? Okay, it's the bee's knees, this new smoke forecasty thing in an easy animation that anybody can do. This is just type in Microsoft Weather, and then there's a special spot right here I never noticed before, Wildfire. So there's Reno. This is now where the smoke is at. The worst of the smoke is darker. Okay, so if the screen is small for you, this is Reno. Sorry, it's tiny font on like a cell phone. So let's play the animation and see if Reno gets smoked out. I assume the Reno airport is next to Reno. Carson City, Virginia City is not going to look.
guys out of here pretty quick.
Maybe not. When is the Rio Air Show supposed to start?
A little bit longer, and I'll try and get you out pretty quick.
Okay, that's listening to basically the Fairview fire stuff right now. I was hoping they'd have a morning update thing, but that probably went over the radio kind of about 7 o'clock. And that's when we tuned into Zeke's morning podcast. 7 o'clock is that magic hour where pretty much all of the incident management teams, they do a little speech and a roll call and stuff in front of their people. So I want to look at InstaWeb and see if we can find out which incident management team is on the Fairview and see if we can look at their morning operational briefing if they just had one. So each incident management team, it says 6. Okay. So if we go to YouTube and search for Cal Fire Incident Management Team 6, you may get lucky. So Incident Management Team 5 had the Mill and Mountain Fire updates on their channel. That's Incident Management Team 5. So if we go Cal Fire Incident Management Team 6. It's that's all about the Caldor of last year, SCU Lightning Complex from 2 years ago. So looks like that hasn't had an update. I really can't make that out, so Forest Service, Facebook, we might have a video or two to look at. If anybody knows, please let me know. So Josh, thanks for the video, the Fairview link. Let me check that out off screen. Yeah, we had just gone over that a little bit earlier. So John Robinson says, what happened with the Mosquito in Fairview last night? And that was at 7:20. So I'm just gonna mute that for you guys, and I'll turn it on if that crackle goes away. But for now, I think that's just gonna irritate people. There will be a lot of radio calls like, "Where's your crew going? Did you take the right road? Did you take the left road? Are you there yet?" And they'll be sometimes it takes crews like 2 hours to kind of get into position. So 1 second, let me turn out the radio and get that so I can hear it, but you guys won't be here. All right, so let's see. Let's refresh and see if the Fairview Fire got an update for InstaWeb, and we'll also check and see if we got, a possible video somewhere. At least some sort of a meeting, and sometimes it takes a few days for them to set up a stage and printed out maps and stuff and get that all in place before they start having morning updates and operational briefings that go on a stage, like we're used to. It's not for the public, it's just for their own purposes. So sometimes these things never get published to the public, but at 7 in the morning, they recap what happened the night before, and then they explain what you can expect during the day. And you have really important guest speakers on there, such as the weather person, the radio person, the medic person, all kinds of experts that'll explain from their point of view and their expertise what's going on. So that's why the morning operational update videos are so dang valuable to us. So at 7:20, somebody asked what happened with the fires last night. So I woke up about 1:30 in the morning, something like that, and kind of tried to snooze and kind of came back on the scene around 3 in the morning at 3:30. So as far as we could tell with the replays, Big Bear was really simmering down. You know, the 9 minutes ago update. Good. The one up here, Radford, with Big Bear, we don't have an update for it yet. Looked like it was really just simmering, and no new heat detections from space, no nothing this morning. It's really looking good up there. Of course, of great concern was the Mosquito and the Fairview. I don't even know what the heck happened with the fork. That was just breaking out at the time I went to bed yesterday. The reason I went to bed yesterday in the afternoon is I had been streaming since 1 in the morning. So I streamed for 16 hours or something yesterday. Petered out at the afternoon. So coming off of this flu. Coming in after this flu, my sleep schedule is all over the place. So hang on a second. Branch 1 trainee.
Branch 1 trainee, we're getting reports that you have a spot over Rouse Ridge, is that correct? It's a little slop over Rouse Ridge. If we can get the aircraft up, I'm pushing some engines in right now. We'll be able to contain it. Rotary. Rotary. I'll get it done. Thank you.
Okay. So the Fairview and the Mosquito burned actively throughout the night, but there was more of a smoke blanket on the Mosquito. But you could see even it found little pockets of I hate this. Found little pockets of fuel and started trying to push up some barbecumulus type activity, both of them.
7, fall, Alpha response, the parking lot of Menifee Valley Medical Center, 2840.
Alright, I'm going to turn that off. That seems to be dispatch for the sheriff and stuff. And I'm going to turn off the left channel on CAL FIRE Riverside County Fire West. Hopefully CAL FIRE is still on, but the regular dispatch is off, so we'll figure out if I did the right channel a little bit later. So I hope that answers the question, as both of them burned actively, but the Mosquito was a lot less active than predicted, because the smoke blanket seemed to kind of settle on over it. We did see it kind of try to burst through, meaning it found some nice fuels, perhaps occasionally a wind gust or something unknown, you know. It's more likely it just found a grove of dead trees or something, and then you would see a poof of a cloud go up. A couple of hours ago, there's some more of that, but then it settled back down. But with the Fairview, when we went and did the 12-hour time lapses, it just burned actively, and we won't know how much it spreads until we read this, because this probably got updated 9 minutes ago, so this is what we're going to read about. So, disappointingly, we saw new mapping over the Fairview just a few hours ago, but none of it has been published yet, so who knows when they're going to come out with it. But there was a mapping plane flying around the perimeter around 4 in the morning, so, but yet the older videos are 7+ hours ago. Okay, so let me take a drink here and clear my throat. Sorry. Speaking for like I'm speaking for 16 hours. And I took it out of my throat, so give me a second. Okay. Okay. So, the total personnel on the Fairview fire is 1,177 persons. The size is just under 10,000 acres at 9,846. We still have just a basic 5% perimeter containment, which is kind of meaningless. So, the cause is under investigation for the Fairview, but we know that for a report submitted by SoCal Edison, it may have had something to do with their equipment, and they fulfilled their legal obligation to say we had unusual activity on our lines at the time of the fire in the general vicinity, but that is not, known for certain at all what caused it. So it started on the 5th at 3:40 p.m. Location: Fairview, southeast of Hemet and Sage. The fuels involved are grass and chaparral, which are flashy but usually don't last very long fuels. So if they can get retardant ropes around it, oftentimes these fires will kind of deplete somewhat quickly their own fuels. So you just really got to contain it and let it burn itself out. But hopefully, the remnants of that Hurricane K or Cyclone K coming in from Baja California, give you a view, hopefully that will rain it out by this weekend. But it's a double-edged sword. We could have a terrible, terrible outcome if the storm goes to the east or west. We'd have high winds without moisture. So let's pray that it goes directly over the fire. That thing's coming north. Excuse me. Their goal is to fully suppress the fire. The incident commander is Cal Fire Incident Management Team 6. And then we got evac, I don't know how to say that person's last name, and then Snow for U.S. Forest Service. And for Hemet Fire, somebody's last name Cell, I guess. The significant events for the live fuels are at the critical level of 60%, with plentiful dead material intermixed due to the continuing drought. So stacked up dead bushes and tumbling tumbleweeds.
Command terminates. All units available via water. Be available once it's water.
Jeez, that scared me. So we continue to listen to Riverside County Fire.
I'll talk to them on air to ground and hand them off to you. And got a hella tanker at Hemet that he's going to drag out with him.
I'm adjusting volume. It's really hard.
Copy, and I sent a picture of the little spot that Chief swapped.
Now, what they were just talking about is that there was a little bit of a spot fire or slop over, just where fire crossed where they were trying to hold. But they're not calling it a very big deal. They're pretty calm about it right now. So I don't feel a need to go and look that up at the moment. So significant events with the Fairview fire, live fuels are at the critical level of 60%. I guess not exactly describing what 60% means here. But with plentiful dead material intermingled due to continuing drought. This is the 3rd year of La Nina. And we got a record high temps because of a stupid heat dome right now. So it's pretty bad. It's not really the perfect storm, though. We don't have high winds. This is really bad fire activity and really serious fire activity and fast rate of spread. I mean, it killed 2 people that couldn't get out of its way fast enough and burned others. However, we can be grateful that we haven't had extreme winds. Otherwise, we'd be in a mega crisis right now. So we do have a couple things to be thankful for across California. Significant events also, the rest of that is the fire has been very active when being funneled through canyons with shifting winds. Okay, current weather concerns are shifting winds with gusts up to 20 miles an hour, temperatures of 105 degrees, humidity values of like 15%, and an unstable atmosphere that led to a large column growth in multiple canyons. However, there's good news. There was some freaking rain on the cams just minutes ago, like an hour ago. And unfortunately, the rains missed the fire. However, it brought a lot of humidity. So that's perfect. The things that make fire ferocious is not just winds and what it's eating, not just its diet. Okay, it's also what's the humidity of the air. The more humid it is, the more fire struggles to get a hold. And the more humid the air is, the more the vegetation can kind of absorb some of that, where you get dew and all that sort of stuff. So, yay. And the slower vegetation will lose their moisture, the slower they will dry out. Just think tropical rainforest, even if it hasn't rained for a bit, if it's all steamy, you just don't see vegetation dry out. So, we had 68% humidity about an hour ago, yay. So, there's some bright spots here. Projected incident activity of the next 12 hours. Fire activity will moderate slightly with that increased humidity, speak of the devil, and decrease in the temperature. The active burning will continue, though, on the south and on the west areas of the Fairview. So the east, the south, and the west areas. In the next 24 hours, projected that the Fairview fire will have shifting winds from the west, which will allow the fire to actively burn to me. Remember, a west wind means the wind comes from the west, but it's going towards the east. So a west wind will push the fire to the east to heavier fuels and steeper slopes. Spotting will continue to be over half a mile in length in dense brush, and that's really bad news for the east side of the fire. The next 48 hours, activity will increase with the approach of the tropical cyclone K from the Baja. This event will produce 35-mile-an-hour winds and strong down canyon gusts over the San Jacinto Mountains, allowing for increased spotting and fire spread in the southern and the western areas of the incident. So, like I said, this remnants of the tropical cyclone, hurricane, whatever you want to call it, K, are coming. And with the nightmare scenario is there's not much rain, but there's a lot of wind, because wherever this thing is going, ahead of itself, it's going to be pushing away the wind that's already the air that's already in its way. So its wind, will be pushing aside. A hurricane's wind is going to push aside the air that's already in place. It's like some sort of a really angry shopper at the grocery store starts ramming people's heels with the cart. You know, get out of my way. I want to get out here first. So the fire might really flare up for some hours before it gets any better, with the possible moisture and maybe even several inches of rain, and in several hours that this thing might dump. It's hard to say. So let's look at the current view of the Fairview, then I'll go back at the chat. If anybody's got a question about the Fairview, we can look at the others in a second, like Mosquito. So Tom Wagner says, could someone direct me to an accurate map of the Fairview? I have a family about a mile from last night's old lines, and that's what we're waiting for. So InstaWeb that I was just looking at has maps, and so let's see if any of them are super updated. That's what was, public fire info map updated 31 minutes ago. That's what we want. Let me see if I can get you a link. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Sorry, it's going to be slow loading. It's probably a million people wanting this map. So that's quite a long URL. Ah, there you go. So let me also get you the URL for the InstaWeb. Oops. The Fairview. And then there's a Maps tab. There's a general InstaWeb. There you go. So thank God I have fast internet. Okay, I'm going to mute the radio for you guys. That clicking is driving me mad. Alright. Go back to the Fairview. There we go. So I hope this gives you guys a good idea. They seem to have mapped it again just 3 hours ago or so. So there you are. Now black line is their 5% containment, and it's here. It's hard to see, but it's right there. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Is it fully zoomed? I think it is, but I can maybe zoom the web page. Nope, that's erratic. Okay. So if I download it as a PDF, I think I could zoom in, guys. But anybody familiar with the area probably just recognizes everything we're seeing. So what is in danger? If I can make this bigger, full size. Oh, there we go. Sorry, friends. Didn't hit the right button. what's endangered to the southeast, it doesn't look that inhabited. So these canyons and things, I would be a bit concerned for Red Mountain Road, Red Valley Road, San Diego Flat, ultimately Trip Flats perhaps, and maybe Sage. Really hope that structure protection went well here. Let's read the rest of InfoWeb. Usually it says whether or not structures and stuff were impacted, and I don't have any answers right now about that. If anybody in the chat has been following local news or something, let me know. That's usually what local would cover. Here, web. Sorry, friends. Too many tabs open. They all got really small. Oh, right. I am on InfoWeb. I realized I zoomed into the map without a new tab. Sure. So if we go back to the information, blah, 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 weather synopsis, blah, blah, blah. Recent articles. It's pretty sparse. I don't think that we'll have a fully fledged report until Incident Management Team 6 gets established here. Usually there's a lot, excuse me, more information. So there's links to Twitter, to the Cal Fire and Riverside County Fire Department. So, away, Cookie. Let's see, September's National Preparedness Month. Yeah, for...
Command.
Wait, said Fairview Communications Branch 3 on command. Let's listen.
3, Fairview Communications, go ahead.
And then I'll read the update.
Ground support for a brake line issue on a 2016 Ford pickup.
Okay.
Ground support for brake line issue 2016 Ford pickup. What's your location? Will be Red Mountain. Brake. Mountain at Oak.
So some firefighter or personnel's pickup truck is broke.
Mountain and Oak. Fairview Communication copy. And it'll be an LA County vehicle.
Correction, LA County. Okay. So here's a 7 a.m. update for the Fairview, which is separate from...
Will you be the contact? The contact will be Arroyo Seco 2.
Okay. Now, thankfully, it's saying structures... Oh, for God's sake. I'm muting that. Otherwise, I'll never be able to talk. Thankfully, it's saying structures destroyed is 0. Structures damaged is 0. Unfortunately, 2 civilian fatalities and 1 civilian injury. I never did get an update on the burn victim, so you're very welcome, Mr. Wagner there. And let's see here. Clyde Beatty says, "Good morning. We have friends that are evacuating as far as south as Temecula and Anza due to the speed of the fire it has experienced even overnight. It has also burned very close to southeast Hemet proper." Yeah, I was asleep for most of that last the afternoon, so I'm still in catch-up mode. I had to go out to what I thought was to get a short little trip to get a sandwich, and then there's this guy who was bleeding profusely in the parking lot and starting fights, and so all the personnel who were making my sandwich at the deli went out and attended to him, and I decided to go to McDonald's instead. and had a deviation of my little trip. So my 20-minute trip to go get a sandwich took like an hour. We came back, we watched Seeklander's 7 a.m. update, and we've been waiting for new info to come out, which is kind of trickling in. So I don't think that, from what I'm looking at, that the air show is going to be canceled. I don't think so. I mean, we looked at the smoke forecast the next couple of days, and I don't know that the smoke of the Mosquito is going to be that bad, but I have not heard anything. So, let's go back to looking at the Fairview here. Now, I'm listening. I had muted it for you guys, but I'm still listening to the radio chatter. So if I suddenly stop talking, I'm listening for a second. So as of this morning at 7, this bulletin issued by CAL FIRE, which of course is going to be different than InsoWeb, because why? I don't know. Why they can't have one-stop shopping for all fire info, I don't know, but that's California for you. So, the situation summary is that active fire behavior occurred in the east, south, and north portions of the incident. East winds at sundown pushed the fire to the west. As the winds subsided, the eastern portions of the incident continued to spread due to the complex terrain. So, probably meaning the fire going up hills and stuff. And then rollout means that flaming debris would roll down the slopes. So, that's really bad for trying to predict what fire does. And that's really bad for putting firefighters in danger, too. They would want to basically get around the edges if stuff like that's occurring. If you can't predict what fire's going to do, you stand back. So fire will become active with primary movement to the east today due to the west winds, being the winds coming out off the earth. Steep drainages will aid the spread of the up canyon slope winds with heavy fuels. Evacuations, blah blah blah, we already know. I already showed you guys the map. So that says page 1 of 2. Where's the second page? So where is the second page, guys? Maybe it's a second tweet. Okay. It's a link to where we can get the whole shebang. Download document. Alright. Guess we had to click the link to get to page 2. So, evacuation centers. You guys already know about this stuff. I am going to give you a link to this fire report. It is in the chat. Now, I am listening to the radio for a second. Hang on.
Go ahead. A Division Bravo reached out, and Alpha and Bravo are going to meet at Cranston Fire Station if you want to head over that direction. Cranston up 74, correct? Affirmative, the Forest Service Fire Station.
Okay, like I said, mostly the chatter right now is crews trying to coordinate with each other and meet up. Okay, so there's 202 engines on the Fairview, 16 water tenders, 7 helicopters, 24 hand crews, 31 dozers, and other is 3. Curious about what is other. Total personnel on the Fairview is 1,181. Air tankers. Numerous firefighting air tankers from throughout the state are flying fire suppression missions as conditions allow. And I heard that the nighttime helicopters were on it last night. So, awesome. I don't know if that's Coulson Aviation or what. I would like to know. By the time I was up at around 3:30, I didn't see them on the fire. That really does turn the tide. We need a lot more of that. So that's page 2 of the update for that CAL FIRE issued for the Fairview. So sometime after midnight. This is what the updates to the Fairview evacuation map look like. Whoops, I already have. But the cool thing is they have the tiny URLs. A copy the tiny URL. This is the link to the evacuation map for Fairview. I really don't recall if I updated the description of the video enough for it. Down Kayaker says, at DBS, it's impressive. Did Catherine work in the firefighting industry in some capacity? No, I didn't. When my friend was killed by, our family friend was killed by 2017 Cascade Fire, got a wake-up call that they're just as deadly as ever. I mean, just living rurally and talking. I understand now my dad was really wise. When we bought property in the California foothills, sort of by the Motherlode, kind of, we invited the volunteer firefighters to like a barbecue and said rate our house, expecting to get a good mark for having a a non wooden roof. We had a kind of a Spanish tile sort of thing. They're like, we give you a D minus. We're like, what? They're like, your stucco and your roof is really good and everything, but you need defensible space. You have a wooden deck. You don't have a fire break. You don't have any water tanks. You don't have any ponds. You live at the top of a hill. There's only one road in, one road out. It's not paved. This is a death trap that you live on, and you need to fix that. And we went, oh, okay. So we learned directly from, real firefighters. Roomed the property, put in everything they wanted, put a gate on our road, which became a, fire break and all that, and handed the keys to the fire department, and they came back and said, oh, you got an A now. We had everything. So I had more experience than the average, city slicker, for sure, with structure protection and prep and that. But I've learned from the firefighters that came in and volunteered in this channel the moment that I went live 2 years ago, and just try to sponge up all the info I could. I also have a big interest in ghost towns, and so I find out why towns get abandoned. So fire is a big reason for that. So I had done things like read the history of mega fires, basically, about that, Oregon and California. Especially studied the Tillamook burn, because that burned like 16 towns to the ground. So I had some preliminary type knowledge, but then mostly I've learned from firefighters, many of which are mods and help with the here when they can. So my job is being a writer, and then I went to school for multimedia fine arts, and now I can utilize video and audio and internet to educate people by just, I'm a pass-through for the knowledge. I tell people what firefighters want the public to know, and so I'm the communication specialist, I guess you would call that. I'm not a journalist or formally trained reporter or anything like that, but it's kind of like a similar kind of a role, I guess. Except I'm not there to exploit anybody or get a scoop. I'm just after my friend died in that fire. I didn't want to study wildfire. I actually hate it. And I didn't think it was anything more than weird flukes. But Santa Rosa, pretty much a big part of it burned down the same night, and I didn't know why. But then next year, when it turns out that PG&E's mine equipment burned down Paradise, and my brother was a missing person and lost his home there. Checked in later, thank God. Then that really hit home for me, and I did my first fire stream right as Paradise was still burning. And that wasn't to give people survival advice, because I didn't have much knowledge at the time. But as soon after the big crisis was over at Paradise, I visited the site and began to study in earnest you know, how do people save themselves when they can't leave my car? And that's my own observations and then reading survivors' reports. That's how I got an education about how to survive wildfire. It's ongoing, though. I keep adding to my knowledge as I talk to more experts. So, and the kind of person that can just sponge up information and memorize a million random facts. So I'm good at Jeopardy, but I'm not an expert in any one field. So what I'd rather do is consult experts for the in-depth stuff, but I can tell people the basics. I think I've got a decent way of explaining stuff so people can understand it. Fire's a lot simpler than I thought to understand. You don't really have to have a physics degree or anything. What it would take to really super predict fires, like what are they going to do in the next 5 days? That would take some serious MIT kind of level programming skills and modeling, physics and stuff. But what the average person needs to know is it dangerous enough for me to have to leave? And how do I leave safely? How do I prep my property? And how do I survive if things go south? That's the kind of stuff I'm good at describing. I can tell you about. Just basic stuff. Okay, going back to exactly, Chief Treasurer. Honesty is the best policy. So if you want an answer, maybe I can reach out to the mods and the people who volunteer here and figure it out, because coming and going are weather experts, retired fire chiefs and captains, wildland firefighters. I've got a couple on speed dial I can refer to. I've got pilots to talk to. You know, I've been really impressed with the variety of people that really want to help the situation and come and volunteer. And I'm really humbled, and I'm really happy what we were able to achieve. So my basic policy is figure out what the worst case scenario is, and recent fire behavior is all you need to know about that. It's a couple of years, and then plan according to the worst case scenario. Then you're generally going to be the safest. Pleasantly surprised, as they say. If the worst case scenario doesn't happen, look at that rain! Rain, guys! Rain near the Fairview. Near it. So actually, this rain is maybe actually be raining currently on the Big Bear Lake. Cool. Or the ridge just south of it. Awesome. Guys, this is cool. So I am less and less concerned about what's going on at Big Bear Lake. It's looking great. Unfortunately, none of this rain is directly falling on the Fairview that I can tell. You can keep checking the radar. But wow. So let's take a look. Yeah. Okay. We'd rather it be on the Fairview, but we'll take it, because the more that the other fires get rained out, the more the personnel could focus on the problem. Peel personnel off the others to work on the Fairview. That would be good. So, yeah, rain right there. It's Beaumont, Banning, Reno Valley, Riverside, Joshua Tree, sort of. Colton. So, fortunately, the moisture band is just heading due west. A little bit of lightning over by Joshua Tree, which is scary. A little bit by Culpa. Hope you say that way. Lightning sucks, but the fact that it's dumping rain next to the lightning means probably it won't start fires, knock on wood. So the nice thing about this is that even though there's no rain directly on the Fairview, we saw the humidity jump to 68%. That's great. It's totally great. Oh, I hate that advertisement. The top surgeon says the simple trick helps empty your bowels each morning. It's a bunch of eggs, like pickled eggs. Oh, I want to know what the eggs have to do with it, but I know that it's clickbait. So if anybody ever clicked that, can let me know. Please do. But I don't want to click it myself. I refuse. Jeez. This is one of those bad marketing things. But look at that. This is the current view of what's going on over at Big Bear. Look how moist that is. Excellent. So let's look back. Fairview. At Fairview, some of the cams look like it's raining, but they may not be focused on exactly where the fire is. The Idlewild one, can't see Jack, smoked in. So while it's maybe misty, it's not directly raining on them, as we can tell on the situation looking at the radar. With the Fairview, if anybody is just tuning in, it's predicted to be very, very active, especially tomorrow with the west winds coming in, especially in the east, north and south, east, west, and south, excuse me. Less active on the north. The east is a particular concern, and there's a bunch of horse ranches and dog training stuff out there, people are saying. I hope their evacuation of the animals is going well. Don't know. So if you have any local knowledge and stuff you want to share, go ahead. Sister Golden Hair says, oh, hello. Good morning, by the way. Lots of thunder also. Your friend is near Hammett. Says they got a touch of rain. It could be worse. It could be worse. So, yeah, and thank you so much for your service. By the way, all of you guys who have ever been wildland firefighters or structure firefighters, thank you. You guys are heroes. Honored to have you here. Really am. Cogito was the first one to take me under his wing. He's super. I used to be like not confident, like unless I'm an expert, I shouldn't open my mouth. Well, hell, when the public need answers, just play the role of a reporter, interview the experts, and then pass on the knowledge. So that's the way I started out, and he's like, keep going, keep going. And then I realized I shouldn't be that intimidated. It's not rocket science. I think the more the public learns about fire, the better it'll be. I think most people refuse to evacuate because they don't understand the worst case scenarios and just how bad it can be. And you get a taste of it. You know, the current situation is the public has to learn the hard way. Well, why does it have to be like that? Classroom teaching and after school extracurricular stuff. I think every kid in California should be told about this stuff. I mean, I learned a whole lot about y equals mx plus b. Never had to use that. I really could have used the fire info, understanding wildfires. But, alas. So, Saddle Tramp says just jumped in at the bowel movement hack. I know. It's like, what the heck? Sorry guys, I don't have the premium version of my radar. Or back before I had enough money on the stream to subscribe to Broadcastify, and thank you everybody who's donated. I used to have Home Depot commercials like right before the radio would connect all the time. And it was in the middle of like horrible things like the Dixie Fire, and I was like, that's it. I'm getting rid of these commercials. But we used to have used to take bets on if it was a Home Depot commercial or if it was going to be some random thing. You know, makeup company or something. Okay, so I'm going to look at the mosquito, unless anybody has more questions about Riverside and San Bernardino counties. This is a very curious picture about the start of the mosquito up in Placer County, which is pretty dang far away. If anybody's from an international audience, about as far away as like an Italian town at the base of the Alps is from something in Sicily. California's a big state. It's roughly the size and shape of Italy. Hang on a second, I'm listening to the radio. I listen to Riverside right now because Placer County, the radio went dead, the one that was useful yesterday. And most of the night I had on a different Placer County channel, but it was pretty much all just dispatch for police stuff. So I've turned that off. I would love to listen to what's going on with the Mosquito Fire too, but we just don't have that option. There's no radio, the channel that I know of right now is covering it. I wanted to look at CalTopo to see what the heck possibly could have gone on here at the Mosquito Fire start. Now, I think aircraft was the one that spotted it after they looked around for potential lightning-caused fires. However, as was pointed out to me, looks like they started at the base off of a road and climbed a hill. So, lightning likes usually to strike the tops of things. Excuse me, like the tops of ridge tops. It's not really true that it always strikes the highest point of the ground. It's just the highest point below where it formed. Lightning strikes, reservoirs and lakes pretty often, even though there's trees nearby. Don't ask me how to explain it, but jet skiers just died recently being struck by lightning. So just because you're like, oh, I'm not next to any high trees. Well, if lightning's going to strike a lake and you're the only thing that's sticking out above the water, it's going to hit you. So it's possible, but this is a bit, you know what I mean? Yeah, this is the Oxbow Reservoir. If you look at what I would like to look at on CalTopo here, up to, in fact, I want to leave that there. The other CalTopo go up to the Mosquito Fire, and that. What? Ralston Afterbay. Why is it called something different? Okay, let's listen to Riverside for a second.
Side Alpha, Day Alpha. We're meeting with Branch and Bravo up at the Cranston Forest Service Station on 74. Can you get there? Affirm, I'm en route now.
Ah.
Not sure, possibly 15.
Oxbow. Is it just me, or just called something other than Oxbow? Ralston Afterbay. Alright. Add global imagery. Looks like the same spot, right, as the photo. Oops. Photo go. Okay, here's our photo. Here looks like it. So, the watchman says cyclone winds could move in on Friday, could whip up the fire some more. Yeah, because I don't think we're getting the rain until Saturday unless the forecast has changed. That's what it said yesterday. So, I'm pretty worried that things will get worse before it gets better on the Fairview. So, that's what my fear is, because in front of every hurricane or cyclone or tropical storm.
5 medical divert, breathing problem, Delta response, 33051 Fair Street, apartment C, RBC Command 6. Houston Alpha response, 17360 Rand Spot Avenue, RBC Command 6.
I was really hoping that I could get rid of regular dispatch and only have Wildfire, but it doesn't look like we separate them as easily as I thought. So, okay. So what? This is interesting. This is the Forest Service map. Blacksmith Flat Road, I suppose, would be where the fire began. And if we go back and look at Fear's fire progression map, the cooler colors are the oldest heat signatures. So that would be like the pure yellow, but if fire sweeps back and forth around an area, that doesn't mean that yellow is where it began. So just take that off for a second. And clearly from the picture, it looked like it went a bit like this. Let's compare the picture again, real quick. Where's the picture? There, where it says white water entry. Now, what is the red? What's the red lines about? I'm trying to figure that out. This is our Forest Service map. And when I pull away the Forest Service map, the TF Outdoors is showing something interesting. Does that look? What is the dot in the lines about? So if I put on global imagery, I'm trying to figure out if those are power lines or what. Don't really see them, but this is not the world's best highest resolution stuff. What is that building too? Almost looks like a powerhouse, doesn't it? So turn off imagery. Just shows structure. So is there a different map that might show us what the hell? Excuse me, what the heck that? It's not really defining what that is. If anybody's familiar, please let me know. Builder, Tope. Here it is, this line going across body of water. So that's typically what power lines do. And
night X-ray, day X-ray, all command.
Current though, is the map current? It's part of power generation because there's a dam. This is what I'm interested in. Now, I think they have a few days, power company, to submit the report about whether or not their equipment may have been involved. But I'm not sure that this is power line area, but it's possible. Joe Bickers says, looks like early Friday morning wind gusts will be 35 miles an hour plus, pushing straight towards Hemet, hoping they make great progress before then. Yes, absolutely. But, you know, the only thing that firefighters need is time. So they're in a race against time. Godspeed is all I gotta say. So looking back, Rivis says, don't you hate it when you hear it rain near your home, but it didn't make it to your city? Yeah. DA Watchman says, cyclone winds could be on Friday, rip it up. That's what we're worried about down there for the Fairview. Big Dog says it started on Mosquito Ridge next to the reservoir. So, that really could be next to the powerhouse. Don't know. It could be, I mean, lightning strikes things like power lines sometimes. But the lightning that I thought that occurred in the area happened after it started. I'm not real sure. There's some, whether we could rewind time stuff. If lightning struck a building or something, or like a power line, that could definitely cause a surge, but not be the fault of a power cut. Who knows? But the fact that it's next to a reservoir, there's a big human factor of were people recreating there. It's next to a road. That really could be a human-caused thing, but we don't know. So, let's look back up at chat. Does anybody have a question for me? There's a live stream of the Fairview Fire at Red Mountain Watchtower. Next 3 winters. Check that out. One moment. Whoa. It says Anza Electric Cooperative. Whoa. Okay. Is this copyrighted though? That to my playlist thing. I don't know if I can use this. but I can at least show you a snippet. So tag this into Fairview. Is what currently looks like and seems to be like. It says Anza Electric Cooperative, which if it's not a work of the government or something, this may not be copyright free. Whoa. So this was last night. Dang. Look at these ancient power lines. I love the little wind gauge kind of sitting on it. That's eerie. Going back in time. Wow. Thank you for the tip. Holy. So, that link is in chat, guys. Let's go. This is the live view current. You see all the sagey brush stuff that's really thick and a lot of it's dead. Those are some pretty old looking power lines. The old wooden guys. Ready to burn up because that's not much of a right of way underneath the power line. The bushes could light the poles on fire. Oh well. Usually you see the right of way, which means the I'll just say in other states you don't see it this overgrown. It's not allowed. It's just like, do you want your power lines to burn, really? Okay. And is somebody gonna get that? It's so small right there. What is it, a spot fire that drifted up onto the hill? Somebody gonna get that while it's small? Is that what they were talking about on the radio? It's getting bigger. I wonder if a helicopter will head out that way or something. It's a little bit concerning. It's like a spot fire went over the hill and the main fire is at the base. It's peeking out over the ridge. Wow, okay. So, see, they're not declaring the use of the video, which is what's frustrating. Usually it'll say in the description of the video, not for rebroadcast or contact us for licensing or copyright free or something, and when they don't specify, it's like really. But I think this is definitely fair use right now. This is, public needs to know what the heck's happening with wildfire. Does anybody else have an impulse to just like go out and try to put that out, like, or have an urge like I wish I was there? I would do something about that. When I see the little tiny spot fires like that, like in fire videos, like the ones that are the size of a toaster or a microwave or something, I just want to like, oh man, I would get out my shovel. Okay. So, alright. Going back. Mystery, hey, how are you? Here again, Catherine Davis and your hippie friend Mystery. Hi. This night, sir, I'm just guessing this is the regular strength for the day. Well, I woke up at 3:30 in the morning. Still not 100%, but I'm better. So, DB says a picture is surely worth 1,000 words. Yeah. Man. Like I said, though, the increased humidity makes the fire a lot less active, so. Any update on the lead plane request? Got a helicopter over the Bear area. Big Bear, excuse me. Okay, we got our first lead plane on this. And there's also a helicopter going around the Fairview. So let's figure out where is this? Oops. Alright, where did I tuck this? Where is this occurring? Like, where is it's Red Mountain? Okay, let's find that on the maps. So switching away from the Mosquito Fire, we'll revisit that. Red Mountain, Riverside County, California. That doesn't seem.
Fairview Attackers, helicopter 903 off base, ETA 0846.
I don't think that's the right Red Mountain. Yeah, I think we're okay too. And you know, if they have an objection or something, I don't even know what that would be because I don't think they're making money off of that broadcast. It doesn't seem to be monetized. Okay. Stack some base layers with shaded relief. Want see for service outdoors. Can you guys point out which Red Mountain that one is at? Because definitely it would be in the fire zone because you can see fire. Whoa. Whoa, it's windy and fire's moving around. Okay, the camera's moving around right now. I guess I could just look up Red Mountain Fire Lookout. Okay, this situation changed. Like.
Night Alpha, day X-ray, on command.
Oh dear. The wind just picked up. This is live, right?
X-ray, Night Alpha.
Oh crap.
Hey, can I tie in with you at Fairview and Citrus View Drive at drop point 1?
Oh crap.
Okay, current 74 waiting for a day Alpha. I copy. I'll come tie in with you there as well.
Okay.
203 in front of the firehouse.
That is one of those classic. I can see the old instruments for spotting fires in that tower. It looks like it's evacuated.
Buggies real quick. We're gonna drop off this trailer.
They need to close those iron shutters because this thing might burn down fast. It's not fire prepped. So it got a tin roof at least, but they need to close the iron shutters on the windows. And I'm concerned that it's not wrapped and that there's like a tree growing right next to it. God, it's like they want our historic fire towers to burn down. This is really disheartening when there's not good defensible space around a fire lookout tower. There's just something wrong with that, but we keep seeing this. So just a second ago, we saw the spot fire and the fire at the base of this place. Okay, that's it. Off screen, I'm going to look it up. Where is this? Red Mountain Fire Lookout Tower. It's got to be Riverside County. Let's see here. Got myself. Oh, it's San Bernardino. Oh. Okay. It's built in 1937 by the Civilian Conservation Corps. It is currently open. Well, it doesn't look like anybody's in. Thank God, because there's fire in the hillside just below it. Southeast of Hemet. Besides having the best views of the San Jacinto Mountains, it also overlooks part of the town of Anza in the Cahuilla Indian Reservation, Reed Valley, Bautista Canyon, and has a great view of the new Diamond Valley Reservoir. It is the youngest lookout tower in the San Bernardino National Forest. It was constructed in 1937 by the CCP.
Hotel 33 Charlie on command.
Name of the mountain because of its red granite. Though low in elevation and relatively close to populated areas, it's host to some of the best wildlife views. The abundance of deer and other critters.
93. Golf, branch 3.
Okay. So let's see if we get a latitude and longitude. Driving directions. Not good map.
9349 Golf, branch 3.
So hang on a second. I'll see if I can show this to you guys.
Go ahead for 9349 Golf.
This is ominous, guys.
Your current assignment, who you're working for today?
It's right here. Okay, that makes more sense. I didn't know that the National Forest extended down there. It's just on the cusp. So, let me situate myself. Treffle Ranch Road. It's almost due east. Treffle and Oak Glen. This is very concerning.
Yeah, you broke up. I'm going to move you to Division Lima. This is branch 3.
Oh God, it's very concerning, guys. Look. Oh crap.
40 location, Oak Road and Red Mountain.
Oh, yeah, Red Mountain. Help. Help this tower, guys. Oh God. I don't even know if that's the spot that just blew up or what.
49 Golf, need to copy.
Oh man. Okay, that's last night. I was worried about this tiny spot fire that was over there. Looks like the main body of the fire is coming up on the other side of the mountain. Oh God. Okay. And then the wind picked up. Thank God it's evacuated. So, Anza or Anza, I don't know how to say that. Yeah, there's been a dramatic change just now. So, and now the radio chatter is that, see, this is the spot fire we were watching for a second, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna go put that one out right there. Oh, I didn't realize that, like, over here, and down here on the ridge, I saw that, but over here, it's a huge part of the fire climbing up it, so I'm trying to orient myself as which direction is the camera facing at this point. That's a tower, like a radio tower, so let's look at it on CalTopo. Bam. So I have to get this off the screen. The wind, fire activity. Let's turn on Forest Service map 100%. Red Mountain, there it is. There's the lookout. And that little dot must be. Okay, so if I had to guess, the little spot fire was down here. We were looking initially that way. And then when it shifted, the main big fire was coming over here. And there's some smaller fire down there. What I think the way that the camera's looking, but it's in grave danger, the facility, go live. You can see that the smoke is blowing right towards it, and if you zoom back a bit, oh God.
Operation.
Oh God.
Resource request.
Oh my God. Okay. Crap. Yeah, never mind the spot. That's not good. Oh boy. RGJ58 says we keep brush knocked way back from our P25 sites. Yeah. Well, this they did not hear. Crazy that they allow brush right up against it. I know, because this is critical infrastructure. This is the communication equipment they need to talk.
Meet up with you. It looks like your division today was mine yesterday. I'd like to brief you out if you got a chance.
Oh God. This is what the firefighters This is what the firefighters need to talk to each other, so...
You there?
Oh, crap, guys. You see the twisting? Whenever you see fire twist around into like those mini vortex things, that is now what firefighters take as an extremely bad sign that things could go bad extremely fast. Even tiny 3-foot tall mini twisters on the ground, yeah, they take that as a huge warning sign. They start to pull back. It means that the heat's rising tremendously because the fuel's extremely dry and the wind's fanning it up. Wow, all that fence is going to just melt down there. That's that plastic stuff that's interwoven into chain link. Oh boy. So sage is flashy fuel. It'll burn quick. And then it'll be a done deal, but oh my god. God.
I'll take 5 Charlie Hotel.
Wow.
Send you 5 Charlie Hotel.
So RGJ, is there anything in there that could explode, like transformer fluid and stuff that could really burn crazy, or what are we looking at? I have no idea what we're actually looking at, but it almost looks like air conditioners and stuff on the top of right there. See that? Like fans and air conditioning stuff. That can be pretty dang toxic. Generator fuel, yes. Oh, great. Great. What eats sage? Goats and antelope? Maybe we should just get like goat brigades on our landscape. Oh my god. Why didn't they shut the windows? Those are iron shutters. That's meant to protect it from fire and storms. Why didn't they shut them? Okay, this is a YouTube channel. Let me get you a link. We're a little bit behind. We're several minutes behind the live feed. But this is Red Mountain Fire Lookout. Which looks evacuated. I hope we don't lose the fire lookout. We're going to probably lose the radio towers here. And RGJ is a communication radio expert, and he explained that there's generator fuel in there that could explode, so great. And it's not normal to let bushes grow this close to this stuff. And right underneath the wooden power pole and telephone poles. Right? I think that's telephone, but I don't know. Might be both. It's got 2 different lines. Looks ancient. It looks like they were once telegraph almost. I mean, that's nuts. They might be 1920 style poles or earlier. John Robinson just got back. What are we looking at? Red Mountain Fire Lookout Tower, the Fairview fire. Things got bad really fast. Southwest front, I guess you would call it. I mean, those are nice old apple trees or whatever they are, but, you know, prune them back so that they're not that close to the building at least. RTJ58 says, yes, apparently they don't care about some old GE Master 2 units, but if that's all you have, then you ought to protect it. Yeah. It's so toxic when this stuff burns, too. It's a fire lookout and a vital communication site for firefighter radio. If that doesn't go up, that'll be a miracle. At least sage burns fast, hot, furious, then it's done. It's not like a tree that's going to sit there and burn for hours, so the building could get lucky. We shouldn't count on luck. This could have been saved and made safe so easily. This is what frustrates me so bad, is we don't have to be spending crazy amount of money on cleanup and destruction. These things could be saved so easily with a rake. Get rid of the sage. Just rake it away from the building. Do a little bit each day, maintain it. It's not rocket science. Oh my god. Then you don't have to spend $1 million putting stuff back on there and toxic soil pollution cleanup. Yeah, they're trying to figure out if the power pole is going to go up, and that's what the camera's focusing on. And since you have sage at the base of it, I'm going to say yes, it probably just might be in danger. Can you lease the mountain to some goat herders? Or better yet, just get it free grazing? You know, we were just listening to firefighter chatter about something going on at Red Mountain. Pause and see if they've flown over it. So, orient myself. I don't think it's gonna say. There's Red Mountain Road. Okay. Here it is. On flight radar, I don't see anybody going there. And it looks abandoned, but right. They're either sending a ground crew or a helicopter or something. I'm sorry, I didn't really particularly pay attention. My attention was kind of focused on stuff that they know about it. They fly around in circles. They gotta know what's on these dang cams. So let's hit live. This is the live view. It is retardant. The other side of this pole. Okay, so let's rewind and see what unfolded here. Okay, so this is about where we were. It's kind of a little bit faster. Maybe the building's saved. That must be by luck. Like if the wind shifts. Which it might be shifting. Look, the wind's going the other way. Seriously. Okay, that's about the best thing we can hope for, is for the wind to go that way, and it looks like it is. Good, good, good. Wow. Wow. Then the camera shifted over here. You can see some retardant. Why they didn't put retardant over by the critical infrastructure, I don't know, but they put it on some rocks. Now, there's red retardant on the lens. That explains why it's all dirty. Oh, and ash too. Oh crap, the wind just came back the way you don't want it to. Dang it. See, people realize you can't see what fires are doing. All of a sudden, boom, you go blind. And you can't tell if they're right next to you or not. This is what you can expect if you don't evacuate. You just lose all sense of direction or how close things are. And I can tell you it'll be stinging in your eyes like mad, and there will be little bits of hot ash getting in your eyes constantly. You like have to wear goggles. Okay. So the fence is melting, sort of. Look at the thickness of that brush. Alright, looking back at chat, Mountain Kayaker, this is Red Mountain Fire Lookout, southwest corner of San Bernardino National Forest, southeast of Hemet. seems to have been evacuated, but we're just dismayed about the amount of brush allowed to be next to this critical infrastructure and historical building, and they didn't even shut the fire shutters on the windows. So if too much, if one little flying stick shatters a window, or if the heat goes up to the fire tower and the window shatters, it's done. The embers are going to get inside. To protect the windows, that's what the iron shutters are about, and they were left open. God knows why. It's not wrapped either. So RGJ58 says, I would absolutely too. Lol, I don't even use a Master 2 units for ham radio. The oldest stuff we use are Master 3 and Motorola Quantars for VHF2M. I have no idea what that means. That's Chinese to me. RGJ58 says, Jesus, they don't even have gravel in the shelter fence zone. Oh my God, the Sikorsky just went by. Whoa! Sky Crane to the rescue. Let's go. Let's go.
Day Bravo, Night Delta.
Yeah! Kersplash! Now this is right at the Valkyrie's time. Although my video get flagged again.
Day Bravo, Trinity. Hey, where are you guys at so I can tie in with you?
Awesome!
Coming up Rouse Road right now.
Uh-oh.
I copy. One of you guys need me at 74 and Rouse. I'm down at Stetson and Fairview.
I think Sikorsky's...
Bravo Trinity copies. I believe Bravo Actual is down there still. Copy Bravo Actual from Night Delta. Bravo Actual, I'm at the Crinton Fire Station.
Yeah, that was pretty good, but
I'll head that way.
I think he's got to go get more water. I don't think they can do a partial splash. I think that was the full load. Or not. Either that's another helicopter or whatever. But nice, there's another one. It's out of frame. It's flying above. So, wow. Now we are behind. Wow. Okay, by 39 minutes. This happened 39 minutes ago. That's why we didn't see it. So, but I don't want to just flash forward to the future yet. To the present, I mean. Because that's riveting. This is how they do what they do. Either that was two different helicopters, or maybe Sikorsky Sky Cranes. I know, RJ. I can't believe it. RGJ58 says, the last thing you would want to be worried about is your relay sites, radio relay, going to get burned. What the hell are these people doing out there? I'm in shock. I know. A rake would have saved the building, and you wouldn't have had to have a Sky Crane come to the rescue. The Sky Crane could be, going and doing something else that's important.
Communications, Night Tango on command.
This could be fireproofed so easy, just with gravel.
Night Tango, Fairview Communications, go ahead. Fairview Communications, Night Tango. Resources off the Tango or off the line. Communication copies.
The RGJ58 says, my engineering teams are required to keep brush back 100 feet from a shelter. We bulldoze, spray, put down gravel, keep things from growing back. A single site is worth over $1 million. Yeah. This is what I mean by an ounce of fire prevention is worth a ton of cure. Oh my God. The Watchman says, that's California for you. I know. Go7 and welcome, by the way, says there's more Chinooks in the air today. I guess they're getting close to these O-ring inspections done. I hope. And for God's sake, shut the fire shutters. What is the Forest Service doing? These are our historical buildings. The way that this is neglect, look at the rust. Just paint it so it doesn't rust.
51 Charlie, Division Foxtrot Training on command.
Okay, let's fast forward a little bit, because this is technically in the past here. I really want this building to be saved. I will be so mad if it's not. Wow. Let's go forward, 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 forward. These are 5-second jumps. Two. But that was pretty incredible, that shot of the Sikorsky. That was cool. Ah. Okay. Still in out of the woods at this point. That erratic wind. Just look at the breeze. Roughly happened about 40 minutes ago. Going. Love the pink retardant splash drops on the camera lens. Want to see more Sikorsky action. Sky crane. Press forward. Forward. You know, is it just me, or is it just common sense that at the top of these hills you wouldn't have a lot of vegetation because you would have a fire lookout tower, and these things would never have to be evacuated because they would be safe from fire because you would have groomed the mountaintop for that. There's nothing to burn up there. You fireproof the building. Have a little fire shelter nearby, like a little one for if the S hits the fan, if some freak accident happens. Have it at the base of the tower so that the personnel could get in them. Then you wouldn't have them unmanned like this. Really, just dig a little bit of a hole, bury a cargo container, put dirt on the top, voila. But they seem to abandon these things. They sometimes try to wrap them and they leave. But oftentimes you can defend a building if the only thing you have to worry about is a stray ember. Especially if it has iron shutters. You know, like an iron walkway and nothing underneath it to burn. I mean, look, it's sagey stuff. These trees probably have to go. But, okay, let's go to the live. Let's see what the current, okay, this is current, guys. So thanks to the sky crane, the structures haven't burned down yet, but that doesn't mean that they won't. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, can somebody keep looking at it? Because that's fascinating. I want to check the other cams. Big Bear. Yeah, the fire at Big Bear may have just been rained on. So awesome. Let's look at Mosquito. There's still not much to see with the Mosquito Fire. It's just socked in with smoke. Let's do a 1-hour time lapse. Wow. Thank you so much for that link. That was amazing. Chief Treasurer says the only fire lookouts that are really maintained are the ones they rent out to the campers. How sad is that? I need a renaissance, guys. Renaissance. The Watchman says, I know a good landscaper. There you go. It's the sort of thing that volunteer groups could do if the budget doesn't allow. You know, just allow people, like I would go volunteer. Get people working in shifts, or you can have prisoners on probation do it instead of sitting in jail. You know, chain gang stuff.
Division Hotel, France 3, on command.
Teach the prisoners landscaping skills. Winter says Flames are trying to have another go.
Traffic for branch 3 trainee on command.
Okay. Really? Yeah, it ain't over. It ain't over, guys.
Traffic for branch 3 trainee on command. Go.
Okay. We need to figure out what animals eat this stuff and go put them on the landscape. I don't think we need to build fences so much as we need to picket them out there. A picket is a stake in the ground and a long cable like a leash, and the animal can go around to the end of its leash, so it can graze around in a circle. And that has to be antelope. It has to be antelope. Just get creative. But that would be a way to keep this brush down without necessarily lighting fires and creating smoke in the valley. I don't know if it's pronghorn or what, but goats probably eat anything. DB says, I think all the political and administrative decisions should be made with competent non-governmental persons participating in overseeing the policies and budgets. Yeah, there's got to be something that changes. I don't know what, but I'm not impressed. I think if we put an 8-year-old, a bunch of 8-year-olds in charge, sometimes I think better decision making would occur. Now, there's probably a furious Forest Service person saying, hey, we know what needs to happen. We just never get our budget allotment. Okay, fair argument. If it's budget, it's budget. But look, you can also shut the shutters as you leave, and that's just common sense. I know that a lot of smart people work for these government agencies, and their hands are tied by red tape. And if they actually do the smart, competent, and right thing, they get fired. And that has to change. Yeah, Andrew Swanson, I saw that. The rain on the Big Bear area, that's perfect. This is riveting, though. Seeing that sky crane splash, that was something else. Let's go back for a replay. See how far back was that? It was looking dire. Hey, there it is a long time ago, and then fire came up on the building. And just when it looked like it was going to burn down the radio relay station, sky crane to the rescue. That was freaking awesome. Unfortunately, you can't just say it's a timestamp because it's a live broadcast. Unless they're running a clock like I am, you can't really go back to stuff. So it was not looking good for a bit. And then all hope was lost. Here comes cavalry. See? It was like, oh God. We were like, this was roughly an hour ago. And you can see how fire dies down, flares up, dies down, flares up, and that's wind action. This is what drives firefighters nuts and makes them have facial tics. It can look so calm one moment and then crisis, calm, crisis, calm, 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 crisis, calm. You don't know when you can relax. CTAT says the Mosquito Fire is waking up, visible on the Howell Mountain 2 cam. Okay, we'll check that out in a second. I just want to show you guys the incredible job that the Sky Crane did. Some riveting television. We'll check it out. So it was looking quite bad here.
322 Charlie, Division Foxtrot Actual on command.
Looking really bad. Until dum dum da 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 dum dum da da dum 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 da da dum dum. There it was. So we'll watch it from da 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 I can't actually play Ride of the Valkyries because I keep getting copyright issues from a song from 1835, but that's YouTube for you. Chris Black. Awesome. And that's a good illustration of how they work. For the most part, they don't hover and release. They fling water on the landscape, and I wish we had a shot of the sky crane helicopter at the same time to go with this. See how he does the turn, though. See how he is turning. So what he did was go, or she, who knows who the pilot is here. They fling and they use the momentum. So in the middle of the arc. So at this point is where the fire, the release was. And there's that centripetal force momentum that gives them an accurate shot. Now, if they were to hover, they'd probably crash, for one, because thermal updrafts can be pretty bad. I mean, not on this. This is low brush sage, but if they were to try to hover above, like a group of torching trees, the thermal updrafts would probably wrench them right out of the sky. So as they come up and approach, they use the fling technique most of the time. Occasionally you'll see them hover and do something, but that'll be pretty rare. Like if the fire is directly underneath them and just not very big at all, then they might try a hover and release thing. But they also have to look out their window. They have like a bubble window. Sometimes the window is open, and they would just be inhaling smoke. So they try not to do that. So that was roughly an hour ago. Let's go to live. And since it doesn't look too bad, let's go look at the Mosquito. What is waking up with it? It's 9:25 in the morning now. Noon is when I expect all hell to break loose, just because of the heat of the day. It'll start to. So, okay, which cam here did we say the howl? So, that structure is not out of the woods. You know, the fire's still around it on the other side. So, looking back, chat, which Howl Mountain 2, okay. Control F, Howl Mountain 2. Okay, we'll add that to our mosaic. Which one's Mountain 2? Okay, thank you for the tip. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse. Mosquito Fire, Placer County. So, Hotchkiss Hill 1. Okay, cool. Take a look at that. How are you doing, my Nigerian prince? When's the wedding? Okay, yeah, it's
Night X-ray for Day Tango.
It's going.
Right X-ray. Okay, for drop point 1.
You're right.
Here, I'm in a red Orange County vehicle, B16.
Free.
Point 1 currently off of Fairview? Yeah, I'm measuring at Fairview and Citrus. I'll turn back around. Actually, you want to meet me at Fairview and Citrus? It makes a lot more sense to kind of talk through it up here. If you just kind of come back out of drop point 1 and make a left at the top of the hill, you'll see me and a golf strike team. Be there in a moment.
Nice, we're looking to the southeast, to the south. I really can't get my bearings though. I'm not familiar with the region. So we'd be looking at the northwest side of the fire. So let's go and see if they have an update on perimeter map or all that. Look. Thank you for the tip for that one. Now what we were looking at is Fire Eyes, Fierce, or whatever you say it is. Let's do a refresh. I was hoping we'd have whatever they flew over at 3:30 in the morning, they never published here to Twitter. It's quite disappointing. Let's look at the, is it InsaWeb or Cal Fire? Let's look at the evacuation map too. Really wish we had a good channel for listening to Placer County again, but it pretty much died in the night. Big Dog says, remember during the Beachy Creek, a repeater station burned to the ground, causing the boots on the ground to lose all the communication with the command center? Yeah, everything went wrong with the Creek. It looks like Pacific Core Power, whatever, is being sued. They didn't de-energize their lines during 75+-ish mile-an-hour winds. So as people were fleeing down the canyon to the west, power lines are going down in front of them, and that's straight from the horse's mouth. The fire chief was saying that, gates, and blocking people's exits and spreading the new fires ahead of the main Beachy Creek. That's part of the reason why it spread so fast. Supposedly, the power line started 13 new fires well west ahead of the Beachy Creek's actual progress, so that explains its phenomenally high rate of spread. And it was a fatal fire too, so the fact that we lost like 6 towns.
Attack first.
Any update on the lead? I'd like to request 3 Type 3 multi-engine tankers closest.
That speaks volumes. Okay, so we have a lead plane.
Fairview attack. Negative on the update for the lead or Bravo. And I copy your request for 3 Type 3 tankers multi-engine closest 0920.
Okay, they just ordered 3 Type 3 tankers for the Fairview. And now, okay, forgive me, VLATs are the Type 1s, right? The big ones? And Type 3s are the smaller ones, because there's only 3 types, big, medium, and small. VLATs are the Type 1. Type 1 is big, right? So if they're ordering Type 3s, wouldn't that be S2s or scoopers? So, Chief Treasurer, formerly known as Alan T., is saying no communication on fires can be fatal. Yeah, communication is the number one thing for survival, civilians and crew. You will hear it on the radio first if something has gone wrong, and where to leave. So here's our hero, the Sikorsky that just did that magnificent drop. You can see that the Red Hill Fire Lookout on the Fairview is right here, and you can see how he went back and forth to, I guess, get water over here. Interesting what that dip source was, and made multiple passes over there to save the fire lookout and the communications equipment here. So let's go back to live, and we'll revisit that.
Request 2 Type 1 tankers closest.
Requesting 2 Type 1 tankers, so 2 VLATs.
Fairview attack first. Comes your request for 2 Type 1 tankers closest 0931.
Is the volume okay for the radio? You guys hear that okay? Yeah, the most important thing for life safety of crew and civilians is clear communications. Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner. That's correct. Here is your prize. You get to pass go, and you get to collect $200. It's Monopoly money, but don't worry, there's more where it came from. Okay, going back to the Mosquito Fire. We do see much more activity, and it's before noon, and it's 9:30, and it's already starting its Pyrocumulus quest right here. So hold on to your butts. Hold on to your butts. And I'm so tired. I want to go to sleep right now. I woke up at what?
Fairview Holidays, supposed to be for attack on command.
3 in the morning or so.
Can I go for Holidays? From Helco staff.
824 7 VW. It's
Helco is staff.
oh, there it goes, guys. This is our current.
Helco staff. I copy. I'd like to request Helco to branch 1, Division Alpha.
There goes the Mosquito.
To Division Alpha, is there a time? As soon as possible. As soon as possible.
Okay, so they keep ordering new equipment for the Fairview. We're listening to the Fairview fire. And he's like, when do you want these helicopters? He goes, as soon as possible. And that's because we almost watched a lookout tower burn to the ground.
Fairview operations first.
It's not out of danger. For the past hour, this has been riveting television. I should have.
Fairview operations first. I have a homeowner advising you can use an 80,000-gallon water tank with fire hose connection at the address 38620 Reed Valley Road. 38620 Reed Valley Road.
Operations, I copy, thank you.
Cool. Did you guys hear that? Wait, is you right? That's Canada. California. That's what they like to hear. So this residence 38620 Reed Valley Road, California. The person called sheriff's office, I guess, or dispatch, to say that they had lots and lots of water. It's some water tanks with some hose hookup ready to go. They're like, cool. So they will like that for sure. That's the sort of thing where firefighters will be like, yep. That's southeast of where the fire is. That's definitely what you should do. You should make them aware of that. Say, hey, this is my property. It's prepped. Go save it. And they'll take note and probably will if they can. So it will help them stand their ground. Sometimes they can't keep the whole neighborhood area from going up, but they can protect a couple of buildings where the water tank is. They can protect themselves in their own engine, so they'll park in the driveway, wet everything down they can, and let it go past. And that's why my family got the water tank. And then we got a couple more. And for some reason, at the end of the street, there was a big, like, a train boiler.
Charlie Trinity, go ahead.
Mods. Fire at will at the bots. Open fire. Thank you. Good job, guys. Yeah. The watchman says, behind me, Satan. There you go. Alright, bots don't last long here on this channel. But yeah, let's try to figure out if there is any containment. So the Fairview, the southeast flank is the most dangerous. The west will be dangerous too. And the east side of the Fairview. And you can see from the satellite picture that the east side of the Fairview is the most active. Let's look at, we want to make sure that we keep tabs on the endangered Red Mountain Fire Lookout. That Hero Sky Crane keeps saving the day. And hopefully it will save that. That's critical to have the radio towers stay up. So this is Fairview, a quick time lapse. I don't believe there's any containment, no, on the Mosquito. I would not expect that. I read the 7 p.m. report on the Mosquito, and I don't know if there was a 7 a.m. I think there was.
264 first.
264 has been released from the Fairview incident, returning to Station 5 R&R till 2000.
Okay, so that's the good news about the Fairview is there's a lot of humidity, like 68%.
264 0930.
as the rain clouds rolled by. Okay, here's the current view of our endangered watchtower.
9349 Golf on command.
You're right, DB. Oh my god. Exactly, Big Dog. Chaparral brush should never be within 100 yards of a lookout tower. I know. Or growing at the base of wooden power poles and telephone lines, but you know. I'm pretty sure if we
9349 Golf, Division Lima, go ahead.
hang on.
9349 Golf's been assigned to your division. We're currently at Red Mountain and Oak.
Cool.
Alright, I copy you at Red Mountain and Oak. I didn't have you on my 204. You assigned to Lima? Branch 3 moved us from hotel over to your division.
Alright, maybe ground crew will come save the day too.
Traffic for Branch 3. Go on command.
Red Mountain and Oak. Red Mountain Oak. Mountain Road and Oak. Oh, right here. Here's Oak. Oak? Bueller? Okay, the street maps on CalTopo leave a lot to be desired. They lost the ability to use Google. There used to be a Google layer here. We have to switch to it. I never did get a CalTopo subscription. It's about $100 a year. So if we can fundraise, though, I'll definitely do it and have a lot of funner things to play with here. So let's go to Google Maps. Red Mountain and Oak. I may have to take a nap or lay down, guys. I'm still not flu recovered. It's so riveting right now to see the helicopter care of this historic site and the critical infrastructure. It was so cool to see that drop.
Communications, night X-ray on command.
It's not out of the woods yet. Really not out of the woods. This is just an hour ago.
Communication, night X-ray, all night X-ray resources are off the line. Communication copy.
Oh, okay, it's cooking up again. This is live view of the fire lookout tower in the Fairview fire. Yeah, exactly. 3 Winters, stop that. 3 Winters goes, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but things are looking a lot better at Red Mountain than they did an hour ago. Look at it now. Exactly. Don't count your chickens. Don't ever say, oh, things are looking great, I'm going to go to bed, or anything like that. I learned the hard way. So, yeah, that's hilarious. Pleasure trolls. There's retardant, but not everywhere. Let's see if the Sikorsky is circling back to Red Mountain real quick. That Sky Crane's a hero. This S-64E 47-year-old Vietnam-era helicopter here. From Siller Helicopters. Where is he currently? He's not anywhere near it. He's at Valley Vista. This is where Red Mountain is, right here. This is where the fire lookout is. So nobody is over there, unfortunately, except maybe the lead plane's headed that way. They just said, we need more helicopters right now. They ordered 3 Type 3 airplanes, and they ordered 2 Type 1s. So they want 2 VLATs. had 3 small ones and a bunch of helicopters. And they're like, where would you like the helicopters? ASAP was the reply. Oh boy, fire at will, mods. Shoot them down. Okay, we had more bots invade there. I love them too, Bob. And how are you doing, by the way, this morning? We have to keep checking on the mosquito as well because it's really starting to cook up. Do a 15-minute time lapse. It's not even noon. It's not even 10. Just crazy. It's not even that windy either. Just that's the dryness of the fuels and the heat of the day already making it this nuts. And the density of the fuel too. Thick forest. The mosquito fire is of the greatest concern to me because there's no weather that'll help in sight. It's nightmare terrain, which is the high Sierras, somewhat near where the Paradise and Bear fires were, and the Dixie, the Caldor. It's all in that area. You saw how big and horrible those get. Extremely steep canyons, inaccessible terrain, few roads, lots of history and lots of people and lots of buildings in the way. When I mean lots, I mean we'll have a significant impact to the local economy, to the county. We'll lose a lot of history if this thing goes wild, and if there's not enough time to prep to save stuff. And it really has the propensity to be the big next mega fire. Truckee, I would be worried for because it's uphill. Eventually, not like tonight, but they would have to work real hard to get lines to protect Truckee in place, and who knows if they ever have time. I'd also be worried for everything downhill because if we do get a type of event, like say this keeps burning into October when the Santa Ana and Diablo wind season happens, and if there's any fire still not contained up in the mountains, God help us. These things can run for the valley and cause obliteration in their wake. So they need to get whatever the heck's going on with this situation under control before October. Even that might be difficult. I mean, we got to pray for rain. Let's go live. Current situation.
We'll give you a call.
Our little fire lookout cam here. Look, it's a bunny. Did you see the bunny? Poor thing. Go to ground, bunny. There's another one going into the building. There's a bunch of them. Wait, is that grouse or quail? Oh my god, the poor little confused birds and quail. You see the animals fleeing the fire. Maybe that is a good place to hide, actually. Smart birds. As long as that building doesn't go up and the generator doesn't explode, maybe the quail will be okay. The bunny can go to ground. Run, bunny, run, yes. Wow. I tell you what, though, it's so sad. When I was looking at the Caldor, I did not expect to go to a ridge and find thousands of animal bones on it. And white powder next to the bones, which is where the bones were incinerated. They ran up the hill and did not win the race against the fire. As fast as deer, rabbits, and stuff can run, not even they can outrace a fire uphill. That's something everybody needs to know. don't know what the camera's focusing on now. Okay. Oh, there's smoke on the other side. Oh, God. Okay. Look how dense that is.
85 Alpha, 24 Charlie. Yep, on command.
Look, there's no right of way. There's no cleared brush underneath the phone lines, power lines there. Wow. Okay. Okay.
1585 Alpha, 9324 Charlie, trainee. Yep, on command.
Still not sure what they're focusing on here, but
Base air attack on command.
look at these ancient. Look at the ancient.
One additional type 1 copter to Division Alpha.
High tension. Wow. Okay.
Base copies, 1 type 1 to Division Alpha. It'll be 9 Hotel Tango. 9 Hotel Tango.
Okay. Okay. Broken Fish N says Redland just received a power warning. What kind of power warning? You mean a power shutoff warning? Wait a second. Was that a helicopter in the distance? I was hoping so. Okay. Everything just flared up again at our watchtower. J.R. Bear says it's the poor wildlife and our beautiful wilderness that suffers too. God, yeah. Most disturbing thing about filming the Caldor Fire aftermath, and I never was quite able to capture that on camera, dead tired every night that I was leaving, is as soon as you got deep enough, I mean, around the edges, there's crickets. I didn't hear frogs or anything, even next to streams, but crickets. But if you drove a little bit deeper into the heart of where the Caldor was, you didn't have to go far from the edge. Stop the car, close your eyes, lean up against it. Might be 11 at night. No sound. Occasionally wind through the trees sound, but not even normal. When the trees are dead, just occasionally a little branch will break off, but it doesn't bend or anything. So you don't hear that kind of normal windy sound. You just hear a snap, crunch.
Division Bravo, 6840 Alpha, Command 3.
But there were no sounds of animals. Nothing. Not even an insect.
Bravo, 6840 Alpha, we're working for you now. We'll be on your TAC channel. We're going to spread out up here on the Ramona Reservation.
Okay, so
We'll be operating off TAC 27. And if I can meet you, stand by.
that's retardant on the lens, big dog. Look at the little wind gauge. Okay, we are watching a power company's. You know what? Is there an alert wildfire cam on right there? Is that one of them on the top of the lookout?
Fairview attack.
I mean, this live footage is better.
Do we have a fill on the 5 tankers I request?
Uh-oh. Lucky's girl says, thank you for clarifying about the animals. I always wonder if they will make it. I do pray for them and it hurts my heart we lose them too. Yeah, I unashamedly fed deer. I told people never to do that, but I did that for the deer around the cow door. They freaking need it. They need the help until some bushes grow back. In the cow door, there's mostly no bushes growing back, period, except little bits, things like skunk cabbage and like pond scum on some of the creeks, but most of the creeks are dry because no longer does the soil hold the water. It just runs off. The erosion. Even after they had really heavy rain for a day, the soil wasn't even wet a day and a half later. It's like back to powdery dry, and it was the weirdest reddish powder. It's mixed with ash and mixed with red dirt, and it was just almost pink. But just like baby powder in your hand. And that's because everything got incinerated. It was hot. It's hot enough to burn up bones, and so.
I'd like to request a representative from Anza Electric Company to meet with Branch 3 at Red Mountain and Oak. You could get back to me and close that loop.
Yeah, that's where we're at. That's the electric company, the feed that we're watching. So hopefully they're making plans to go save this place. Red Mountain and Oak.
Will Branch 3 be our contact, and at what time should they meet up with you guys?
Fairview Communications operations. Can you repeat your last?
Operations, will Branch 3 be our contact, and at what time should they meet up with Branch 3?
Branch 3 will service your contact as soon as possible.
Issue copies.
Hey, it's 9:55 in the morning. We'll take a look at the Mosquito Fire and stuff. We're watching south portion, southwest flank, I would say, of Fairview Fire.
Alpha, Division Bravo, command.
Mosquito's getting quite active. This pyrocumulus has already pretty much formed before 10 o'clock in the morning. So by noon, I bet it'll be pretty explosive. I'm thinking about taking a nap until noon, guys, because I think this will start to get bad. And I'm just dragging.
6040 Alpha.
I'm dragging.
40 Alpha, Division Bravo. In 30 minutes, if I can meet you at Hog Lake Road and Forest Route 6S18. I'll hit you on tack down there.
Hog Lake Road, and can you repeat the second?
It's the Hog Lake, Forest Route 6S18.
Copy, 6F18 and Hog Lake Road in half an hour.
The Caldor was a man-made disaster, and we don't know exactly what caused it. I really don't think that the Smiths who were accused of starting it with firing their guns, I don't think that's probably what happened. I'll talk more about that later. I'm still trying to figure that out. And I'm still waiting for reports and things to be released before having too much of an opinion, but so far, I think the district attorney's case is very weak against the father and son accused of starting the Caldor. Their behavior in general was commendable. They really went out of their way to stay at the scene, try to fight the fire, to find cell phone service, went up and down ridge tops, and they repeatedly tried to call 911. And they warned people in the vicinity. So that's the behavior of typically a innocent person. Usually people that start a fire on accident would panic and run. And definitely not going to be lingering at the scene. So there's That doesn't mean they're innocent, but from the rest of the things I've found out about the situation, just how much evidence does the district attorney have to charge them with? I think there will be either charges dropped or they will be acquitted. I think they have a whole lot of nothing. And I'm pretty dismayed that the DA did not look at other people that really did suspicious behavior at the time. So, I don't know what the hell went on with that, but either way, the Caldor was a man-made disaster. If it was accidental, if it was purposeful, if it was arson, we don't know. But it's not the animal's fault. It's not natural whatsoever. But they lost all their food, and so this is the time when you can help them out. We screwed up as humans. Let's help them. So feeding deer can make them habituated to people and make them more likely to walk right up to hunters and stuff, but that depends on where the deer are at. And so I wasn't feeding them in places where hunters can't do anything. They were fire victims themselves and staying within general vicinities that have no hunting. So the reason I did that is that'll keep them from wandering away to find food and stripping the vegetation of the wild deer out there that need it. So that what is wild out there growing, the other deer don't fight for it and compete over it and strip the land bare. It'll be a while before enough birds fly over the huge area where the El Dorado National Forest used to be. Let's just face it, it's pretty much gone. And crap on it enough to introduce seeds. It'll be a long time before even some bushes come back because all the seeds were incinerated. So bush don't eat trees. They don't eat pine needles. They don't eat that stuff. They eat grass and they eat, things like berries and shrubs and plants, flowers and stuff. It usually blooms really well after a wildfire, and by next spring, usually there's something there. So I was shocked when I went there. It was like a wasteland. It was like the moon, except it was red with black sticks all over it. It used to be trees. And not a plant in sight. You could just get binoculars out, stand on a hill, and you can't find a living plant. It was in total mega fire, incineration, devastation. And completely startling. No recovery. The heart of the forest area. So, oh dear. Still not out of the woods yet, this situation. I think ground crews are trying to make their way here. They're assembling at Red Mountain Road and Oak. They're requesting the presence of an energy company, which is what we're watching right here. It's courtesy of the energy company. To meet them there, we'll figure out what's going on. But either way, it's a man-made disaster. It's our responsibility to try to help the creatures. Found out that C-Pro has a fear of bears and is adorable. So he's like, could there be bears out here? Could they be really hungry? Could they be looking at humans as a food source because there's no other deer and stuff? And I said, look, no, there's no bear out here. And because I was walking around with a flashlight with no concern. I mean, after the sun went down, I was still packing up my camera gear and looking around at stuff and trying to map the best way out of the forest heart. So every time he went out.
Surveyor attackers, Tinker 7-2 and Tinker 7-3, speed 2 out of the 3, type 3 is requested. Still no update on the lead plane. We're still waiting to hear back on the 2 type 1 Tinkers.
Oh my god. So I requested 3 small Tinker planes that they wanted. They're going to get 2. God knows when. And I haven't even been a response yet. Wasn't that 45 minutes ago that they requested two Type 1, 2 VLATs? Wow. And they could be taken off by now. It's 10 in the morning. It's daylight. Where are they? Alright, there's a CAL FIRE Firehawk that just went past Red Mountain. I don't know if it did anything. Let's rewind a little bit because hopefully we didn't miss it. I mean, it may have been that the camera's just focused, couldn't see it. It may be observing, it may be doing something, I don't know. A Firehawk is a modified Blackhawk. But anyway, that was hilarious. I'd get out of the car, it's the middle of the night, and since there's no prey animals, I know there's no predators. So, I mean, normally I'd be having my hand on my huge survival knife, which I have at my hip, because I'm basically a cougar snack. If a woman crouches down, pee or something, you look really small and really vulnerable, and if a cougar's watching you, that's most likely when you're going to get jumped and ambushed. So I usually hold a knife in my hand as I, crouch down for business. But in this case, in the middle of the caldor where there's no animals whatsoever, of course there's not going to be any predators. Predators have to eat every day or every couple of days, so they follow the prey or they perish. So there's no prey, there's no predators, there were no tracks, no scat, no sounds, nothing. And if there's no plants, there's no squirrels, there's no rabbits, there's nothing. There's no insects. So there's not even birds, there's nothing there too. There's no ecosystem. If there's no stuff at the bottom, there's no stuff at the top of the food chain. So for once in my life, I was walking around the California mountains without fear of any kind of bear or cougar or anything. And if you think I'm paranoid, no, I'm not. I know exactly what the hell I'm talking about, because a killer cougar was active in where my dad had property when I was a kid. And joggers do get taken, and people on bicycles and stuff. So what C-Pro was saying is he'd get out to have a cigarette. He'd be like nervous and shaking and looking around his back, looking behind him. And I'm like, what's up here? Hope he doesn't mind me telling the story. He's pretty laid back. So, you okay? He's like, what if there's a bear? Now, we had probably heard a large animal the night before, but it was nowhere near where the Cedar fire was. It was like a campground bear or mega raccoon or something. We never got a good look at it.
Fairview Communications, Branch C training command.
Still alive? Okay. So.
For Fairview Communications.
He's a bit of a city slicker, honestly. Yeah. So I said, there's no bear here at all. He's like, are you sure? Bob O'Connor says, Tinker 912 just left.
Bravo, Elko, can I meet you on underground command, please?
It just left McClellan. Yay. DB says, smart bears. Smart bears let the squirrels work for them. Yeah, the Beaver Mafia is in control of all of them. So as long as you pay your protection money to the Beaver Mafia, you're okay. So, yeah, and you're totally right, Big Dog. The Caldor fire suspects make the first call to 911, to report the fire. Now, that was a popular swimming hole, so it could have been some accident that swimmers, recreational people, campers, I don't want to talk too much about it, because I'm still kind of looking at the situation, but it wasn't like they were the only people out there. So, anyway, back to my story about the bear. I was like, Seafruit, there's no bear here. How do you know? There's nothing. He goes, how do you know? Well, because there's nothing out here for them to eat. Well, doesn't that just make them a very hungry bear, where they might see humans as possible food source? No, they'd be dead. There's been nothing out here for them to eat for a year, so they're not here anymore. They either left or died. I figured that was a logical explanation. He relaxed, but he goes, "Oh, that just means if they came back looking for food that they're starving." I was like, okay. Okay. All right. But the thing you have to worry about cougars is when California banned the hunting with dogs, basically there's almost no other way to find a cougar, so that means they pretty much lost their fear of man, because walk around looking for one, you'll never see one. Masters of camouflage and silence, and nocturnal, so after that happened, they lost the fear of man. So that's when predators become dangerous. They're not dangerous as long as they smell people, then they run away. But when you stop hunting, then you introduce danger, and then that's when the attacks on humans skyrocketed. But people don't realize that animals have a fear of man. They're less likely to be eradicated if hunting is allowed. We're not talking overhunting. We're not talking poaching. Just, careful. Don't let people take too much. Because if people start getting taken by predators, then fearful city slicker types say kill them all, and they start fearing all of them. And really, you only have to fear a man-eater. A man-eater is rare, but they repeat their behavior until they're tracked down. And usually it's because they're sick, injured. But occasionally, every once in a while a predator is born with instinct to try out new food sources. That's what Mother Nature does to ensure species survive. And if they encounter people that don't fight back and don't scare them and don't look like a threat, and they won't see people as a threat, they'll see them as a easy food source. And once a man-eater makes a kill of a human, they found out, wow, that was easy. It's way easier than chasing down elk and anything else. So that's why they repeat their behavior. Nature programs creatures to use the fewest calories and gain the most in the gaining of the most calories. So once they find prey that can't run very far and it doesn't really fight back, they'll repeat. That's why you have to get rid of the man-eaters, but you don't have to kill the others. That's why these days they try DNA testing, all that stuff, to make sure they get the right one. But if you just let them go and say, oh, it's not the animal's fault that, people that think it's like a punishment, it's not a punishment. It's just to stop the killing. It's nothing personal. It'd be nice if we could reason with animals, but you can't. We should just let it be and excuse its behavior. Well, you're just gonna have more dead people. When they killed the man-eater that took the bicyclist, they found another dead jogger nearby who was missing, partially eaten and partially buried. And humans don't have a lot of fat or anything, so we're not much of a meal for them, so they just kill humans frequently. So that's why when I pee in the woods, I hold a knife. Because I went walking around my dad's property, and that man-eating cougar.
Transitioning with 10 Charlie, I'm down off Valero and Minto.
The man-eating cougar followed me personally, and then it attacked the livestock of our neighbors. So its paw prints were in my own tracks when I circled back to our pond. That was the most chilling thing ever. I had a gun with me, a little .22. Yeah, wow, look at the airplane. Check it out. But that doesn't do anything against a cougar. I feel lucky to be alive. What it did to our neighbors' donkeys and horses was awful. There we go. Hopefully they'll save this building. TRG&W says there's still a strong cap over the Mosquito Fire. Yeah. Let's technically... Whoa! This cursed flash, guys. Retardant. Cool. Now, retardant doesn't put out a fire, but it's a speed bump. We allow ground crews and stuff to get there. And allow the water droppers to get there. Cool. Yeah, let's rewind that. If you didn't see it, rewind that. Anyway, the whole moral of the story was, after I had that frightening experience as a kid being stalked by a man-eating cougar, disheartening. I mean, at least that meant the cougars were out there, right? For the first time in my life, I left the knife in the car. There's that plane. And I had no fear because there's no wildlife period on the landscape, and that was really sad. All right. Cool. So this was in real time, live. I don't think there's a feed delay on this broadcast, so let's see which airplane just did that. That was T-72, an S2 turbo tracker. Sweet. And there's T-73 there. And there's the lead plane circling around, and there's a helicopter. There's the Firehawk. Go T-72.
Fairview Air Attackers. Your lead plane, Bravo 78 from Santa Maria, has been filled, no ETA. Type 1 tanker, tanker 164, tanker 914 been filled, also no ETA. Tanker 70 from Ramona has been requested, again no ETA. Tanker 72 and 73 should be over your fire now.
Oh yeah.
Second copy, I cannot utilize the VLAT yet until I have a lead plane.
Oh yeah, Taker 72's in the house. He's already working. Heck yeah. But that's sad. They have one lead plane for the S2s. They don't have a lead plane available for the VLAT. Oh man. I wonder if there's mechanical problems or if they're on other fires or what. Share Bear says we had a cougar on a ranch property years ago. It would only come around at dawn and dusk and avoided humans. We loved it and respected it. There you go. It's an extremist view to say they're all good or they're all bad. Most of them, they're A-OK. 99%. Then you get a killer. Those are the only ones you gotta prune off the landscape. We had other cougars before then that were totally fine. We had other cougars in the vicinity after that were totally fine. But God, was it scary when the killer was around. Hearing the screams of horses one night when I was in a tree fort as a kid, the screaming of a horse is the worst thing you'll ever hear. It's absolutely unnerving. One of the few truces from the World War I trenches was when a bunch of horses got loose, like cavalry horses, in no man's land, which is in between the German and the Allied lines.
Fairview Air Attackers.
There's Fairview Air Attack.
Fairview Air Attackers. Bravo 78, tanker 164 and tanker 914 will all be coming out of San Bernardino.
Tanker 914. Anyway, the only thing they could agree upon was ceasefire to get the horses out of there, because when they were screaming, nobody could stand it. Oh my God, see the twister? See that dust devil right there, or smoke devil? Twisting.
That's one operations on command.
The unstable air from the storms moving past. It's all kinds of dangerous. Urban interfaces. Gee, the only cats we get are Bobs and house cats. Yeah. Open fire mods.
Operations, go ahead for branch 1.
The bots are back.
Operations, branch 1, we're in Division X-ray.
Hey, Witchy. To be a true fire NATO, we'd have to have winds in excess of 75 miles an hour, and B, it has to move.
Operations Branch 1, stand by, I'll drop you a pin.
And I think vortex is the catch-all term. Smoke devil or whatever. Fire devil. Little bitty ones that move around are fire devils. Yeah, no worries. I just, it's not like, oh, I'm a stickler, I need to correct everybody. It's, when true fire tornadoes happen, and they're rarely seen by humans, because most humans don't live through the experience, or they're fleeing. When a true fire tornado hits, it's usually quite deadly, and it's extraordinary. So, not much is known about how they spawn and stuff. There are probably flames at the base of that vortex behind the fence, which now, according to meteorologists, there's invisible wind twisters all the time, all around us, moving ahead of storms and stuff. And just on windy days, we'll only see them with our eyes if they kick up enough dust, debris, for us to see them. You know, like I remember windy days, the baseball practice. They'd be invisible over the grass, but then boom, they move over the dirt.
Helibase, Elko on command.
Go for Helibase.
Is Night Hotel Tango spooled up yet?
They're spooling up right now. They should be up in a minute.
Everything. Contact air attack on rotor Vic when they cross the ridge.
Okay, I keep getting interrupted by the radio, but we can only see them when there's enough stuff in them for them to be visible, like smoke, dirt particles, or fire. Air gets really unstable, begins to twist, and there are a couple of circumstances, usually where cold air meets hot. And so if you have fire, it's when there's a lot of wind, just the fact that fire is heating the air around it, but the air further away from it's colder, may contribute to that. But that'd be a question for a whole Hanley. But I know that tornadoes in Tornado Alley are formed that way over the Midwest because of the cold air from Canada meeting the warm, hot air from the Gulf of Mexico. Especially if there's a huge humidity difference, I think that impacts it. Cold, dry air from Canada meets moist tropical air from it's hot in the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, perfect storm. Terry says, "Hi guys in the UK. Hey, welcome back. How are you? You just got home from work. Kate, just to let you know the Queen is very unwell. Oh no. Oh, I love the Queen. She may pass away in the next 2 days. Oh, man. I was really hoping she would take over America and we could just sort of undo the Declaration of Independence. That they'd forgive us. Because we can't govern ourselves, it's quite clear. Ah. Ah. Yeah, she's a world treasure. I was hoping to get a glimpse of her when I went to England and never got a chance. Went to the palace and everything, she wasn't home. Went to Windsor Palace, I mean, they got a bunch. But that would have been cool. We Americans were totally enamored with royalty. A lot of, British people roll their eyes, some of them do. Yeah. Thank you for the information, because when she skipped her own Jubilee thing, I went, oh dear, that's gotta be dire. What is she ill with? We know? It'll mark the end of an era, sure. Lisa Mahika says, I just saw her shaking hands with Truss. Was that a deep fake? Who's Truss again? Canadian dude? Three Winter says DB exactly. It doesn't get much better than this for live firefighter footage. This is Fairview. This is Red Hill Red Mountain Fire Lookout. This is courtesy of ANZA Electric. So we've been watching amazing retardant drops and Sikorsky helicopters and such. Maybe I can go back. It's hard to find. We can't really make a timestamp on their feed, but I should have been smart enough to make a timestamp for my own. But then again, if I tell people to rewind my own channel, they just stay 20 minutes behind, and everything I say 20 minutes later they'll react to, and then I go, oh wait guys, hit the live button. So I try not anymore to tell people to rewind my stream.
Division Lima, branch 3.
Now, there was
Lima, go ahead.
where was that retardant drop? That was awesome.
Down Valero, your location.
This fire lookout tower and
Copy, broken. Copy, you continue down Valero.
and radio station is in grave danger.
I went past Oak and Valero, haven't seen it.
See?
Alright, I'm all the way down Valero, basically to Mento. So it looks like it's Hummingbird, Manzanita, Mento.
Fairview air attack. Paris.
Fairview air check.
Baker 70 is off base Ramona ETA 1037.
Rear check up.
Okay, here's the drop. Here's a rewind of the drop. Dum 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 dum. Comes the sky crane splash. Awesome, just awesome. Okay, 10:25 on my own stream timestamp that we found that, and just recently there's a Marsh S2 that did a retardant drop, which is equally cool. Hard to see. Winding this a little bit. It's just when we think the building is safe, more fire comes from a different direction.
Branch 5, X-ray on command.
Getting spammed on the telephones, guys. Just when I wanted to take a nap, this cool stuff starts happening. I think it's very cool to see firefighter aircraft up close in action. Now, that chatter we were just hearing is the ground crews trying to meet each other on the road to go to this place, to go up to Red Mountain. And still trying to find the retardant splash.
Branch 3 Lima.
It was looking bad several times. But we had a low pass and red drop just recently. So they're trying to buy time for the ground crews. That's what retardant is about. Retardant doesn't put out fire. It just makes the vegetation kind of soaky wet and in a way that it'll kind of cling in a kind of like a gel. And so the fire will hit it. It'll kind of hit a speed bump. And it'll take a while for it to kind of burn it off or get the vegetation so dry
Branch 3 Lima.
that the retardant doesn't matter. John Stoker, you're the one spamming me? Thanks. Yeah, Terry, there's even more cool stuff. I mean, maybe I can just go backwards like this to the airdrop. Marsh S2 airplanes. Saving the day here.
Tanker 164 is off of base in route ETA of 1038.
There's a delay in getting their helicopters and their tankers. Like, one of the DC-10s is on the tarmac ready to go, but they don't have another lead plane for it. So they're helpless. Passenger jets can't see directly down. So the lead plane can. So the lead plane flies over where it is and tells them when to drop. So without a lead plane, the tanker just is there. Yeah, here it is. See the airplane? That's one of the S2s. Cool. Splash. Okay. 1025 and 1029 on my stream are good examples of that. So awesome. Let's go back to where this starts. We were just like la 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 ti da, and then the plane came into view. We're like, whoa, dude. I don't know if S2s need a lead plane. I don't think they do. They're kind of built for. I mean, they often are following a lead plane, and we have a lead plane circling around here in Bronco. But you don't. I don't see the lead plane guiding it. I think they have the ability to look straight down. That would be a question for Blanco Lario. Okay. Yeah, it is you, John Stoker. What are you texting me? Whoa. Some pictures, okay. Oh, man. John Stoker sent me bear damage on his property. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, you wrote this. The bear did that on September 4th. Oh, my God. What was it after, John? Sorry, I can't show you his pictures because it's on my phone, but yikes. Terry says, Kate, I'm sorry I have to go. Hope all the fires are out soon. They probably won't be. Fingers crossed. Come check in with us the next couple of days. Thank you for your continued support, Terry, and for checking in. And I'm very sorry to hear about the Queen. I mean, it's so sad. I really hope she does make it and pull through. So, looking back up there, Share Bear says there's still flames up on the top of the hill. Let's go to the live now. The ground crews are trying to get there, but they, on the radio, they're like, where are you? I'm where I'm supposed to be. No, you're not. Yes, I am. Wait, where am I supposed to be? Am I supposed to be on this road? I think I'm on the right road. So it's one of those, they're lost. But a lot of these roads are not given names, and they sure as heck don't have signs. So that's the nature of the Forest Service roads. Usually, Forest Service roads, if you're lucky, have a stick in the ground with a little bit of a carved out, like, N29560. You know, with painted numbers on them. And guess what happens in a wildfire? Those things burn up, so if they're even replaced as they rot away on the landscape. It's not like street signs. Okay, I have to look.
Yeah, I just face-to-face with ATQB on Valero. Did you continue past his location? I'm down hill from him. Alright, copy. I'm heading down that way. Bring him and yourself, and we'll meet at Valero where that pink flagging is, where the house is on the right-hand side. That gate. Copy. That should be like 42540 Red Hawk Valero address with the two pink flaggings on the gate.
You know what I mean? They're trying to find each other, and they're putting flagging like the little tape reels. It's kind of like it's neon, and it looks kind of like crime scene tape. And look at the mosquito here real quick. Ugh.
Strike 6416. Charlie Lima on command.
Writing down the timestamps of the cool close-up drops. For 10:25 is a highlight, and 10:29. Now they wouldn't have to do anything, which is just the heartbreak. These planes and these helicopters could be fighting the fire elsewhere if they would have just prepped for fire. This fire lookout and radio area. There's not. I mean, these planes can't be everywhere at once. The camera's just stuck in that position, right? It's not really moving. Got retardant all over the lane. That's the frustrating thing. This is why it's so important to groom properties. Oftentimes, especially in this kind of thing, like sagey stuff, if you just have really good defensible space, you have no fear of the fire taking your building. When there's overhead trees and stuff, it's a different story, but it's the kind of thing where you can have an adobe Spanish-style house and a tile roof, and as long as your soffit vents are covered and you got defensible space, you wouldn't worry too much about your property when you left it. So the Mosquito is cooking up as expected as the day gets hotter. There's different views of the Mosquito. There's still a lot of lingering smoke. See any change of evacuation stuff, but I have to admit, guys, I'm just dead tired. It's 10:36. I'd like to get a nap in.
Water tenders E20, E139, and E137. 24 Charlie trainee on command.
Oh no. The Queen has died. Long live the Queen. That's actually what you're supposed to say when they die. Don't ask me why. It's a sign of respect.
Water tender E20, E139, and E137. Yup, on command.
Oh, sad day. What happened? I mean, what was she sick with? Okay. Flight radar here. So we identified the plane that did the red retardant splash as T-72. T-73 is in the vicinity too. Their third plane they never got, as far as I know. That's the one lead plane they have. There's T-73 running around. I think that's Red Mountain. Yeah, it is. So they're still running around. Maybe they just did a drop. Let me go back to the footage. Because it looked like he circled. So let's rewind. See if... Yeah! It just did. Okay, we didn't get a shot of the plane though. There went the retardant.
Water 10 to 139, copy.
Still working hard to save the building. Boom, splash. There it went. I'm experiencing a pretty severe amount of pain. This flu isn't done with me. Oh, fire at will mods. Thank you. Thank you for taking care of that. Oh wow, low pass by the airplane. Woo, check it out. That's live. Yeah, Tinker 164 is over the fire now too. Cool. So they did a low pass, which is probably a looky-loo. Try to figure out what they need to do next. I think he's coming about. Wait, she isn't dead yet? Bob says the headline said she was. 96 years old. Dead at 96. According to CNN. Britain's longest-serving monarch, a beacon of stability in a decades-long reign, died at Balmoral Castle in Scotland.
Division X-ray, this is water 10 to 139. 139, go ahead. Did you want us to be somewhere?
Whoa!
Yeah, that's affirmative. If you guys can grab E20 and 137 and yourself, drive over to Highway 74 and Grant, and I will meet you there and drive you into where we're going to be.
Copy that.
I'll be right back, guys.
Just get me on VTAC 12.
Copy that.
Terry, we just had another amazing drop. Did you see this? Let me rewind it. Plane just circled around. Check it out. Wow. Timestamp 1041. Splash. They continue to try to save the Red Mountain Fire Lookout Tower on the Fairview. We keep watching that. Ground crews are trying to assemble, but they are getting lost. On the landscape, meanwhile, the retardant drops are holding the fire at bay as best they can. They did not close the iron shutters on the historic 1930s fire tower, which is just out of view. Fire Lookout Tower. It seems to have been evacuated or unstaffed. And I really wish they shut those windows, but it is what it is. Big Bear got rained on, so that's looking great. Not so great is the Mosquito, which is trying to form and maintain a pyrocumulus before noon. I'm really ill right now and teetering on the edge of puking, so going to leave us with looking at the video here and try to splash some water on my face. I'll be back in a little bit. Thanks for checking in, Terry. So sorry to hear about the Queen. Yeah. But we're listening to Riverside County because we can't hear Placer County. The radio's down. Comes back, let me know. The RG&W says the cap is weakening over the Mosquito Fire. I think that's good news at this point because it didn't get that big. If it gets a blanket of smoke, it'll buy more firefighters more time. but that would require there to be not that much in the way of wind gusts. But I need to go for a little bit, just in case I start puking here. I don't want to do it on the keyboard, so I'm still recovering from the flu, and I did eat this morning, and it's just, I'm having trouble with keeping food down. So I'm going to take a little break, and the mods have got you, yes, they're there to answer any questions. They have all the links to monitor the fires, and I'll be watching too. I'm just going to lay down for, I'll be right back in a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to hydrate too. Whoa, there goes another Marcia's 2. Low pass, gonna circle and drop.
Fairview air attack you were calling earlier?
Fairview air attack from Boom. Bravo 78 off base at 10:35 with an ETA of 10:46.
Fairview air attack, make contact, thank you. Point 6-4, got your live run. Clear drop. Clear drop. So we're still falling in. Look like a good start, good line on that. Load return, San Bernardino. Vision Bravo, 31 Charlie on command.
Bravo training.
Yeah, right where we have those spots, the road's worsening quickly.
That's the road's deteriorating.
Where I last face-to-face with you, I was up on the hillside, that corner. Before we send any further resources, I think we need to get the road cleaned up.
Copy. We got our dozers coming up there, our water tenders. We've also requested graders and extra water tenders and dozers.
Yeah. Stage contingency
Fairview air attack first.
Engines that are coming at me, that little cutout along your right-hand side, we'll see if we can back the last engine as far back as we can. And then the first engine, 329, you can come over here to my left and just park it here in this little opening. 333, you want to see if you can back in behind you as far as you can go into that opening there if the engine behind you can hold up. 329, just watch yourself, it's pretty soft there. And 333, you want to just get out and walk that real quick and just make sure it's not too soft for you guys to back into there. Right, my left. We're just looking to tuck those engines in out of the way so we can keep this road open. 343, if you guys want to get out and just make sure that's good dirt for you guys as well.
Fairview air attack first.
I copy that. Hey, if you're good to just go across from where you're at in the black, you're also set. Hey, 322 and 357.
Fairview operations first.
Go ahead for comms.
Paris, Fairview operations, go ahead.
Fairview operations first. We have a hotspot smoking near a propane tank in the backyard of 43600 Cactus Valley Road.
43600 Cactus Valley Road, I copy, thank you. Branch 3, did you copy?
The Miracles.
43600 Cactus Valley.
That, thank you. Division Lima, you copied the message direct.
Fairview air attack first.
Yeah, Branch 3 operations, I just sent you a text with an address in your branch. You need to make that a priority.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Additionally, would an agency strike team of 8 buy you anything? They're in that Red Mountain piece.
The type of resource?
Kern County is 2D8.
Negative at this time.
Yeah, Branch 1 operations, we're going to be sending them to you.
Division Lima, Branch 3 on command.
Branch 3 Lima, go ahead. Branch 3 Lima, go ahead.
Did you hear that traffic from operations, Cactus Valley, fire around propane tank? copy.
Yeah, solid copy. 46330 Cactus Valley. Traffic for branch 1, can you repeat? You're broken.
Branch Water Division Delta Helicon Command. Can I meet you on Underground Command?
Division Delta, go ahead for Branch 1.
X-ray, Water 10 to 139 on command.
Delta, go ahead for branch 1.
Branch 1, Division Delta, per Helco, get a minimum of 3 dozers to Batista Camp so we can follow the ridge line. Fire is making its way down.
I'll see if I can rustle up 3 dozers.
Tango from trainee on CDF Command 3.
Go for Tango.
Tango, let me know if you want me to send 2 units to Cactus Valley and Sage. It's staged there for you. Advise.
Valley and Sage.
That's affirmed. Do you want 2 units down there?
What types are these?
Bravo, Branch 1, trainee on command.
Go ahead for Bravo training.
The status of your Lima strike team. Having a request down at Batista Camp for 3 dozers. Trying to get the most available dozers to them.
If they're still needed up here, we're getting a plan, I think, to cut down towards Batista Camp.
Yeah, copy. Can you go direct with Division Delta and let them know which units will be heading that way?
Division Delta, Division training, Bravo training on command. Go ahead.
Helco Command.
We'll go for elevate.
Yeah, one type 1 water dropping, Cranston Jim, contact Helco.
Please, Cranston Zeke, contact Helco, 5 Hotel Tango. Point operations on command. Okay, driving time from the ICP at 60 Lima, Kern County, 2D8.
Lima in Kern County.
Yeah, affirmative, and we just pointed in your direction, they'll hail you on command.
Thank you, guys.
Radio check.
Clear.
Source 6175 on command.
Go for Lima. There's Fairview air check. Tanker 914, Tanker 164 can hold.
Fairview attack first, copy Tanker 914 and Tanker 164 on a hold at San Bernardino. Additionally, air attack 330 will be a relief air attack engine.
Fairview air check, copy.
Division Lima 6175 on command. Just wondering if you had any Type 6 strike teams that can help on Ember and Clyde Road.
Gonna be their best contact would be myself. They need to make their way from the Hemet side of Fairview into Batista Canyon Road. Fire's making a good push into the camp right now. Should be heading to Delta. You have my strike team here in place. One training copy. Break 60 Lima, branch 1 training.
Chinese 60 Lima.
Copy that previous traffic direct about access into Batista camp.
It's negative. Can I get that again?
Yeah, your contact will be Division Delta at Batista camp, and you need to enter from the
Tango on command 3. Tango on command 3.
Yeah. Dang it, we lost the coolest footage ever of the fight to save. The lookout tower is going on and we can't see anything because I bet that the power lines just got chewed through by the fire. And dang it, I really hope that this is rebroadcast later, like saved, because this is like a good timeline of events, you know. So if I refresh, I may lose the ability to look at anything. Okay, no, if we refresh, it's okay. This is a timeline of events where the Fairview came up to Red Mountain. So, sorry. Go ahead and stop my own stream on my cell phone, otherwise we'll get an echo there. So, what we were watching was amazing close-ups of the tankers doing drops, and we almost lost the radio relay here. And it was incredible seeing the Sikorsky, the Sky Crane come in on the Marsh S2s. We can see that they're still circling around from the, Flight Radar 24. Timestamps are like, came in every 10 minutes or something like that, 15. And there's a couple timestamps for when the drops happened. Like there was one. Look, this is a little bit ago. This is what we were watching. And all of a sudden the feed cut. I was hoping I could take a nap for a couple hours because I think as the day wears on, the Mosquito Fire especially is going to intensify in the Fairview as well. This was the close-up of the southwest flank of the Fairview, corner of San Bernardino Forest. But we lost the cam. Fire probably chewed through the power line. So I was just on the phone and just clicking through the different views we have of the Mosquito. Here's Forest Hill Cam 1. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. And looks like the smoke drifted towards the cam for a bit, but may have shifted. And thanks mods for helping me with the spam bots there. So it's at least not having a pyrocumulus, but if the smoke changes direction, then that means the wind did. I'll have to. I really wish we could tune in to the scanner radio for Placer County, but one is not operating right now, so still listening to the Fairview fire with Riverside County, California.
Branch 3 Lima.
Speak of the devils.
The 46330 Cactus Valley's been checked out. Threat's been mitigated.
Division
Lima. Command.
Sorry.
Branch 3 Lima, go ahead. Traffic for me. Yeah, affirmative. That threat earlier from operations on Cactus Valley's been mitigated. Copy that. Have you sent?
Oh, Tinker 164 is not a DC-10. I thought it was. An Arvo RG-85? Interesting. I wonder if this plane ever looks in the mirror and says, "Honey, does this tanker modification make me look fat?" Okay. There's lead plane. There's our hero Sikorsky Sky Crane, and we know, and the Skyhawk. We know the S2's been coming and going, saving in the attempt to save the fire lookout on Red Mountain. Which is really a waste of all their time, technically. Oops, that's different. That's Amazon. If they had just fireproofed the building and put some gravel down. They could have not given it down if there was sage burning around the fire lookout, but since they didn't take that prep, now there's a desperate, expensive struggle to save the building and the desperately needed radio relay station. That's been appalling everybody who's seen it. Usually for $1 million or $500,000 radio installation like that, you're required to put gravel around 100 feet, but they had sage growing right up next to it. So then we saw the fleeing animals, we saw the rabbits and the quail running away from the fire, and it's kind of sad, but I think it's going well. Oh, Analytics 805, thank you so much for your kind donation. We're donation based here, and I can't do this without you guys. The mods volunteering their time, people sharing links, donations keep me on the air. I got kind of expensive bills related to this, so thank you. And plus, I have to be here and not work. So, as long as we keep getting the donations, I can keep doing this. But I'm recovering from the flu, and I'm absolutely sick as a dog. So I just took a little break, but I'm still not doing well sitting upright here. Really hoping I could just leave this really cool footage, the camera on, but we lost it. We lost the feed. So our best view of the Fairview is no longer with us. This is the current evacuation map for the Fairview. I want to share that chat. Pamela Novelli says, God bless the Queen. Yep. I know. And thanks for saying bless you. So, the cameras aren't showing us too much right now. There's a lot of smoke from the Mosquito and the Fairview. Thank goodness it rained really hard on the Big Bear. But none of that rain came to the Fairview, which is sad. But we're expecting a lot of rain, perhaps. I'm suspecting flash flooding. I haven't heard that, but I mean, it's a dang cyclone that's coming. It's broken up into tropical storm mode, I think. It's got a name. It's called K. They expect it to bring rain on the fire by Saturday, maybe Friday night, but there will be a lot of wind, which may initially make the fire worse at the Fairview.
I have a contact number for ANSA Electric representative. Are you ready to copy phone number?
Okay, I'm going to mute the phone number. Okay. Thanks so much, Urban, for keeping.
ANSA Electric is requesting a phone call to Kevin. Thank you. Branch 3 copies. Thank you.
Okay, so that ANSA Electric, that is the feed we were watching. It's their little power station thing. Not power station, but their camera. They're at the lookout tower. You know what? Maybe the lookout tower has an alert wildfire cam. So let's just check that out. Maybe that one's still going, but if they lost power, probably don't have one. It would be LA. No, it would be Inland Empire. Let's just see if Red Mountain has a cam. Nope. Why not? We see that it has a cam. We see that it has a cam on the top of its building. Thought it did. That's Idlewild 1 and 2. Oh, so what is the cam about if it's not available to the public? Is it just security? But I saw a cam on the top of that lookout tower. We don't really have any really good view on, unless this rotates a little bit, on the Fairview. There's just not that many cams in the area, and the ones that are in the area are mostly smoked. Yeah, thank you so much for your kind donation. I'm trying to stay with it, but streamed for about 16 hours yesterday, or 13, or I lost track. Got a decent amount of sleep. It was broken up a little bit, but then I've been streaming since 3 a.m., so 8 hours. So I think I want to take a nap. I was really hoping to leave it on with that dramatic footage, but this is the camera view of the Fairview. I could make a custom camera image while I go take a nap. I'm sure today might be kind of serious. And if any of you mods wanted to take over for a bit, are you up for that? Or should we just disconnect and come back a little bit later? Really up to you guys. Well, I've got to lay down. I don't know if anybody but Braden and Brokefish are still there, because John Stoker had to go. Share Bear says it's not a ton of rain in Big Bear yet, supposedly Saturday and Monday. Well, for the region, but you're right. I was using that term loosely. Lisa Mahika says the Vista Fire just started 10 miles inland from me. It's super windy. Why does a fire start the moment I say I need to take a nap? God, I keep jinxing everything. Where is the fire? When I start sneezing my head off, you can tell that the cold medicine's worn off. Okay, the Mosquito Fire 7 minutes ago had an update. It's 6,870 acres, no containment. KCRA was live, or is live, showing tanker action. Maybe I can tune in for just a second on the Mosquito. Oops, YouTube first. Sorry guys, I'm barely clinging to consciousness. Okay, here we go. Here's the best view of the Mosquito Fire, brought courtesy of KCRA. Please watch it on their own YouTube channel and come back and see us. Thank you so much, Alan. So here's DC-10. You can see it's got an engine in its tail. I love this footage. It's amazing what they do. The KCRA camera work from helicopter, I can tell you, is extremely difficult, and they make it look pretty easy. They have some extreme camera gear. Wow. And you can watch this on the Watch Duty app. It's kind of embedded. Wow. Incredible. 10 tanker. I found out that the paint scheme, whoa, there's a drop, on a plane is called the livery. So that's a VLAT. It's a very large aerial tanker. See. Yeah, perfect. A vehicle in scale. Now that's really dangerous, because if they miss and they hit those vehicles.
For the new start in San Diego. Working on your relief air attack over the fire.
Oh God. Some of the Fairview Fire. One of the Fairview Fire planes was diverted to a new start in San Diego, so I guess that answers our question. If that retardant were to hit those vehicles, it would shatter the windshield and cave in the roof and maybe kill somebody inside. I mean, that is a lot weight of water, and retardant's mostly water, but some other little ingredients. Analytics 805 says that kind of sneeze, you may have a sinus infection. Well, antibiotics should never be used for a sinus infection.
Go for elevate.
And two things, ETA on 5 Hotel Tango. Second, 2 Type 2's water dropping mission, Cranston Dip, contact Helco.
Okay, there's a helicopter dropping. We're not listening to Placer County.
And copy that, 2 Type 2's using Cranston Dip.
Oh, there's a K-Max. It's a tiny helicopter. It's a one-man helicopter. Go. Go, K-Max. We got a new fire start in San Diego County. Yeah, that's just what we need. So, what I was saying about antibiotics is you should only really use them when you're dying. The main overuse of antibiotics has been sinus infections, and studies have proven that while they quote work, the people that don't take the antibiotics recover just as fast. So why would you take it? What you do is destroy your gut flora, and that's part of why my gut flora is so bad, is I have chronic sinus infections. And I was prescribed antibiotics like candy in my teen years, and it destroyed the good things that happen with the stomach. So, really, it's wow, that's the it's a mosquito fire. So, but if it spreads out of your sinuses, then yeah, that's when they're warranted. But I will have back-to-back repeat ones. Because I have a deviated septum, until I have nasal passage surgery, I just gotta live with it. So it's okay. But thank you for the concern. I actually think I have an active ear infection, which needs to be looked at by ear, nose, and throat. I have a broken foot and a healing wound in my legs. A little bit of a hurting unit, but I use stuff like colloidal silver to kill my sinus infection. So it's a lot safer for the stomach. It's much more effective. I really highly recommend silver colloid. Do not drink silver colloid. That will screw up your stomach too. It's not good to ingest a lot of silver. It's a heavy metal. Don't believe the hype and BS about like it curing anything. It's a topical solution for infections, but only that. Drinking will not help you. The way silver colloid kills viruses, bacteria, and fungi is by replacing the gases in the water. A, it's antimicrobial, but B, it replaces oxygen and CO2 and stuff in the water suspension so that the bacteria and fungi and stuff can't actually breathe, which they can't develop a resistance to that. And then it leaves behind a deposit of antimicrobial silver as it evaporates, as the water evaporates. So, it's pretty good stuff, like in the ears, sinuses, but don't drink it. It's health food stores, but honestly, you should make it yourself.
Which is our best route?
East of Canyon Road.
Copy, interrupt.
I used to make it myself, and my stepdad had a thriving business because almost everybody overcharges insanely for what it is. I mean, to make silver colloid, you basically have like a beaker. You have to have distilled water, and you have to have like a 9-volt battery or two in a thing, and 2 different silver electrodes, which silver strings basically. And one's positive, one's negative on the electrodes, and you turn that on, and silver particles will come off the electrodes and go into the water and be suspended right there instead of settling. That's what a colloid is suspending the particles. Yeah, it is heavy metal, totally. And silver is way more antimicrobial than copper. Copper is good too. In the past, our ancestors knew this stuff, so that's why milk was kept in a silver pitcher. It didn't spoil as quickly. And the pioneers would use a silver coin in a bucket of milk to keep that from going bad at room temperature. And the ancient Romans even figured it out. They ate off silverware, and babies that ate off silverware had a higher life expectancy than those that ate off of flatware because germs were killed by the silver on the silverware. So that's what licking a silver spoon is about. If you're rich, you provide your baby with a silver spoon. Hey, there's that K-Max. There it goes. I ruthlessly make fun of them. They look like a little mosquito hawk or something. But boy, do we love their ugliness. There it goes. It's dipping. This is incredible. I hope KCRA isn't mad that I'm just mesmerized in watching this.
The division Lima come back on that
So, sorry, I'm going to mute radio for just a second. But you can find instructions easily on the internet, and the only thing you have to do is you time the reaction. So you just press a button, and then when enough time goes by, you shut it off, and then you send a sample to get tested for the parts per million. And then once you have a safe parts per million, we use a small sample with the entire batch. You have made yourself silver colloid at a fraction of the price you're going to buy it at a health food store. So try it out. And the thing is, you have to be extremely consistent. But anything topical, it's almost guaranteed to kind of cure. And this is how they treat burn victims. Burn victims need silver colloid bandages. Different silver solutions to stay alive. Wow, this is incredible footage. So there goes that K-Max. And microbes can't develop a resistance to it. That's why it's been working for thousands of years. So, cool, big dog. Oh yeah, Patrick Fisher. This is amazing.
Edison representative is en route to Red Mountain and Oak Road. Disregard answer electric contact information.
The Red Mountain cam is still down, but they're
be about 40 minutes I get there.
Back to the Mosquito Fire here.
Communication copy.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Braden. There's many different silver solutions, ranging from silver nitrates to, what you're saying, silver sulfadiazine. Yeah, I can talk. But good old-fashioned silver colloid does have its use too, especially if you can put your limb, like say it's that burn of your hand, you can just put your hand in a bucket of it. For total body burns, there's different procedures, but silver colloid can go in the ear and things like that, hard to reach places that you can also get burned. Where pastes and such won't go, and a bandage can't go. You can also treat an eye infection, stuff like that with it. So you have to go on a schedule, though. Once when I was a young teen, I was
60 Lima Branch 1 training.
never mind. I'm just gonna watch this stuff. How did you burn? Shut up, radio. God, okay, 1 second. How did you burn your foot, Braden? I have a horror story about what happened to my sister. She fell in a campfire, and oh my God! In one hand was the campfire was we thought cold and dead and out, but the ashes were still hot underneath. She fell backwards in it, put one of her hands was on my Fisher Price radio, cassette tape player, actually, and her other hand didn't have a glove or anything and went into the ash pit. And so when she started crying, we just thought, well, she's overly dramatic and cries all the time. But then I saw my radio melting.
Bernardino or Fox? Fox. Air attack, copy.
And so my mom's girlfriend at the time grabbed her, and skin came right off her hand like a glove. That was by Lake Allenor in Plymouth County, and there's very little in the way of medical treatment there, so we had to drive all the way to Westwood, or I think there was a clinic at the time. But driving all the way around the lake, we didn't know if we should rush her there in like a speedboat. But then we thought, well, if the speedboat broke down, she'd be in the middle of the lake, stranded, so we had to drive her around. Awful.
Striking 6840 Alpha Division Bravo on command.
We can't just watch KCRA nonstop.
Go for 6840 Alpha.
Hey, Bet. Alpha, I'm going to reassign you to Division Delta. You're going to go immediate need to Batista Camp. However, you're going to have to access from the Hemet side. And he will be on CDF TAC 28.
Copy. Immediate need to Batista Camp. Working for Division Delta. Access from the Hemet side. TAC 28.
Affirmative, good copy.
Hey, Mountain Man 530, you're in Westwood. So was I a bit ago. The 4th of July parade, I went past there, but then the Electrofire, I was supposed to stay, I was at Janesville, but I was supposed to stay in Plymouth County for a week and interview people and meet and greet and film the Dixie Fire's aftermath, but then the Electrofire broke out and I had to rush John Stoker home. But I will be coming back. Hopefully with a bit more, time to give people notice. Maybe late September or early October. That's the goal so far. So I'm really glad that Westwood was saved. We organized an early evacuation of Westwood about 6 hours before CAL FIRE got around to it. And CAL FIRE told people to go and evacuate Westwood to the north, and I was like, no. Clearly see that there's 300-foot tall flames blocking the road to the north, and there was a crew that fled for their lives and nearly got killed. A reporter with the fire crew, but the stupid official word was, you can go east or you can go north to evacuate, and I was like, no. So thank God I was live and at the time, and enough people knew about the channel there to take the advice and not go north. Holy crap. But I was like, when are they going to evacuate Westwood? The fire is coming that way. The wind's blowing it that way. There's no lines protecting. When are they going to evacuate Westwood? Then I finally said, guys, go. I have no idea what's wrong with the extremely late evacuations of last year. But so many communities were let down. From South Lake Tahoe to Westwood, Greenville. I mean, need I say Greenville? Everybody come back. And then it burns down a day and a half later. I have no idea why this situation was screwed up, but at least we helped. Yeah, Mountain Man 530 said it was crazy one way out. Yeah. And there's so many lovely old historical buildings in Wood, and God, I'm in love with that church. It's like a little hidden gem there. But I plan to bring back the drone and, check on some of the ghost towns. I know we lost Seneca's Gin Mill. I couldn't make it to Lucky S because the road I chose was not maintained and I had to turn back. but I will be back. Did you come out of everything okay? I mean, that town got real lucky, and the firefighters made a huge, valiant stand. What we witnessed was the Midnight Miracle, where the Dixie Fire just, like, raged until midnight and stopped. 6 days in a row. For about 5 hours. And that's when firefighters had the chance to save towns, and that was really cool. Oh, you're very welcome. Holy crap. Wish I could do more. People were showing me videos of, like, the official radio that they tuned in to the AM station. The robotic voice describing where they should drive to evacuate was talking a million miles an hour. And nobody could understand it. It was, like, scratchy and going, there is a fire headed towards Westwood, and what you should do is go evacuate to the north, and you go to the east, and get the fire going to Westwood, going blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what the hell? It was really fraught with crazy problems. So there's more aircraft visible. As much as I want to just play KCRA and leave it there, we have to interrupt the footage. If you want to just watch it yourselves, please do so on their channel. There's the link. But for copyright reasons, I can only show snippets. When it's relevant to...
Attack 330 was canceled from the Vista, resuming the relief on the Fairview, no ETA.
Yay. So for example, that's a teaching moment right there that we can pause and rewind. Did the K-Max miss right there? That's a good question. So I think this was more of a hover technique than a fling. I don't even know if they call it flinging, but that's what I do. This was more of a hover over where he wanted it than released. I don't know if he wanted to put the water right there to protect the trail or something, but to me that was mostly a miss. I mean, it's not perfect. And different helicopters make it easier and more difficult to do good bucket drops. So I don't know what the goal was there, but the main flames weren't hit. Sometimes they're not aiming for the main flames, they're trying to wet down the vegetation next to a road or something to keep access, but don't ask me. So that's the town. That's got to be Forest Hill. If somebody can verify that, that would be good. Let me turn on their audio. Okay, I don't hear audio. KCRA. I don't think they're broadcasting audio. Sometimes they don't. Okay, here comes another bucket drop. Let's see if this one's going to be better, what technique they're going to use. That looks like a Black Hawk. That's from much higher. And like I said, with a forest fire, the thermal updrafts from the heat rising can knock a helicopter out of the sky, so they're not going to want to be too low to the ground over it. So let's go back. I don't. Is there so much steam coming up now? I don't know if that was a hit or a miss. It seemed like it was behind the flame front, though. I'm gonna say that mostly missed. If what they were aiming for was that was a miss, because it looked like it landed back there. Now what I think they might be trying to do is get this knocked down, because this is a dead tree. If the flames were to climb the dead tree, I don't know if it was just killed by the fire or if it's been dead for a long time. I don't know. You don't want it to be at the tops, because the embers from the top of a tree can go long distance, flaming bits of branches and stuff. So you don't want these to torch. And torching is when a tree goes up from the bottom to the top. So here's the fight to save. I think this is Forest Hill, bigger town. Gracie Rose says that fire stops by the hand of God, maybe. So, Mountain Man 530. Oh, you mean referring back to the Dixie and Westwood? Yeah, it was the Midnight Miracle. That's exactly what I call it. 6 days in a row or so. Fire stopping at midnight, right at the edges of villages and towns. I mean, there was no miracle for Greenville, but take what we can get. Patrick Fisher says Catherine's channeling her inner John Madden. Yes, I got my super pen. You know, there's a football goal over there. We're quarterbacking live. But I really hope everything goes well here with the Mosquito. Especially Michigan Bluff, too. Ow, my ears. Oh, wow. Here's their dip. Looks like a little water reservoir by the town. Is that a Blackhawk? Okay. Yeah, exactly, Mountain Man 530. And firefighters had just enough time to prepare. Just enough. Wow, multiple helicopter dips at once. It's extremely dangerous flying. You usually don't want aircraft near each other on the same altitude, but they're working back to back. It's we're listening to Riverside, but we're watching Placer Mosquito. Yeah, Patrick Fisher. These are not big towns. They are ghost towns technically, because a ghost town, Class D ghost town, is a shadow of its former self. Sorry. In the gold rush, they had a lot more population here. So there was this, pardon my language, but a dumbass. He was making your typical dumbass comment on Blancalario's channel. He said about the Mosquito Fire, when are people going to stop building in fire hazard areas? What the hell? This isn't new construction. It's been there since, what, 1850? This is not new construction. In fact, most people left the area. All of the mountain counties have like 20% or 15% of their historical population peaks. They're practically abandoned. There's more abandoned towns in the mountains of California than there are living ones. But that's what you get when people are ignorant of history. There are, in California's gold country, more abandoned towns than living ones. And I can straight up say that, and if you want me to prove it, fine, I will. And places like Forest Hill are clinging to life. It's hard to eke a living out of the mountains. There are very few jobs. People don't live where it's beautiful. People live where there's jobs. And the winters are so severe. Most people snowbird. They have a cabin, but they can't stand the winter, so they go back down to the valley. So the stores and stuff close, and a lot of things are not plowed. And the decline of logging, the decline of the gold mining. Most gold mines in the country shut down in 1942. Most of them never reopened. So these counties, after the war was over in 1945, completely depopulated, have never recovered. They are clinging to life. No, there aren't any new developments in the fire country where people deserve what they get, but I can't stand reading dumbass comments like that. But that's just the narrative of idiots. And idiots abound. There's always the idiot who goes to rub salt in the wounds of victims and blame the victim. And I can't stand that. So, just whatever. Pause that. Here's a different view. Fire's right up to the town. Okay, so this gives you an orientation of where this camera is looking, so you can see some of the aircraft. So, from distance, it's looking east-northeast. This camera's perspective, and that's where the battle is. There's a battle to save Forest Hill right now, and I don't know what's going on in Michigan Bluff, which is further east. They went into Michigan Bluff to do structure protection. I don't know what else came of it. They said that some structures were damaged, but they'll get around to releasing it to the public and the map as soon as they're not busy trying to save the rest. But I'm sure there's been some loss. Joe Bicker says evacuation warning alerts are going out for northern Modoc for the Barnes fire. Oh god. Let's take a look. Watch duty Barnes fire. I needed to have taken it. Cal fire. Where is the Barnes fire? Modoc. Okay. Oh, the one on the border with Oregon. Okay. Thank you so much for the tip. So they have a Zone Haven link here. And not all counties participate, which drives me insane. That means, like, for example, Placer County there. Whoops. Placer County is not participating. It's got its own very own little map.
Clear to copy IP location for the incident.
Okay.
Lake Riverside IP. Lat long be 33 degrees, 30.99, 116 degrees, 47.93, at 6,000 feet.
Okay, we have an evacuation warning for the Barnes Fire, Modoc County, the Fort Bidwell area. So that is potential threat to life or property. Evacuation warning. Be prepared to leave. Gather your livestock, etc. It's south of Forest Road 48 and 32A, east of Mill Creek Road, and west of Barrel Springs Road. So useful links here are to sign up for the alerts. So let me try to get this link into chat. This is Modoc County's alert portal. This is for the Barnes Fire. That's Modoc County alerts. Alerts sign up above. Now this is a long URL, so I got a tiny URL this thing. Okay, we'll go back to looking at Mosquito Fire in a second. Make a tiny URL. Okay, copying. Here is the evac app for the Barnes Fire, Modoc County. There you go. And the adjacent one has on an advisory. So west of Fort Bidwell. So Sugar Hill to Fairport is on evacuation advisory on the eastern shore of Goose Lake. Back to going on. Thank you so much for the tip with the mosquito. So KCRA still flying around there. Stream ended. Looks like it did. So I'm looking at this to see how bad the flames are. It looks like the flame height's getting tall. So tree torching might really be. I don't know what part of the county we're looking at. This all looks kind of like forest here.
Fire has made it all the way to Radford Ridge, just east of the camp. It's wrapping around the camp with the north side, making sure it's on fire. It's not going to take a very good time. We're unable to get a next time.
I'm unable to copy you. I'm
now if you want to meet up, like face to face for a minute. Okay, man.
Branch, if you want to take that road up,
Okay, so he said the fire made it across a ridge, but the other guy couldn't hear him. So this is Riverside County. This is Fairview Fire they're talking about. We don't have a Placer County radio worth a damn, so I could see, thanks to KCRA, what was going on. But they are back live still. That's pretty tall flame height, and that's tree torching right there. Wow, dense brush. Dense brush. Manzanita burns with black smoke like that, and so does Madrone. I mean, occasionally pines spit out black, but it's usually a grayish, dirty kind of smoke. But boy, do I know there's a lot of manzanita in the area, and it's awful. Big Dog says breaking news: the Devil Creek Fire in northeast corner of Oregon has exploded to 100,977 acres, making it the biggest fire on the west coast. What? Many spot fires as well. Holy crap. Okay. Great. It's a lot to cover. So much for going to sleep. Alrighty. I still don't have a zoomed out enough view to orient myself as to where KCRA is looking. We could probably find their copter on flight radar, but which direction looking? Helicopter bucket drops. When flames get that big, there's not a lot that bucket drops can do. They might just try to help a ground crew hold a road, put out spot fires ahead of the fire, but that's something for a big VLAT. That would be like you would need a big tanker. Do something about that. Put retardant in front of it. That's a bunch of dead trees. A bunch of dead trees torching there. Why it's so severe over there. Yeah, I'm very much afraid for the town of Imnaha, Big Dog, or Imnaha.
Air attack 330 is assumed at Fairview Air attack. Air attack 310 is released. Return to Emmett Ryan with ET of 5 minutes, 05 minutes.
It's a tiny village. See, the majority of, a lot of the structures are in the town, but a lot of them are on the periphery where the old mines used to be, where people inherited the property. Some of the mines are active.
Air attack 330 is assumed at the Fairview Air
That could, sorry, that could be anything from a horse barn or something, but it could be anything from a like a resort building to a horse barn to something that's housing mining equipment. It could be something super historical. All those dot the landscape, and because they're all over the place, it would be extremely hard to protect all of them. So we're going to lose some history, I'm pretty sure. I'm really sick about that. There's very little of California's gold rush history left. It hasn't burned up. Very few of the ghost towns still actually survive with standing buildings. So, Imnaha's already evacuated, so I don't feel the need to flip over to it. That's pretty much the only community in that area, in Hell's Canyon. But, holy crap, we'll look at it on satellite. Let's look and see where the KCRE helicopter is at. I'm nervously looking at the time of day. I don't know if I have time to get what I need to get done today. So there's a robust Tinker 912 is up there on the Barnes Fire. So there's a couple others. So that's where one of the VLATs is at. There's Tinker 16, 167. Whoa, a little a yellow submarine, one of the little air tractors down there. That's basically a crop duster. That's going on at the Barnes Fire. Let's go to the Mosquito and see if we can't find a CRA helicopter, and that'll help us figure it out. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, there's our Super Sikorsky. That's probably. Now, Bells could be actually a dropper. There it is. There's KCRA. So they're next to Hughes Mill. It looks like that's a mill. Okay.
Division Mike, go for Fairview communication. I have a ground support request. Let me know when you're ready for information.
Oh, seriously. Joe, wow.
Okay, I have Yuma Engine 3, a 2019 Pierce Arrow Type 1 pumper. Problem is a blown lower radiator hose break. Location is Gibble Road and Poly Butte Road. Point of contact is Engine 3 on VTAC 12.
That's an interesting technique. That's putting water behind the retardant lines.
Engine 3, 2019 Pierce with a blown lower radiator hose.
Oh, wow. That's a good technique. It was a tilt. It's kind of like a fling. So that they're dropping water behind a retardant line. So the retardant is a speed bump for the flames and helps protect the vegetation. And the water can really put some of it out behind it. Not all of it, but the idea is buy time. And the KCR helicopter is over by Hughes Mill, so that building that we saw could have been a mill.
That is affirmative.
Okay.
Affirm. And if you can, give me an ETA when able.
Not a bad idea, Jake here. I'm telling you, we need giant blimps of water that can rain on these fires. That might work, but here's the problem with blimps is they have a hard enough time steering themselves. They get buffeted by winds. I don't know if they would be able to have enough ballast, meaning weights, you know. If they dropped a huge water cargo and then they were above a thermal updraft, they'd probably go wing off in the distance because the heat from below would push them up. So they would probably have to get rid of not only water but helium at the same time, and helium's too expensive. Hey, there's our orange fish. An MD-87 or 88. Can't tell. Erickson air tankers right there. So it's really hard to drop in front, but you know what? Blimps could drop a tremendous amount of retardant.
Operations Branch 1 training on command.
They just don't do well in the wind, which is the big issue.
Branch 1 training operations, go ahead. Information only, we're at the Batista camp and it will be impacted in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh god. Bad news. Okay, breaking news for the Fairview fire. What ridge they're talking about is the fire went over a ridge. Batista.
Their critical infrastructure, and if you have to nurse it around, I'll pass that along.
Oh wow. Sorry, I muted it, but I'll talk in a sec.
Operations for Branch 1 training is in line to run to trip flat. Okay.
Batista camp? Okay, so it is right here. I was looking before. I thought this was around here somewhere. So Batista Camp is going to be impacted by the Fairview fire within 15 minutes because the fire went over a ridge. It was really a crackly transmission, but that's what's occurring right now. So the person just said, and I muted part of it, that I understand that the pumps there are critical infrastructure. And it just sounds like they're going to try to save the pumps and let the fire go past them. Probably the firefighters are ready to do. So as long as you have a good defensible spot and an endless water supply, it's oftentimes what fire crews do instead of running. So that's the breaking news for the Fairview. And reading chat, Joe Bicker says, looks like PG&E has submitted a report on an electrical incident for the Mosquito Fire per Zeke Lunder's Twitter. Damn you, PG&E. That's what Joe Bickers is saying, and I couldn't agree more. You damn dirty apes. I swear to God. Yeah, so I guess that was a power line that I identified on the map. I hate being right. PG&E has destroyed more California history than I think anything in recent years and lives, and, well, more of California than anything else. You know what? PG&E has destroyed more of California than war. Holy crap. Don't get me started, but now it's just until it's confirmed. Until it's confirmed, it's not confirmed.
Fairview Communications Division X-ray. On command.
But these things usually get confirmed later.
Go forward, Fairview Communications.
Okay, looks like
Communications Division X-ray with a supply order to be delivered to Division X-ray when you're ready to copy.
we're listening to the Fairview fire.
X-ray, go ahead with supply order.
Communications X-ray continuing 10,000 feet, inch-and-a-half hose, 5,000 feet, 1-inch hose, 50, inch-and-a-half tees, 50, 1-inch nozzles, break.
So now,
Communications X-ray continuing 2,000 feet, 3/4-inch pencil hose, 20, 1-inch to 3/4-inch reducers, 20, 3/4-inch wise, 20, 3/4-inch nozzles, break. X-ray continuing 2 each 1,500-gallon snap tanks or full the tanks or pumpkins, whichever supply has in stock, and 100 gallons of foam delivered to Highway 74 cross of Grant Street and contact Division X-ray once at that intersection.
X-ray, Fairview Communication copies supply order. Can you repeat address for delivery? And what time would you like this order?
Delivery locations are Highway 74 cross of Grant Street. Delivered as soon as possible and contact Division X-ray on X-ray TAC once at the intersection.
Division X-ray communication copies 74 and Grant Street. I'm
going to go ahead and verify order. I have 10,000 feet of 1.5-inch hose, 5,000 feet of 1-inch hose, 51 1.5-inch teeth with 51-inch nozzles. Break. Division X-ray continuing with supply order confirmation. 2,000 feet of three-quarter hose, 21 to 3/4 reducers, 20 3/4 wise, 20 3/4 nozzles, 2 each 1,500-gallon pumpkins, and 100 gallons of foam.
Fairview Communications, X-ray, that's a good copy.
Good copy.
X-ray, Division Alpha on command. Alpha, X-ray, go ahead. I was hoping face-to-face, are you down off 74? I'm at, up off of Grant Street in the Orange Groves. I can make my way to Cranston. Copy, Cranston, or I'm at Blackburn at 74. Copy, I'll meet you there.
Wow. We don't know who's to blame for the Mosquito Fire, but PG&E has submitted that report, the one I was talking about, that often happens. Whenever a fire may have been caused by power equipment, the power company is legally required to submit a report to the government, to the state, I guess. I thought it was whenever they start a fire, but now I'm concerned that maybe it's whenever property damage occurs. If that's the case, oh my God, how many fires don't get reported that they start because no property damage occurred? See, this is the wording that I'm a bit upset by.
Division Delta 60 Lima on command.
It involves an event that may meet the property damage reporting requirements? Really? How many fires are started by electrical issues in general? Is that kept private by the companies? Does it have to see the light of day? I don't know. That wording is a bit upsetting.
Branch 160 Lima on command.
Wow. I'll talk about this in a second. We're listening to the breaking news about the Fairview. Barista Camp is about to be impacted in about 10 minutes, so the fire crews are preparing to ride it out near the pumping areas. That's critical infrastructure, and I don't know what they're talking about. I'm just repeating that like a parrot. So, I mean, we could try to see Batista Camp, I'm sorry. I totally spelled that wrong. Bau, B-A-U, Batista. So if we turn on a different map, I don't know what kind of a camp it is, like campground or whatever. I don't know the map. What pumps might mean. I know that there's a spring. There's a different Batista spring. Maybe that feeds whatever that is. But they just ordered a ton of hose, a ton of pumpkins. Pumpkins are like little kiddie swimming pools. They hold water, so they'll put hoses between them. And that's for structure protection stuff. I don't know if it's for the camp or for something else, because I don't think they're going to get it within 10 minutes. A helicopter happened to have it already. Breaking news also with Forest Hill there. desperately trying to save the fire from taking down Hughes Mill. And they're also trying to protect the east side of Forest Hill and or Yankee Gyms. I can't figure it out. We never did really get much of a good clear shot of what was in the foreground to orient ourselves. We just know that the KCRA helicopter was flying all around, so that was really hard to keep track of. Big Dog says PG&E is good at double talk. They may have invented it. Yeah. Hey Terry, welcome back. So there's a lot going on today. So the Mosquito Fire is trying to devour some villages and towns. The rain has really helped the situation with the Big Bear Lake Fire. But there's new evacuation warnings going out for the Barnes Fire. Apparently, Eastern Oregon Fire just doubled in size to massive proportions, called the Double Creek. And PG&E, good old PG&E, the power company, is saying they're right here. Their pole, I assume it's this particular pole, that one, the Forest Service has put caution tape around it, aka crime scene tape. That's when the fire started. As soon as I was pointed out that it was on the road.
24 Charlie Trinity up on command.
And of course, it's a reservoir. There's a dam. They make power, I think. I went, oh God, could it have been PG&E? That was a few hours ago, and apparently there may be something to that, but it's unconfirmed. Of course. But these things often get confirmed. Because, wow, the location of that power pole is right there. Wouldn't you know it? I mean, could be a coincidence. Could be lightning struck it. There was some lightning that came through the area a little bit later.
Division 16 Charlie, command 3.
Maybe even before then, but PG&E just said in the report that the pole doesn't look abnormal. You would think it would be kind of fried or something. Could be somebody tossed a cigarette out of a window, but you'd think they would have found that cigarette by now. It's weird, but oftentimes the cigarettes that start fires don't burn up. They just sort of start a fire and sometimes the butts are still there. If a vehicle would have started it, the vehicle would have probably still been there. Spotted by a helicopter. So, who knows? Who knows what the hell happened? We'll probably find out a long time from now.
Division Lima, branch 3, you trying to copy?
But I'm unhappy. And I hate being right. You're right, Amanda. PG is about the best wicked corporation America has. I mean, that we know about. They've got a high body count. It's probably over 100 by now, actually, but I'd have to go check. I don't remember how many people died in the San Bruno explosion or the other wildfires that they started that were not the Paradise Campfire. So, but they've been killing people a long time. The Aaron Brockovich movie's about a lady that took them on legally and won a court case because they were poisoning the well water of a community or
60 Lima, branch 1, command.
giving their electrical equipment chemicals, and
Yeah, branch 1, 60 Lima, go ahead.
they covered it up and gave people rare cancers and just sat there and watched as people got sick.
The road, I think it's the entrance into the camp, black on both sides of us, but not a whole lot of visibility. Do we have a reporting location?
It'll be at a Batista camp, and there is fire on both sides of the road coming out of the camp. I'm coming out that road. I'll probably bump into you guys.
We'll hold air for you.
So the eastern and southeastern flank is where the winds are kind of pushing the
Division Delta 6840 Alpha. Command.
the Fairview fire. But the firefighters report they can't see it.
Division Lima, operations command.
Lima, be with you in 1 arm on tack.
Yeah, I need to see that film again. I don't remember too much about it. But it wasn't
Operations Lima, go ahead.
it was an Oscar, I think, wasn't it? Or
Division Lima, operations on command.
Julia Roberts or a nomination or something.
Operations Lima, go ahead.
Yeah.
Division Lima, were you able to tie in with that Tangier drift?
Yeah, affirmative. I just gave you a call at the 840 number. Are you able to give me a call myself?
Stand by one, I'll try.
Dang, the camera's still down at the fire lookout on Red Mountain. So we have, I don't know what the status is. I mean, they haven't said that the fire lookout burned down, but they're doing a pretty good job saving it, aircraft, but we've gone deaf, dumb, and blind on that one. And with the new fire, some aircraft got deviated to this Vista fire. Yay, forward progress stop, thank God. Okay, Vista fire is a non-factor, guys. Good. But just as they were trying to get a handle on saving the fire lookout, when the aircraft got pulled away to respond to that stupid Vista fire. So we're now at fire preparedness level 4, which means fire desperation level 4, meaning there's too many fires and not enough resources. So the government agencies have begun triage. This is the nightmare scenario that I was talking about yesterday. When there's more fires than we have crews and airplanes for, personnel for, then they'll just start saying that some fires just won't be staffed or will be severely understaffed. This is why all the fires get bigger. So, yeah, a lot of it's climate change and mismanagement and all this kind of stuff. But one of the biggest factors of these fires getting big is many of them which could be put out really, really early are not, because we don't have the crews. We have a staff shortage. We have an equipment shortage. We only have like 2 to 4 helicopters that can do nighttime drops in the entire West Coast. We need about 30. Many of these fires could be put out within 10 hours if helicopters slammed them throughout the night, but here we are. The Mosquito could have been, like per radio traffic for their remarks, could have been put out if the helicopters that were on the scene could have kept dropping throughout the night, but they lost the daylight and they left. And then it got big. There's a desperate battle to save Forest Hill, Yankee Jim's area, Michigan Bluff right now. We can see almost none of it. Oh, there's a helicopter. But now the Barnes fire in Mono County is big, and I hear that Devil Creek fire in Oregon is huge. But there's very few people that live out there. Just the town of Unaha has already been evacuated. It's a village, really. One that I wanted to go document for historical reasons. And I keep saying that about all this stuff, and I'm just watching it go up in smoke. I'm just biting my tongue and holding back a lot of rage. Because it's very true. What people are saying in the chat is that if PG&E starts fires and burn down town and they're sued for it, the governor, the current one, Gavin Newsom, he stabbed everybody in the back in the state, signed legislation that limited the liability of PG&E, so they don't have to pay that much to victims. Plus, they can also raise rates on the state of ratepayers, and the victims themselves, in order to pay out the victims so that their private corporation doesn't collapse into bankruptcy. He propped them up, and what do they do in return? They donate to his campaign. So this kind of crap should be illegal. Everybody should be in prison for this. This is called corruption. However, very few people are aware of such a thing. It's like legal. Technically, no law that says politicians and evil corporations can't scratch each other's back like that. And the media is a bunch of cowards, honestly. Only ABC 10 and a few, like the LA Times, I believe, and New York Times, have ever remarked and been brave enough to tell the truth. I don't know what's wrong with the rest of them. San Francisco Chronicle said, "We endorse Gavin Newsom," and they know what the hell he does. I think they don't have respect for that policy or their position. So this PG&E starts many fires. They've started many thousands of fires in the last several years, and California's deadliest and largest single start wildfire. They keep erasing towns. They nearly killed my brother in Paradise, and they did kill my family friend, Bangor and Loma Rica, the Cascade Fire 2017.
Fairview Airtech, go ahead on command.
They are the corporation that just keep on killing.
Tanker 164 was on a load and hold at San Bernardino. They've been diverted to the Radford incident on media.
Oh, thank you.
If more people knew about this, I think they'd be pretty mad too. But this is a monopoly that's just out of control. They've been killing people a long time. I don't know how big the body count's got to be before people wake up. That's what's happening out here. These are optional fires. What Butte County prosecutors found out when after the campfire happened is they had internal memos like, it's more cost effective to let power lines get rickety and fall down during windstorms, because if we spent the maintenance money to keep them up, that would be less cost effective, and then we wouldn't have as much money for our shareholders, and our stock would go down, and let's just let the lines fail. We know there's a wildfire risk, but mostly power lines fail in storms, and most storms have rain, so we figure most of the time it'll be okay. They basically, in a nutshell, said that kind of stuff. That's their internal memos that were exposed in the investigation. So they pled guilty to felony manslaughter charges for reasons like that. The equipment that failed to start the Paradise Fire was 96 years old. No, they weren't inspecting or maintaining it. And they couldn't even maintain it because nobody alive knew. All the old timers who knew how to remanufacture that equipment were dead. And holy crap, it goes on and on. So even this is very misleading. I hear that this image courtesy of PG&E, that's kind of misleading. It's not because they're nice that they put fire cams on the landscape. I think the court mandated them to do that to monitor the fires that they mostly start. So it's absolutely insane. They do this a lot. Exactly, Braden. Politicians are answerable to voters, and corporations are answerable to no one. But eventually there's a breaking point where nobody can afford power anymore. I bet you right now there are senior citizens that are in the process of dying of the heat stroke because it's 115 degrees in the valley right now, or at least it was yesterday, 116 in Sacramento. It's getting to the point where elderly people have to turn off their air conditioning because they can't even afford to turn it on and pay their power bill because of the fires that PG&E started and the rates that were raised. And PG&E has not done a good job with maintaining the grid. Rolling blackouts and stuff keep happening because they take the money and they put it in their shareholders' pockets in their own. They don't maintain the grid and they don't expand it. I mean, we're supposed to have electric cars, and right now the entire state of California says, please don't charge your electric car because we're going to overload the grid and lose power to most of our cities. And the elderly people who can't afford to turn on their air conditioning are probably going to die of heat stroke anyway because there have been a lot of blackouts, even in the Bay Area, where power just shuts off and you can't even run a fan. And it's not getting cool enough at night for any relief, so I'm just waiting for the death toll of a rise and figure that out after this heat dome thing happens. But there will be a breaking point where power is so expensive that businesses just can't run in California. They start leaving the state. And PG&E will probably eventually just declare bankruptcy and leave. And the bag of crap is going to be handed to the government, which will inherit a completely disastrous power grid that barely functions. It'll cost billions to fix. I have a feeling they'll just declare bankruptcy and they'll just bail out. It's kind of like some of the old mining operations that polluted California, and as soon as they were got given the bill for cleanup, whoops, we're bankrupt, bye. Taxpayer picks up the bill. This is what's going to happen. I mean, there will be a breaking point. There will be a reckoning. A little bit more of this. Thanks, Amanda. It's just something you don't really get over. You find out that PG&E fire kills your friend one year, the very next year your brother's a missing person. And the town you took horse riding lessons in and not exactly grew up in, but really were familiar with, just gets erased. That's not typical. It is not typical for towns to get erased. You know, wildfires. That's because California did have enough personnel and did have enough crew and did have enough helicopters and planes to handle the normal amount of wildfires, the ones caused by lightning in the lightning season, July and August. But when PG&E starts their own fires too, which are optional and largely preventable, some of which has been like the Dixie, the largest single start fire in the entire state's history, then we saw fires that could have been put out immediately, like the K&P and down there, Sequoia National Park. They took off all the personnel from all those other counties and stuck them on the Dixie. And we're losing sequoias and stuff, getting closer and closer to extinction. Very little bit of California hasn't burned up now. You take away the optional fires that the power companies start. And the Fairview down there. The two worst fires right now in California, the Fairview and the Mosquito, could have also been started by a power company called SoCal Edison. And the people of Southern California are starting to get enraged. The McKinney fire may have been started by a power company too. So two of these have been fatal, Fairview and McKinney. So it's still, quote, under investigation. So if you rule all these out that were possibly caused by power companies, McKinney, Fairview, and Mosquito, California got really lucky and had very few wildfires that they didn't pounce on and put out almost immediately. So what people don't realize is we've got almost enough personnel for just what normally happens in California. But after 35, 40 plus years of neglected maintenance, the grid is at a seriously rickety state. And it's just starting to collapse under a really mild windstorm. And when the Santa Anas and stuff blow, and Diablo winds blow, which is the season from October to January, those are hurricane force. You get multiple things knocked down when those go. It's really awful. And if more people understood what was happening, I think they'd be pissed. So, what says the last time somebody used political power to try to change things for the better, he's labeled a traitor and a threat to democracy? I don't know. But we don't go there. I don't endorse individual candidates. I don't follow the politics of California because it'll make me cry in frustration. My job is to point out what is going wrong. And it goes just beyond one person, because there's more people in California's Congress than that pass these bills too. But this is why it needs to be a public utility. There is absolutely no room to take. I mean, it's going to cost trillions, probably billions, I don't know, to fix California's power grid, because it's kind of like a house that you let go and it gets really, really shoddy. The more you let it go with deferred maintenance, the cost to fix it goes exponential. And the It doesn't happen overnight. So it's a long-term corruption. And it will go beyond just the governor, for sure. We have to look at the rest of Congress. ABC 10 keeps track of those that take money from PG&E. They're very heroic. They're a very small media company, though. I'd love to talk to them. Gordon Weaver says, sorry for your losses. This is why you do what you do. So much respect for you. Thank you for the pound in the head. I'm sorry I occasionally get upset. But my God, I'm sick of seeing this stuff. We just might see people die here. All these firefighters, all these helicopter pilots, all these pilots, all the first responders are in harm's way right now of dying in the most tremendously horrific manner possible. For no reason. And they keep promising to change, which is always broken. Yeah, we'll turn off the power if high winds, red flag during that. We'll turn off the power to our rickety line. And they promised that, and then the Zog fire happened live on my stream. It broke out. Sure enough, dead people and burn victims, dead animals, burned up animals, and I keep expecting it to happen year after year because I know it will. This doesn't mean that this for sure happened, but I'm telling you guys what the pattern is. Okay, so let's try to track the Fairview.
Go for Benning Halibut. What's the status of 2 Bravo Hotel?
Yeah, noon, 1 o'clock is usually when these things blow up. Because the heat of the day starts rising.
Bravo Hotel was fixing a radio issue they had, but I'll relay to see what the status is on this. AirTac, copy 6. We also have a Type 2 bucketed ship still at Helibase if needed.
Oh boy.
That bucketed ship, is that 2 Delta Hotel? Okay, thanks. I'll get back to you here shortly. Let me know the ETA for 2 Bravo Hotel. Thank you.
People associate California with like super dense urban areas, but actually most of California is pretty empty. If you look at night to where the city lights are, they're just clustered San Francisco, LA, Sacramento. But most of California is empty, so there's a lot of fires that started by lightning. But lightning just mostly strikes in the middle of nowhere. It's not the biggest threat. Power lines are where people live. That's why they're a massive threat as wildfires go. Yeah, Ghost 7 says the power line system is like water conveyance. It's designed in the 20s or the 50s and then been duct taped ever since. There you go. Now this is ominous. The Fairview's blowing up and
Fairview AirTac resource request.
It's headed straight for the fire crews. At
and relief AirTac over the fire at 1530 for the AirTac. The 3 tankers can start this way now, please.
Yeah, have a good night, Terry. Thank you.
Coverage request for all 3 S2s over the fire now, and re-advise the time for the Fairview attack first copies, 1300 hours.
I beg to differ. Analytics 805. If PG&E was a public utility, the rates would have to go up, and for the public enforce safety in businesses. Nope. rates would not have to go up. I would lower them. There's something called, legally, civil asset forfeiture. So if you screw up, like, for example, right now it's in the drug war. Say you buy a house and you put 100 marijuana plants in it and you're growing it illegally, right? Or you put 100 coke plants in it or whatever. You turn it to a meth house. So the law says that your assets that were made with the drug money illegally can be seized. So your Ferrari is seized, $50,000, and your refrigerator is seized, and all your plants are confiscated, but the property is seized and the house is sold, and the government pockets the money because you broke the law. So your illegal dealings, get seized. So when you break the law and kill people and erase towns and cause $1 billion of damage, like PG&E routinely does, Campfire and others, Dixie, I mean, that's billions right there. They pled guilty to 85 counts of felony manslaughter. 82 or 85, I can't remember exactly the amount, but yeah, 80 plus. I don't know what else to say other than seize their assets. Seize them. They're felons. They keep killing people year after year after year, decade after decade. They blow up neighborhoods because they don't maintain gas pipelines. There's ticking time bombs underneath the cities right now where they probably haven't.
Hotel with the bucket.
Yeah.
They're cleared direct to Division Alpha. Have contact 538 for an assignment. Utilize the Cranston dip.
Copy 2 Delta Hotel to Division Alpha, working with 538 using the Cranston dip.
And the airplanes and the Teslas and the Ferraris and whatever they have. If these CEOs, CFOs, bigwigs, corporate guys, whoever makes the decision that kills people, such as, there's a surging power line right now. It could be a fire starting, but well, let's keep it on. We can't charge money for power not delivered today. Let's just roll the dice. Okay, that's prison time, and they don't need their yachts in prison. California needs to change their laws right now so that there's a consequence. If you and I kill 85 people, we get our stuff seized because we get our asses sued off, and not only is there a criminal court case, there would be a civil one. Just like O.J. Simpson was found not guilty of killing, but then he had to pay the victims' families. That's weird, but that's precedent. But right now there's some laws that prevent that from occurring, I guess. But really, slap some golden handcuffs on the killers. And they don't need their yachts in prison now, do they? But the people should not pay for this. The state should not pay for this. The taxpayer, the feds should not pay for this. The perpetrators should pay for it. I bet they have a lot of assets, everything from dams, water rights. They got a lot of land, and PG&E's been buying land, and that's one curious thing. There I was in Pioneer, California, passing through, and Bob Fines was he's one of the first victims of the Cedar fire. He was trying to buy a piece of land that used to be a mill. And PG&E was going to buy it too. It's like they're making little investments. What the hell did they need it for? Nothing really. But probably they wanted to buy it, wait for the property value to go up and sell it. It seems like they're in a lot of different businesses right now. I don't know exactly what they were doing, but they got their fingers in a lot of pies. They're not using the money to pay back victims. They're doing a lot of weird stuff that power companies usually don't do, such as buy properties right next to major highways. that a restaurant was trying to buy it for. Bob Fines was trying to buy it for, well, living on. And he has a brush clearing business. Needs a place to put his equipment. And, well, an industrial site's pretty good for that. But what the hell's PG&E want? What? Why is PG&E buying an old mill?
Branch 1, go ahead. Branch 1, Division Delta. Firefront has passed the camp. We're going to utilize the 3 dozers to raise the actual camp. Once that strike team starts making its way up, you can have them meet up at the front of the camp.
Wow. So they said that the fire front has passed the camp, and it sounds like nobody got hurt. Good. And they said they're going to use dozers to raise it? I don't understand that. They say raise the camp? The barista camp? Did I hear that right? It's something on fire or something?
Delta Branch 1, did you copy the last?
I don't know about you guys. I'm just sick of the fact that the law applies to corporations a bit differently than us. To the 1% quite a bit differently than us. We kill 85%. We kill 85 people and plead guilty. Oh boy, we wouldn't be able to have a Ferrari, and we wouldn't have our freedom either. That would all be seized to pay the victims. But California, all you have to do is vote. Just vote. Just vote for the change you want to see. At least it's a democracy. You know, if I was speaking like this in some countries, I would be in prison. Just speaking my mind. I don't take free speech for granted. Freedom of speech. We should count ourselves lucky that we do live in a somewhat functional representative republic. Things could be a lot worse. This could be Korea, you know. This could be, what if this was happening in some place like Iran or China? Oh boy, I would have been arrested a long time ago just for commenting. Alright, going back. Yeah, people saying in chat this is like a fever dream. Yeah, we keep seeing this again and again, just year after year. Can't stand it anymore. Dan Rogers says, hello, which Broadcastify channel are we hearing? This is Riverside County, and we're listening on pins and needles, but phew, sigh of relief. Looks like the fire front just passed, was it called Barista Camp? Keep getting these names wrong. I'm sorry, I'm very sick and I'm very tired. And pretty exasperated now. So, the firefighters made a stand at some critical infrastructure pumps at Batista Camp, they were calling that. So, yeah, Batista, which is right around here. So if we turn it onto the GOES detections, somewhere right in here. It's hard to get landmarks on here with the Forest Service map. Go to doors. So it's in a canyon that they had evacuated, but the firefighters defended it. We were also on pins and needles, hoping that the Red Mountain Fire Lookout would be saved, which is right over here. And it was amazing what we were watching. Watching a bunch of planes dropping retardant and helicopters dropping water right in front of the cams. It was live on YouTube on a camera that was next to the lookout tower, but it went dark. But man, it was amazing. It was amazing. Looked normal for a while, but then smoke would come. And it definitely wasn't normal. So as it came up there, we saw live some amazing drops by helicopters and stuff. Here's a little taste of what we were watching previously, but we haven't heard the status of this building. We were just remarking about how stupid it was to allow bushes right next to these, because normally you're supposed to be 100 feet away from this critical, $1 million radio equipment firefighters need.
Fairview Air Attack First, Tanker 72 off base Ryan, ETA 1312. Tanker 73 out of service mechanical. Would you like a replacement order?
Negative 7072 will work then. Thank you.
First.
So watch this. This was pretty amazing. And when it all looked lost that this place was going to go down, they called in the cavalry. This is a couple hours ago. It was like, oh no, I thought we were going to lose our fire lookout tower and everything. Looking pretty bad. And then wait for it. Da 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 da. Oh yeah, this was cool to watch. And then the S2s came in with red retardant drops, and more of these sky cranes. So it was pretty glorious to watch. But then I think what happened is the camera lost power. I think the fire down the hill chewed through the power pole. I really hope this building is still okay. Built in the 30s. I can't believe they left it like this. They could have closed the damn iron shutters. If any of those windows breaks and the embers get inside, it's toast. That's usually how these go down. And you could still see the 1930s equipment in there. There's some amazing, cool stuff. In fact, maybe I can find video of it. This right here was a weird mirror and optic system where you could point something like a spyglass on the horizon to spot the fire. And there's a map down there and a magnifying glass, and it would mechanically point out the part of the map where the fire was, and then that would be relayed back by radio to call in a fire's location. These are expensive and really cool antique devices. I still see one sitting in there. I don't know if it's expensive, but I mean it was at the time in the 30s. They're obsolete now, but this built by the Civilian Conservation Corps. And for God's sake, they didn't even shut the iron shutters. It's like they want it to burn down. We're just pretty dismayed about that. But I was hoping this feed would come back later, because the Fairview is blowing up, as expected, afternoon, because heat. Heat of the day makes fires more intense. This is about as good as we have a view now. Aaron Rogers says more specifically, is it Cal Fire, Riverside County West? Yep, that's it. Absolutely. So.
Communications Division Lima, on command with supply request.
Meanwhile, on the Mosquito Fire, they're trying to save Forest Hill, Michigan Bluff, and Hughes Mill.
Division Lima, go ahead for Fairview Communications with your request.
And Yankee Gyms as we speak, but we don't have a radio.
Communications Lima, requesting a delivery of hose to Fort 540 Red Hawk. Request is going to be for 5,000 feet of 1.5 hose, 2,000 feet of 1 inch, 25 forestry tees, 25 1-inch nozzles, and the time of delivery as soon as possible.
Big Dog says the InstaWeb has updated the Fairview Fire to 18,000 acres. Changed. Whoa! Oh, wow. Now that's a screenshot, guys. Ooh.
5,000 feet, inch and a half hose, 2,000 feet, 1 inch hose, 25 wildland tees, and 25 1 inch nozzles.
Dang. That's
Lima Rebacks correct.
awesome.
Fairview communications copy. Thank you.
Communications Lima 1 additional.
Go ahead, Division Lima.
If at all possible, a pickup truck or a stake side. One of the large vehicles, you're not going to make it up Red Hawk.
Well, I'm glad I did that replay. Let's see if we can get any other.
Division Lima, Fairview communications copies. Large vehicle will not have access. All advised, ground support.
Okay, you don't see that every day. When I was covering the blast fire in Calistoga, we were watching the cams and
Fairview IC first.
seeing a lot of this stuff. But the global super tanker was on the scene, and that was glorious.
Fairview air attack first.
Listening to the Fairview fire, we're seeing the Placer County. Totally different area. Mosquito Fire. Wow, there's another good one. Check that out. Cool. Take a screenshot. Okay.
Fairview air attack first.
I'm dropping the tanker, stand by 1.
Okay. Dang. Okay, so that's the lead plane. So what the lead plane does is pop smoke because the passenger jet tankers can't see down. They can't look out their window and see the. They can't actually see the fire. They can't see below them. So they follow the lead plane, and the lead plane is popping smoke like an air show. As soon as the lead plane, and they can look straight down, is over the fire, they hit a button, smoke trails behind them. So the tanker behind it waits until the nose of their plane touches the smoke. So when they're right here-ish, they hit their button. And that means they're going so fast that by the time they're here, their retardant is going down here. Generally the way that works. So I'm taking screenshots because this is a good illustration of how that goes down. We've seen some incredible stuff today. It's been a pretty wild stream. I've been streaming since around 3 in the morning. I'm kind of at the end of my rope. I have the flu. But in a way, I'm glad I didn't go to bed. So, a couple more frames. And there's another smoke trail. Looks like, yeah, boom, and there's the drop. How damn cool is that? Okay. Keep doing time lapses to try to get freeze frames on the aircraft. Wow. Yeah. Dang. Alright, going back to chat. I'm trying to eat my lunch. Okay. Mouse over the stacked dots, right click menu and then block, yeah. So, what do you mean block? Who do you need to block? Yeah, don't block the bots. That won't do anything. Hit the right 3 dots over there, hit report, and say pornography. That'll get YouTube will like shut down instantly the account and hold it for review. If you block, that means that you personally can't see. That's blocking is for a person, not for bots. So if some idiot is in chat going, I'm a whiny rah, I'm annoying you, and you personally don't like them, go ahead and block them. Not mods. Mods, you have to police everything, but the normal people in chat, instead of arguing with people you don't like, just block them, for God's sake. But if you see an actual bot and it's pornography or it's racist and that kind of thing, you hit the report button. It'll be a lot more effective. And mods, you can't block people. So if somebody's really getting on your nerves, just take a break. Let me know. I'll referee and I'll administer justice. But you can't block somebody for being annoying because then you can't police what they do. You just won't see their stuff. Everybody else will. Patrick says, Banner Mountain 2 showing lots of activity the last 30 minutes in Mosquito. Yeah. We're still watching the desperate drops of the planes trying to save Yankee Jim's Forest Hill, Michigan Bluff, and Hughes Mill. So there's Howell Mountain, Banner Mountain 2. Probably better than Mount Danaher. It's all smoked in, so let's add that as a and see here which one again? Banner Mountain 2. I got such a memory problem. Add Banner Mountain 2. Take off Strong Scout. Lake Springs, pretty useless. And error rats.
Golf, Division Lima.
Not good, okay. Danaher, let's get rid of it. Oh. Danaher. Is that one Shasta and Modoc or something? I don't see it. No, there it is. Oh, Mount Danaher. Alright, thanks for the tip. Mixed up our cameras. It's getting close to the Forest Hill cam. We might see a camera burn over eventually. Still an amazing screenshot right there. That's almost a wallpaper. I think that's the MD-87. I think that's our orange fish. No worries, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound bossy. I'm at the end of my rope. Just been sick. I'm in a lot of pain just with the flu. It feels like my joints are being hammered. I just puked up what I ate earlier for breakfast. I'm tentatively nibbling at a sandwich right now. I haven't been able to keep much food down for 7 days. And now there's a leaf blower outside and it makes me want to murder somebody. Ah.
Fairview, air attack Paris with incoming aircraft traffic.
It's called misphonia or something, a psychological term that makes people just absolutely go nuts if they hear a certain sound. For me, it's a leaf blower. I go, ah! I want to ban those things. That's what I will do. That's the first executive order I will sign when I take over the country. I mean, when I get elected. So, going back up there to the chat. John had a funny comment. No one would arrest Catherine. She started her own secret police yesterday. Exactly. All right. Yeah. Mountain Kayakers as the fire has jumped the American River and is just on the south side in El Dorado County. Ah, God. That's not good for the Mosquito Fire. But it's not much of a... I mean, the American River here is in the steep canyon, but it's not much of a barrier. With the winds and stuff like this, it's no... Firefighters can be down here, stationed on this road, and see the fire here, and they're like, oh, we stopped it right here, right? Only for one of these trees to torch, the wind to pick up, and it goes all the way over there. And they go, oh, crap. This is the kind of crap they deal with in this mountainous terrain. And you can see the big ravines and chasms here. That's why there's not a lot of bridges. So they can't just drive ridgetop to ridgetop. But I think strategically we need, where it's feasible, to put some bridges. And I think we need some cable cars. Because we need to move our fire crews, the ground ones, much faster. The way that it is right now, especially with the Caldor and stuff, it started in a ravine, went up one side of a river, and went the other side, very similar to this. Usually you have to drive excessively long areas, cross where there's a random bridge, and come back, and it takes more than an hour. Because you'll be going zigzagging up to a hill, up to a road, la 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 la. Then you'll be zigzagging down, and there's a bridge way down there, then you zigzag back up the hill, then you're at the top again, and that takes hours. As the crow flies, when I was going to film the Caldor, I was driving into it. I'd be on one ravine, take me an hour to get to the other side, film a little bit, come back, and it would be literally 15 minutes of filming, would take 3 hours to get to it. And as the crow flies, I was almost right next to it. Oh boy, it's really getting bad. See how close it's getting. That's what the retardant drops are for, right in front of the camera. Fire is approaching Forest Hill from the east and kind of from the northeast too. Careful, I'm starting to sound like Gavin. No, the where I said a leaf blower makes me want to murder people. Oh my god. Epic comment there. What the hell is that? Did it just spot over the canyon, or is... Oh god, that's just a glimpse of it going over the other side. Speak of the devil, it did go and cross the American River. Oh my god. So it's climbing up the other side. It's nightmare terrain to work with. Oh, okay. Big Dog says I would not want to be in a cable car on a windy day. Yikes. Ghost 7 says airships. Hey, I'm a blimp enthusiast too. I like my Mont Golfers. I like my dirigibles. I think they are the future. We just gotta kind of solve the whole they get buffeted around by wind problem. Holy crap, that just raced to the top. Wow. Dang. Okay, let's look at the other cams. I'm glad we have that viewpoint. It's really the only one we have looking down. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse in the Howell Mountain. What I mean is like the trams. Back in the day, gold mining was so profitable that if you had a gold mine on the opposite side of canyons like that, they didn't truck it around. They didn't get a stable of mules and waste all the money on their feed and waste all the money with the blacksmith and the shoeing the horses, and they didn't transport gold ore by carriage or anything. They would actually engineer a cable tram across the ravines. They were all over the place in the West. It's just, once the gold mine shut down, they weren't maintained and they mostly collapsed. And they would pull the cables out and recycle the metal and stuff, but they usually ran without electricity, because all you would have to do is take a weight. Usually one ridge is higher than the other, and they learned this with the coal mining. I think they perfected it in England or Wales. But if you take a weight and you just put that on the line, it can be anything, a bucket full of dirt or a big lead weight on a hook, and you put it on the cable, and it'll go by the force of gravity downhill. Well, everything on the other side, a little bit lighter, will go uphill, because the counterweight is pulling the line downhill, and so you don't even need electricity. Now, I've seen a lot of small trams like that regular civilians pick up like a zip line. I've seen them across the Feather River, and they just use their hands to move themselves across. They reach up and they're sitting in like a little bucket thing, move themselves across. All right, 15-minute Thailand. Ugh. It's massive flare up within 5 minutes ago. Now, this is looking to the east, spreading south across the American. Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's also spreading to the north. It's also spreading to the west. So Forest Hill is somewhere here or here. It's spreading to the west. It's spreading to the north over here by Hughes Mill and Yankee Gyms. This is crossing the American right now. Oh, God. Harry Phillips says, Volcanoville will be impacted in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Oh, God. If anybody didn't leave, I don't know that they have any time to now. If the window of opportunity to leave by car hasn't closed already, it may be closing within 5 minutes. Okay, Chadwick Smith says, Air Attack is placing a no divert status on 4 tankers, reporting that Volcanoville will be impacted in 15 to 30 minutes. Oh, God. If you know anybody in the region, just tell them what the hell's going on. Don't assume that they know. I don't think the sheriff will be able to get to anybody who stayed. It's very questionable. Now, is there... let me look back at Broadcastify. I'm going to turn off Riverside County right now to try to switch to... I'm just hoping the feed came back for West Placer. I'm going to turn the volume way down tentatively, try to turn it off. I don't know where people are getting their info, but since 258 people are listening to it, I think the feed might be back, so I can hear a little bit of a hiss. Sorry if when people start talking if it's loud. That's definitely the thing to watch right now. Patrick says Idlewild 1 is absolutely popping off in Fairview. I mean, we can look at both. Yeah, we've been looking at that, but oh God, the Mosquito Fire right now is gonna try to eat Volcanoville. Yeah. So, yeah. This is tremendously bad. Jan Shan says, which fire jumped the river just got on? The Mosquito just jumped the American and climbed right up the other side. Watching it right through here. Now, when it's a time lapse, I can't zoom anymore, and this drives me nuts about this stupid website. I mean, it's a good website, but it's primitive and needs better controls. But what we saw looking right here in this hole is you can see the darker gray smoke column. It's on the other side of the canyon, and it reaches the top. Sorry that kind of blends in right there. So you can see it go over the top, and that's what the main new smoke column's about. Boy, does it rocket to the top. If I can show you guys on a map. Sorry. Oops. I just closed a different map. I'm running out of tabs here. And we just found out PG&E may have started the Mosquito, and don't get me started on it. All right. Where did I? Okay. All right. So there's Forest Hill. Mind you, this is not accurate.
Additionally, we pulled the trigger on additional evacuations, so we're looking at Blodgett, which is education center up here, all the way down to Bottle Hill. So that's happening now. Mandatory evacuation.
Okay, guys, mandatory evacuation just issued for Blodgett.
Blodgett, Bottle Hill.
Bottle Hill. Mosquito Fire. If you are anywhere in the vicinity of the Mosquito Fire, I'm going to just tell you right now, get the hell away from it. This is unpredictable. It just exploded in the last 5 minutes. And I do not think that they'll be able to save everything that's in the fire's path. I think for the most part, fire crews can get the hell out of the way. You can't stand in front of a steam train. You can sidestep it and try to get on from the sides. But when a steam train is highballing, which means going maximum speed, you get off the damn tracks in front of it. This is an extremely dangerous fire, and it's in the same region of the fires that kill, Paradise, Brush and Berry Creek. Remember the Bear Fire? Remember that. It's it's just as dangerous as those. It doesn't need high winds right now. It's got steep terrain to climb and just jump over ridges. It's just dry fuels. It's our 3rd year of mega drought. Okay, Mosquito Fire, just as of 30 seconds ago, Blodgett to Bottle Hill, new mandatory evacuation. Yeah, another power company, SoCal Edison, may have started the Fairview. So the two big ones now that are gigantic in California may have been both started by power companies. This is the state of California. Thank you, mods, for getting the bots there. Thank you so much, guys. All right, let me try to update the ticker for the new evacuation. So, 1:40 p.m. New mandatory evacuations. Mosquito Fire. Blodgett to Bottle Hill. It's Bottle, right? Go now. Mosquito. This fire is exploding. Save settings. Display ticker. Okay, guys. Yeah, DRG and W says 40% chance of major flooding and stream flooding from Mexico to just north of LA. That's what I was talking about, the flash floods. Ah, God, the high winds. So, the best hope, the VLAT tankers are turning around They're going back to McClellan because they can't operate in the high winds. The helicopters won't be able to do much either. That would explain why it just blew up like a steam train. So very soon, when smoke shifts and stuff, you won't be able to see jack. Get out while you can still see. If you know people who might still be lingering, tell them. Tell them right now. Mandatory evacuations. Go, go, go. Or find a place to shelter, which is not their home. Get under a culvert, a bridge, a big box store, parking lot, baseball diamond, golf course, swimming pool if you have to. But get ready to seek shelter. This is extremely serious. Everything changed in the last 30 minutes. Everything. Okay, let's look back at where is the mandatory map. See if they've updated it yet. The bots come at the worst time. Husky says the Fairview Fire is going atomic again. Yep. See if they've... Whoops. Flight radar. Refresh. Oftentimes, the weather across California is very similar because if we're talking about wind, and so all fires will blow up at the same time. I mean, that's normal to happen around noon to 1 o'clock when there's a lot of heat from the sun. But B, usually... How that hurt. B, when wind comes in from the ocean, it can only enter California in two main spots at San Francisco Bay, and that's down by LA.
Operation, or Branch 20, Tango on, command.
So you have the fire, the wind bounce around the valley. And
Hey, can you get the PG&E rep? We need to de-energize all lines on Volcano Road. Branch 20 operations. I'm face-to-face with the PG&E rep now. They're de-energizing the whole line all the way up to Wentworth Springs. I'll confirm when it's done. Vision Tango copies. Thank you.
okay, guys. Some people are too soft, some are too loud. I'm going to try to put a filter called a compressor onto that audio source. So just hang on. Yeah, this is not looking good. See if there's any aircraft still in the vicinity. There are some. They might have to leave. It's the K-Max, the valiant little K-Max. Bell 212. Got some helicopters. This helicopter is probably going to go right in front of the camera. Second. K-Max. Wrong. Probably be in front of this camera any second. Hasn't gone by already. Yeah, you can see it's already crossed the ridge. So on the map where that is occurring, turn off the satellite alarm things there, because the camera that we are looking at is located on the east side, Forest Hill, somewhere around this, and it was probably looking like so. I think that's why Volcanoville's in terrible danger. Oh, right here. So maybe it's looking south. Let's verify it's south by southeast. Okay, right there in the curve. Okay. With the winds, because all canyons are kind of wind tunnels, I would not doubt it. Sorry, color. I would not doubt it if winds might be doing something like that. So the winds that are up here, like we saw in the Caldor, could be going random directions, but they kind of dive down into canyons, and they'll either go this way or that way, depending on the heck the weather's doing. But since the fire is big enough to be making its own weather right now, anything goes. So let's look at okay, so I was wrong. The camera is actually here, looking south by southeast. It's looking almost at Volcanoville. Crap, guys, what we're seeing is the fire climb the ridge straight towards Volcanoville, looking directly at where it's going. I don't know that we have a camera that looks at Volcanoville at all. Oh god. See the steep, rugged terrain. So what the fire just did, I believe it just climbed here, and it got to right here. It's a possibility we saw it climb right here, get to here. Maybe it's doing it at both at the same time. I can't really tell. There's a pole in the way. So poor Volcanoville is really not the biggest town. Like I said, these are ghost towns that had a hell of a lot more population during gold rush, 1800s. Wrong with the Forest Service. This gives you an idea of the ruggedness of the terrain a lot better with the shaded terrain. So right on the other side of that's a volcano. Now let's it's gone completely nuclear. Do a fresh alert wildfire cam. I want to be able to switch rapidly between cams, so let's do this with Greater Tahoe. So let's go to what's looking at Volcanoville. This one, the Volcanoville cam. It's offline. Of course it is. The last time it was online was the 29th of June. What? I doubt that, but anyway, that's the frame that's on it, right? So the one cam that could show us what the hell's happening is pretty much offline.
Also down kind of in staging near Kentucky Flats, Volcanoville.
Sorry, I told you guys I was going to fix the audio. Let me put a compressor on that real quick. Okay, add filter, compressor. I don't remember how it works, but it's supposed to make soft things louder, loud things softer. Oh, thank you so much for your donation, Alan. This is high stress. So I'm going to put a little bit of output gain. And I hope this helps it, but if it screws up the audio, I'll just abandon that plan. That's the Meadowbrook 1. It's got one of the second best view of the fire trying to go to Volcanoville right now. Now, being really tiny means that maybe they can protect the structures. Tinier community, the easier to defend. But they need a lot of time prep, and I don't know that they have it. Or they need a lot of equipment, they need a lot of personnel. Don't know if they have it. Let me add this specific cam here to Mosquito Fire. You can see it going super nuclear. God. The best hope we had for aircraft to intervene in this, went back to McClellan due to high winds, so it's dire. So, yeah, Jan, let's look at the wind speed. I mean, it's making its own wind for sure, but we can look at prevailing kind of wind speed right now. So, scroll over there. Uh, 8 mile an hour, but what are the gusts? So let's go to Windy. Windy would know more about the gusts. Turkey, okay, orienting myself. Four miles an hour, whatever. The wind gusts, though. Load, you son of a biscuit. Hurry. To make sure the flag is at like Pacific Ridge. Okay. Wind gusting to 27 to 30 miles an hour, and I mean, on the ridges it's higher, 10 miles, so it could be up to 40 miles. Based on my experiences. Okay, I'm gonna mess with the filters. Looks like we need more gain. I'm sorry if this will blast your ears out. We'll see. I'm adjusting this on the fly. I'm not a sound expert. Okay, well, thank you so much for the kind donations, guys. God, what a stressful day. I'll just have to wait on the radio to see the status of Volcanoville. I hope everybody's out. Oh boy, that happened fast. Oh, see, there's a valiant retardant drop off in the distance. You can barely see this bit of red. That's a retardant drop. They're doing what they can. Although I don't know what they can do. So we probably could have seen the retardant drop on this side. This is the opposite side of the hill. I have taken one bite of my sandwich exactly, but I put it on my plate about an hour ago. Now remember, it's a time-lapse camera, so they take 1 frame per minute usually. So planes can come and go. There's a plane or a helicopter. I think it's a plane. Sometimes they're not captured. Alright guys, I gotta eat here. Okay. ERG&W says, long-range radar does not look good for the Fairview fire at the moment. Rain is staying to the south. Right. We didn't really expect it till Saturday anyway. Or late Friday night. But thanks for the update. Randy McKendrick says lots of dozers are leaving the mountain fire that went up by Weed. Engines and crews also. It's probably because, it's just like I said, triage. Mountain fire is remote. and the people in remote areas get screwed. Just when it looks like they can get something under control, they'll have to leave because of the new fire started by perhaps a power company. And the mountain fire, if left to its own devices, will probably take off big again, because when the cat's away, the mice will play. A lot of these problems are just because of the corporations. We can't have this crap happening in this kind of era of climate change. No more BS. Image courtesy of PG&E and possibly this fire. That should be like a little sign underneath the watermark, you know. Year after year, it applies. You Bet. Well, You Bet is a town. Yeah, so it's more of a place name now, but it's a ghost town. Technically, okay, ghost town is not an insult, by the way. It means your town once had a glorious heyday to be proud of. They reinvent themselves as tourist towns, and so when the buildings burn up that the tourists come to see from the gold rush, permanent loss to the tourism, and so this severely hurts these mountain towns. There's almost nothing else that generates jobs. There's not much in the way of logging anymore, certainly not much in the way of mining, not like the heydays. Oh God, okay, this is an incomplete map. This is just Placer County, but that's the line. This is the line for El Dorado County, so where's the El Dorado County evacuation map? Oh God. Can't believe I didn't notice that. It gives you the false sense of impression that this is not under evacuation. It is. So, El Dorado County evacuation map. I'm going to tear my hair out. Come on. Load. What is the meaning of this? Load. I know, and ironically, it looks like a volcano, the Mosquito Fire, is going for the town of Volcanoville. What is the hell? El Dorado County Sheriff? That didn't work. It's YouTube. That's for the cable fire. For God's sake. Okay, Sacramento B maybe has us covered.
Hey, Branch 20 Deputy Ops, go ahead. Hey, if you could get confirmation with the energization of the power lines out here, when you get that, could you let me know?
Only working on it as we speak.
Thank you.
Just confirming you got everything accounted for in a good location there.
But it's accounted for a good location. The fire is kind of impacted Volcanoville Road. We are getting spots on the south side of the road. We're evaluating what we have, and then we'll see if we can get folks to work and with the surge coming in.
Where the my god. Is there no link to an El Dorado County evacuation map? One evacuation map for California, people. Is it that hard? Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Okay. Seems like I already clicked on that, but it didn't load, but yours did. Thank you. Why not one map? Okay.
I'm right here with both them tractors.
So it's already impacted Volcanoville Road. Town is about to be tested. See this? 2 different maps, which each make it look like there's no evacuations on the other county. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Looked in with earlier today. See, you got a good advantage point for everything. Alright, we're going to leave here in about 35.
I don't know what here means. The vantage point
Operations on command.
or the town? So the gusting winds that the fire is creating by itself could far exceed just today's forecast of 30-ish mile-an-hour wind gusts, and that's usually down. That's kind of like an average between what happens at ridge tops and what happens down in canyons, and ridge tops really can be about 10 miles an hour. Worse. You know, more intense than advertised. So when they say 30-mile-an-hour wind gust, that could be 40 at ridge tops. Just no contest. When you introduce a pyrocumulus cloud like this, it begins to make its own weather. Wow, it's twisting. Do you see the twisting? Look at the twisting action. That's the faster the heat rises, the more it twists. That's insane. See that? Oh my god. I don't think I've seen that more than a few times. We saw that on the Dixie, and when we had a FLIR infrared vision, that camera could see through the smoke, and we saw that there was a 3,000-ish foot tall vortex at the center of the column, and that's probably what it looks like. You can't see it with the human eye, but with an infrared camera you can.
Communication. Correction. Operations on command.
Okay, I'll take a look at your link. Meanwhile, the Fairview fire is blowing up too. And that's a picture of it. Wow. God. Wait a second. Hey, don't link me stuff like that. Sorry, I thought that was a non-copyright image. My apologies. I thought that was something like by a fire crew. I mean, you can link me stuff like that, but let me know that I can't show it. Okay. Wow. So the fire crews who are in the way are just gonna either make a stand and let the fire go past them, like be next to a building that they wet down, let it go past them, because there's no way to stop it. Fire this fierce, you can't stop it by getting in front of it, just like you can't stop a steam train by getting in front of it. You get out of its way, you wait for a time it's less active, and if you want to stop a train, you get on the sides of it. But it's not humanly possible to get in front of this and say, oh yeah, we're going to stop it. They threw down a lot of retardant to be a speed bump, to buy the crews more time, to prep structures, prep themselves for escape and or making a stand. But that's all that does. They can also drop retardant on buildings and stuff to kind of give them a better fighting chance. It will not stop the fire. So, hopefully, though, it can save as many structures and lives as possible. Excuse me, I gotta mute and blow my nose. I got the flu and I've been live since 1 in the morning. This is hour 10 and 35 minutes of the stream. And the mods took the day shift yesterday. I was the night shift, but I can't put it down. Not now. Can't go take a nap now.
Your last request for a Type 3 multi-engine tanker with trainee, tanker 88 is already airborne. There's already
They're still hitting it with retardant. I saw a little tiny blip of a plane down there.
the official one. Thank you. 1407.
But say you wanted to protect a structure with water by wetting it down once with a tanker, or say you wanted to protect a grove of trees and you dropped a water tanker on it, well, the fire's own heat will dry it out like a hairdryer. That water would evaporate it pretty quick. So the way that fire crews protect something is they're constantly putting water on it the whole time the fire's passing. That's what pumpkins are for, which are like little doughboy swimming pools. That's what their very special high-powered sprinklers are for, like deck guns, whatever they're going to use. But you can't just get it wet and be like, oh, it's okay now. So that's why it's useless to try to water your plants before you leave or wet down the roof of your house. Don't bother. It'll be dry within seconds with something like this coming by. You'll just have wasted the water that they could have used to protect your house if you wanted to draw it from your well. There's an operational update from 2 p.m. today. Yeah, the Idlewild camera for the Fairview. We know that it looks ugly over there too. Oh, there's another retardant splash. They're doing what they can. But the situation's pretty dire. Forest Hill, Yankee Gyms, Volcanoville, Hughes Mill. Now I have the Lodge to Bottle Hill area. God knows what's been happening at Michigan Bluff. Big Dog says it's 100 degrees where the fire's at. Dan Chen says, are there any instruments that can monitor the fire wind speed? Only if there's a very close by weather monitoring station. And in the mountains, there's very few of them. So mostly, that's why we have completely inaccurate wind forecasts. That's because there's very few. I mean, it's astonishingly how few automatic weather monitoring stations there are. So each one of them kind of gets averaged, and like there might be one for a 20-mile radius, Even though there's a bunch of different terrain and different elevations. It's pretty nuts. I was pretty shocked to find that out when we were covering the Dixie and the Caldor. When I actually looked up on a map where weather stations were, they were just, oh, and the K&P, they were nowhere nearby. So when we saw explosive growth and wind on the fires, that made us scratch our heads, like, how is this happening with a 20-mile wind gust? Well, it wasn't 20, it was more like 55. But the nearest station, 20 miles away, was reporting 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And so what these computers do is they just say that that's what it is for the landscape, and they animate the wind charts like that with the different colors for the different speeds, and it's completely BS. In reality, they should just have these gaps with question marks on the maps, because that's, in truth, they just don't have a clue. Well, that's why there's been so much criticism about, and I'm not supporting this, you know, the people who try to say that global warming wasn't real back in the day pointed out that there's not that many thermometers on the landscape anymore. When these towns used to be towns instead of just place names. I mean, you had your town weather keeper. And so there actually was more accurate weather keeping back in the day, but as the mountains became depopulated and abandoned, as industry left the mountains and the jobs left the mountains, there's fewer than ever recording the temperatures of fewer stations. So a lot of the temperature data is completely made up. It's kind of averaged over across a huge part of the landscape. So while it's ridiculous to say there's no climate change, they got a point when they say the data is sketchy. It's not really as cut and dry. These days, most weather keeping is done in cities, and cities have an artificially high temperature, usually 10 degrees higher than surrounding landscape, because we're stupid enough to build our cities with a lot of reflective glass, which amplifies heat just like a magnifying glass. And we have black pavement in the cities, which absorbs heat and retains it. And when we build our buildings stupid like that, then we have to excessively run air conditioning, which puts hot air outside next to the buildings, and so cities are always hotter than countryside. So city temperatures can be vastly different a half mile away, but there isn't a weather station half mile away. Anyway, those were the arguments. I'm not supporting them. Don't shoot the messenger. Explaining that that's where that started. Melting glaciers kind of shut them up. All but the diehards. Okay. Exactly. It's called a concrete jungle. Concrete absorbs, retains heat, and asphalt is crazy at it. That's why snakes are all over the road in California in the evening. They're absorbing that heat. And they're getting ready to hunt at night, but they need heat to have the body temperature to hunt. So you'll see rattlesnakes and gopher snakes and all sorts of things by the side of the road. You gotta drive kind of carefully at dusk to not hit them. Big Dog says, do I need a banana chocolate milkshake? God, yes, I do. I need to slam back shots of half and half. I'm pretty nervous. All right, give me 3 fingers of milk, Ma. The Bart Simpson quote. Because look at that. Beautiful California being ruined.
We're working our way, and we'll tie in with you guys later. Thanks for the update.
Alan, what's an IP?
Copy, sir. We'll see you down there here in a little while.
Let's check radar. Keith Evans says there's thunderstorms to the south towards Yosemite. So the upper level winds will be supporting explosive fire growth. Oh yeah, that explains it. And I think this cyclone thing is K-A-Y. Don't ask me why the name storms. It just makes people hate their name later. Kind of ruined everybody who has the name Katrina. Anyway, I think it's pushing stuff to the north of itself. I had to just hazard a guess. Yeah, there it is by Yosemite. There's some precipitation by the Mammoth Lakes area. One simple trick that cuts people's electric bill by up to 90%. It's called live in a PG&E shutoff area. That'll cut your power bill by 90% because you won't have power at all for days. That's that one simple trick. iRiva says it's, oh my god, it's 107 in the El Dorado Hills. Yeah. That's what I was dealing with, and I pretty much just about died of heat stroke. John Stoker's house doesn't have air conditioning on the upper floors, and I was on the upper floor. Oh god. And plus we had the wildfire smoke of the Electra and several others nearby. I was just dying. Chemo says, anyone else craving tacos? Yeah, I can use a taco. I make very good chicken tacos. I was hoping for a lot more info from the radio. Because we're deaf, dumb, and blind about Volcanoville, which could be burning right now. Originally, this fire was called the Volcano Fire. Why they had to rename it, I don't know. Because usually it's named after the road it's next to, and Volcanoville Road would have been good. They should have called it the Volcanoville Road Fire, because there's a different town called Volcano in El Dorado County. This is Volcanoville, which is different. But they love to be confusing. They renamed it the Mosquito Fire for some god-awful reason. Don't even get me started on the stupidity of the campfire name. Something that kills more than 85 people and erases 6 or 7 communities. It's called a campfire, as in roasting weenies and marshmallows. Okay. Well, it was started by the Camp Road. Well, then call it the Camp Road Fire. Bokefish says, big dog, I know what you mean. So much to get ready, I don't even think about food in the fridge. Yeah. This is where the...
End up running right into the other stuff that's burned there. What do you think about one of us or both of us?
Okay, do you have any other good views?
20, deputy officer.
Wow. all I heard out of that was something about it's ripping real good down in the drainage. What do we want to? Can't really make it out.
The operations branch 20.
Power lines, we're being told by PGD, is if they're impacted with fire, they come down, they'll automatically turn off brakes.
What?
Waiting for confirmation. They're trying to not shut the power off all the way to Placerville is the holdup.
Oh my God. So the fire crews requested.
Well, I got you. Do you have any idea if you're currently losing structures in Volcanoville or if they're just impacted?
At this time, we've got several structures lost in the Volcanoville area.
Thank you. Yep. As soon as PG&E gives me confirmation that those lines are out, I'll give you a call.
Wow.
Grass Valley.
Oh my God. PG&E told them no. Or wait a minute.
E134, 2 Foxtrot.
They fiddled around and said they didn't.
Yeah, it's a good line. I'm right below it. I'll pop up on the line.
God. So they said PG&E shut off the power, and when they request that, that means they want to put water on a structure usually, or water where there's a power line. And if they do, they're going to get electrocuted. So they risk that. So they need to wait. They just sit there and watch a structure burn, basically, until the power goes off. This is the case in all cities. So when they requested PG&E shut the power off to Volcanoville, the reply just now on the radio was that they said, wait a minute, we don't want to do that because Placerville might lose power, so give us a minute. And so they're like, what's the holdup? And they said, well, that's the holdup. Do you actually have structures in danger yet, or are they lost? And well, we have some that are lost already. Oh my God. And PG&E assured them, oh, if they're impacted by fire, they'll just shut themselves off. What kind of BS is that? I've never heard of anything of the sort. So, if I was a firefighter risking electrocution, I wouldn't take that as an answer. I wouldn't trust that. PG&E has a tendency to go, oops, when people die. Yes, Volcanoville's burning. There goes history. God. And people's stuff. I hope not people and animals. Probably there's a kid. I don't think we've got any photos of it, though. Well, what's left of the Gold Rush town? That's Georgetown. Saloon and store of Volcanoville. How close is Georgetown?
Not on command.
Okay. Gold Rush stuff.
Yeah, Jake, always check in. I'll come sign in with you.
Does anybody know how the fire is before they issue evacuation orders? They issued them quite a while ago. It's Georgetown. I don't quite remember Georgetown either. We as a kid we went ghost hunting a lot. You know, a lot has disappeared since I've been a kid. You never thought you'd lose precious history that everybody wants preserved and has plaques and signs and a caring community, and you just think it's going to be around forever. Things are actually being preserved, actively stored. God.
Deputy Ops.
Morris says, I'm in a Georgetown in Texas.
20 Deputy Ops.
Branch 20.
De-energized from Wentworth Springs and Ballerston Road east, essentially taking out Quintet, Camp Verde, and Volcanoville.
A little late.
Okay, I copy. Thank you.
Almost doesn't count, but hopefully it'll help the surviving buildings in there that are not yet consumed. Not that it's a big place. I'm not sure what your question is. Oh, you mean how close does a fire get before they issue evacuation orders? They just straight up being frank, not critical. Last year we were dismayed because CAL FIRE and Forest Service and whatever officials in general have been evacuating places way too dang late. When the writing is on the wall that a fire is really threatening a community, they seem to wait till the very last minute. And that's what my channel has done the best for people. We've told people, like we were just discussing earlier, it was clear Westwood was in danger by the Dixie Fire 6 hours before CAL FIRE finally decided that they would tell people to get out. And by the time they did, people of the town only had 20 minutes. So don't count on it being timely. People should evacuate based on the weather forecast and where the wind goes, and whether or not there's something to stop the fire from hitting their direction. So what you should ask yourself if you're in Colfax is what is in between Colfax and this fire to stop it. Fires as big as these, if they make a run, generally cannot be stopped. It's going to be the weather. I mean, you can go ahead and make lines in the mountains just to see them hop, skip, and jump over them with the embers because of the terrain, because of the wind. So anywhere near this fire, I would be making my preps. I would be getting out the stuff that I cared about. You know, to storage, putting it with family and friends. I'd be copying my family photos, be uploading stuff to the cloud. I'd be taking photos off the wall, out of their picture frames, at least photographing them. Don't take picture frames off the wall and put them in the card. You know, don't take the glass in the frame. Just take the pictures, put them carefully in some sort of a binder or something. Because I don't think anybody has an answer of how far, wide, and big the spread will be. There's nothing in the immediate forecast of rain that would help the situation. Right now, it's high temperatures and it's dry fuels, but we don't have high winds. This is the crazy thing the fire is doing without high winds. So you can imagine how insane it's going to be the first high wind event that happens. It's nightmare terrain. This could be really huge. So, yeah, and rest in peace, Queen Elizabeth. Just what a sucky day today is. Ultimate Acre says, good afternoon, I'm back. Welcome back. How's everybody feeling today? Pretty bad. Volcanoville is on fire. The Fairview is blowing up, but mostly being pushed into more uninhabited kind of areas, I hope. Is there a nap in my future? Well, I wanted to have one, but no, not now. The adrenaline's coursing, so it's not possible. Jake here says, I have friends in Sly Park. Lauren W. says the fire's 6 miles away, but the wind is picking up. So, okay, let's look at Colfax. How far away is it? The Forest Service maps stop kind of by Auburn. So, there's Forest Hill. It's hard to get terrain in these maps to show very well. So the fire is now into Volcanoville right here. Firefighters are making a stand there, probably because of that body of water right there. Global imagery. Pond could be dry. I hope it's not. Kind of a bog more than a pond. Neighborhood's got a lot of trees in it, so it's not looking good. Anyway, so there's Volcanoville. Colfax. There. Fire is currently here, sort of in general. Just trying to get colored. From what we can tell by the smoke plumes and the heat. So Colfax is at a higher elevation. You just saw it cross the American River like it was nothing. They were putting a lot of retardant lines right here trying to protect Hughes Mill. But it was pushing this way.
Just following up with you on that homeowner at Chicken Hawk, that was resolved. Was resolved, yeah, they left willingly. Sorry to get back to you, you're kind of busy. No worries, man. And then while I got you, just an update there off the Chicken Hawk Road, everything going kind of status quo. Or hasn't crossed El Dorado Creek yet.
Has not crossed El Dorado.
I don't believe it's across El Dorado Creek yet. The bottom is a little obscure, or we don't believe so. And yes, Fluent's making progress along, just staying ahead of the burn, nice and slow. Dozers are getting that check feature worked on there at the north end of Chicken Hawk. So it's going well. Copy. Thanks for the update, man.
At least something's going right. Has not crossed. What do you say? Something Creek? Which creek? I'm too tired. Would I be worried about Colfax? Honestly, yeah. It's at a higher elevation and fire likes to climb, so.
We're in the wrong spot when the common station there.
Hey, Cogito. Cogito says Colfax resisted the state in clear-cutting breaks in the North Fork Canyon canyon wall is very steep. Really? Why on earth 4? Oh god. Okay. Well, we can look at satellite pictures to see if there's anything that will particularly stop a fire from getting to Colfax. Colfax has seen its share of crap from wildfires, so that surprises me greatly. I think they'd be scared. Okay, here's satellite picture. Well, was that a quarry? That's nice, if that still exists. Who knows how old the satellite images are. Or maybe it's an old mine or something. You got a really thin road here for a fire break. It's not good. This stuff is good. Looks like a mine. Got a power line right away or a trail or something. Good, no divert for the tankers, but a lot of the tankers can't fly in this weather anyway. No, I think Colfax, Grass Valley, Nevada City should be nervous, honestly. Auburn 2. Truckee 2. Tahoe City, yeah, maybe, I don't know. But this is a nightmare, rain. It's the kind of thing where fire skips over ridgetop to ridgetop. The weather is in control of the situation and not man. Oh god. Just look at it. This is considerably mild wind. Put a 55-mile-an-hour wind gust day on this and you'll have a crisis. What's the humidity right now? Alexa, what is the humidity in Forest Hill, California? At 15%. It's pretty bad, but my god, you get something like an 8? Oh boy, fire at will mods. The bots are back.
Yeah, Romeo, Tango on command. Tango, Romeo, go ahead.
Thank you, Julie.
Romeo, from Station 63, it looks like it's boiling back your direction. Can you give us an update on that fire behavior? We're last you at the intersection there. Okay, mountain has structures and maps. We've got fire well established down northeast side of the road. Looks like it's going to make a push up. Kind of flanking towards Station 63, but it's coming out of the bottom and heading your way. Get better eyes on it. Copy that. So we got another pulse pretty much coming right at 63. It appears, and on better intel, you're sure that.
Right. Yeah, that's some pretty big flames. Sorry guys, I'm totally spacing out, so...
Tango Battalion 22 on board.
If you remember where they just said the fire was headed, please type that in chat. I've been awake a long time, and I'm 7 days of puking every day with the flu, so I'm pretty depleted. play again, there should be a plane. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a tiny little plane right there. But I can't zoom when we did a time lapse. Wow, okay. When you look at the scale of wildfires, a lot of times I get some questions that are weird, like, why don't they put out the forest fire? And that would be a perfect illustration. Wow, there you go. That's a passenger jet. That looks like an MD-87. That looks like a tiny dot in the scale of the monster. They can't even carry enough water to put out these fires. And there goes our hero. And also, the heat of the fires evaporates a lot of that stuff before it hits the ground. Plus, it spreads out as a mist. So that would be like trying to put out a house fire with a lot of spray bottles. It doesn't matter how many spray bottles you have. That won't work. Besides, that would take all the reservoirs and suck them dry. Julie, thank you so much for the kind donation that keeps us running here. Corrected anchorage is 8,264. Of what? Cogito says I can't reach my nephew in Volcanoville, a young guy who's been evacuation resistant in the past. Well, the fire crews are in the town, I think, staying there. Somebody said they were going to...
22, Tango. Hey, just for information, I'll be acting as a task leader. You can call me Task Force 22. I have 3 engines with me now, 3 more coming. So a total of 6 engines. And if you need any engines right now, just let me know.
Yeah, Task Force 22, are you currently staged at Georgetown?
Hey, firm.
Okay, with the activity in here, let's just leave your task force staged at Georgetown. Do not come up.
Georgetown, if you have any needs, let us know.
Cogito, they asked for PG&E to shut off the power to Volcanoville. And presumably, because they needed to put water on structures that had the live power lines. PG&E, supposedly on the radio, said, no, we don't want to do that. Just hang on. We're trying to make it so that Placerville doesn't lose power too. And so they're like, really? And then the dispatch type said, well, are you actually losing structures in Volcanoville, or just are you about to? How urgent is this? They said, well, we already lost a few. She goes, okay, stand by. And then they go, okay, PG&E says the power's been shut off. And they also said, PG&E says, don't worry. If fire impacts them, they'll shut themselves off. I've never heard of such crap. Is there any truth to that? That just sounds like the weirdest thing. But as a firefighter, if I was about to put water on a live line, I don't think I would trust that crap. Trust my life with it. Damn. Cherokee Kid says, high wind warning for the Fairview fire tomorrow. Wind gusts could top 70? No way. Is that because of the cyclone that's coming? Holy crap. Big Dog says, just so you know, the Cedar Creek fire in Water Lake
On command.
is making a major run to the east.
Tango operations, go ahead. Okay, operations Tango, we're abandoning our staging area here at Station 63 on Volcanoville. Have all incoming resources staged Wentworth Springs and Volcanoville Road. Okay, all incoming resources staged at Wentworth Springs and Volcanoville Road. Affirmative. A lot of activity in here, and don't want to get any more people in this way. Copy.
Okay, so they're abandoning a firehouse, right? Or Station 63 sounds like a firehouse. Oh, it's Georgetown Fire Department. Okay.
Attack Grass Valley.
East of Volcanoville. Okay.
7 X-ray, lead on. Go to the fire.
So, the firehouse.
Divert for 4 anchor still in place. Good view.
Might lose the firehouse. Oh God, not Georgetown. So this is 63, a volunteer fire station serving the Volcanoville area. They are leaving. That's it right there. That's station 63. Yeah. Patrick says the firehouse is only about 2 miles south of the fire start. Yeah, it ran north and west. Julie says it kills me to hear they're losing the firehouse. Yeah. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but it's quite a big possibility. So I feel my job is to tell people the best, worst, and middle ground scenarios. Worst case scenario: Truckee's in danger, Colfax, Grass Valley, Nevada City. I mean, we already saw Volcano Hill get hit. Next, probably Georgetown. Worst case scenario: this is our next Caldor-like fire. It's in the kind of bad terrain. Similar kind of bad terrain. Look at the crazy clouds spreading out. Might see the cancellation of the Reno Air Show. I don't know. Depends on how bad the smoke and stuff is. I don't think they canceled it last year, even though all hell was breaking loose. But if you look at the terrain, I just don't see that any of these towns, even though they should have gotten the damn memo since the wake-up call of Paradise, they should have made a defensive wall around the town in the form of fire breaks, just like a little clear-cut area, and just turn it into a walking trail with green grass, bike paths, and all that stuff. Lots of hydrants. Make it defensible. Put up some retaining walls of masonry so that fast-moving ground fires and grass fires can't sweep in. You know, give the town a chance. Put in some fire shelters so that even if the roads are clogged and blocked, people can still go somewhere. If that hasn't occurred, well, it's too late to be thinking about it. The Huns are here. Do you have city walls? It's too late to build them. Can aircraft and the traditional way of slowly building fire lines after you needed them save these towns? No, these fires move too fast. So yeah, there may be times where it looks kind of dormant and everybody forgets about it for a bit. But the next big wind event.
Sorry, Operations Division Tango. So we're abandoning operations on the east side of Volcanoville Road. Break. A small contingent of resources on the west side of this run. You ready for accountability on those resources? Side of the run. Yeah, west side of the run, you're going to have Task Force Miller, engine, Mount Adams engine 625, Mendocino engine 335, Pioneer Peacock shots in 9210 Charlie, and Dozer 3, and E58. Everything else is being evacuated back to the intersection of Volcanoville and Windward Springs Road. Break. Fire's getting ready to impact Station 63. And we're pulling all the folks out and disengaging on this east side of these operations. And the folks on the west side of the run, they're all in a good spot. They're just going to be they'll be trapped back there for a bit. Yeah, affirmative. The black that came up, they should have pretty decent black now once it cools off. And it sounds like it is spotting, continuing to spot downriver to the west. So they might just be doing a shuffle back and forth. Hard for you guys, just curious if that stuff on your side keeps moving to the west, if that's going to outflank us on the Forest Hill side of the creek or of the river, and then come back up our direction if that's a possibility. Yeah, no eyes on that, but that's probably the case. I'm on the other side of this run. I'm at Station 63 right now, so no eyes on that. But Task Force Miller is back that way. You can try going direct with him. Branch 20, command.
Okay. C-Probe is blissfully ignorant of all this because he didn't see the...
County Sheriff, EDSO, Branch 20, on command.
This looks like Mount Lassen erupting, like the old pictures of that. This is insane. I just wrote a text to C-Probe saying he was packing up to leave California. He's done with it. He's moving. He's like, how's the stream going? Have you been able to get good sleep? And I'm like, well, looks like we're going to lose towns today. They're abandoning firehouses in the mountains, and we may have just lost Volcanoville, at least some structure. Georgetown, I fear, might be next, but they just said there's some spotting to the west. Whoa. There's an aircraft. Cogito knows his stuff. Listen to him. You were a wildland firefighter, right? I can't remember wildfire or structure. Yeah, this is insanity. There's a no divert order, so that means planes can't go to other fires, no matter who the hell wants that to happen. That needed to have happened a long time. But some of the bigger tankers couldn't even take off. Turbulence from the high winds. Yeah, Shockwave, oh no, it's spotting. Yeah. So, anywhere, Grass Valley, Colfax, these places, George, Truckee.
That group, Branch 20.
I would be gravely concerned for all communities in the general area of this fire. That is a pyrocumulus. It already made one. It's even twisting.
Eldorado Sheriff, Branch 20. Eldorado Sheriff, affirmative, Branch 20. Sorry, go ahead. A notification from EZC here in Camino that there's folks in Camp Cachita that are requesting assistance.
Camp Cachita?
Okay, yeah, we're there now. We're taking... I got it.
Oh yeah, it went pyrocumulus a little bit ago and just took off like a rocket. Willow Creek? You can be seen from Willow Creek? Holy crap, that's a long ways away. I bet everybody in Sacramento just looked up and went, holy crap. Jeez. 15-minute time lapse. Willow Creek. Ah. Okay, guys, when it chugs like that, okay, hopefully that didn't interrupt the stream. Shockwave says, I'm in Sacramento, I'm gonna go take a look. Yeah, I bet you could see that out your window. Goju Ramandas says, yes, I can see it. God. People in airplanes right now flying into California are probably like, is that a volcanic eruption? Yeah. John Cedar says, I hope it's not the Willow Creek in Trinity County. It's there, whatever county that is. I thought that was Amador or something. I'm not sure. Where is Trinity County? California's got almost 40 of them. Okay. Lisa Mahiga says, Kat, are you following Daniel Swain's tweets? I haven't been looking at Twitter. I've been mesmerized by this. Who is he? What's he saying? They just did a head count of all the endangered crews. They're too close to the fire over the radio. So the crews did a check-in and they lose radio contact with them. You know, they'll be trying to be in constant contact. I'm sorry, Cogito, and anybody else who has people who didn't evacuate. I hope they understand the culvert and the bridge shelters because there's not much else to do at this point. Anybody who stayed behind is going to be fighting for their life in the path of it. Wow, Shockwave, you can see it from Sacramento. Every window, dang. John Sater says that county's west of Redding. Oh no, oh that's right. No, it's not Trinity County. Forgot about where that was. Okay. Cogito says I'm calling my sister to check on my nephew's status. Yeah. And if she hasn't heard from him, it's time to call the sheriff. So, Patrick Fisher says it jumped the Volcanoville drainage per CA fire scanner to clear up any comms around drainage. Okay. Okay, Cogito's a firefighter. He was a city structure fire. He's retired. So, Cogito was the first firefighter to take me under his wing to kind of boost my confidence and start giving me an education. So listen to him when he says stuff like Colfax is a danger. Listen to the firefighters here that don't like the look of stuff. I have just been seeing the fire behavior after monitoring these year after year, pretty much 24 hours a day unless sleeping. So, I mean, I've got armchair experience looking at cams and stuff and just seeing what they do. And this is about the nastiest place California can have a fire, and there's just no relief from the weather in sight. And if that cyclone comes up from Baja California, I mean, if they're going to get 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts possibly on the Fairview, I mean, where is this cyclone going to end up? It really could roll all the way towards Oregon with some massive, across Nevada with some massive wind gusts. Now, if it dumps rain, this might help the situation. That's probably our best hope. But if it doesn't make it directly on top of the Mosquito Fire, then it'll just make it worse by introducing high winds. Because high winds in the bottom of the valley don't have anywhere to go. So California is like a wall where winds really can't penetrate the Sierras. If they come from the desert, they go over them and plunge down them. That's the Santa Ana wind phenomenon. The there's ever high pressure over Nevada, it can funnel the jet stream below it in this way. So the jet stream is extremely powerful, and that pushes extremely high-powered dry desert winds into California from the top. They have nowhere to go to escape the valley except San Francisco Bay. That's the only opening in the Coast Range. And the winds can escape down by Santa Ana and LA that way. So you have the opposite effect. Wind, this is more than most places. So if you have winds push in from the south, that's going to push all the air that's already there, and it'll run into the brick wall of the mountains, which are here. So the only way that wind could possibly escape is A, out San Francisco Bay, and up the canyons to Nevada. It would be forced that way. This is just a hypothetical situation. So you could see it make a run for Truckee. You could see it run towards Reno and towards Tahoe, just depending on what the hell happens with the weather and these winds. This thing here is a big wild card. I wish Holt Hanley would kind of explain what the hell we could be expecting here. He's the man that knows the most, who does active streaming. So conversely, what if this thing goes that way? Then the remnants of this could push basically the high desert mix of dry and moist winds, whatever, down canyon, and you could have Auburn at risk and such. You could have stuff in the valley at risk. So this is just, I'm trying to tell you guys why I don't like this situation. So I asked what IP is. IAP is the Incident Action Plan. The map is the primary map used by, the battle map. Okay. Thanks. Thank you so much for clarifying that. What says I keep getting the feeling of deja vu, even though I know it's happening again. Yeah. It's another probable power company fire that didn't need to happen. That became a mega fire and erased towns. That is what sense of deja vu I'm feeling. That's why I'm furious. Been watching this happen for too many years. 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22. For God's sake, things gotta give. Thank you, mods, for shooting down the bots. So, in these mountains, the Bear Fire was almost nearly contained. 2020. It was a lightning strike fire up by Bucks Lake. The race against time. All fires in California are a race against time to get them contained before the Santa Ana winds come, before the next high wind event. Well, any of them. But look, we're 1 month away from the Santa Ana season, October. So when I lost my friend to the Cascade Fire, and when Santa Rosa was burning down the same night, it was 2017 around October 13th. So I think Brush and Berry Creek were lost October 17th. Santa Ana type of wind event. Column Diablo, Santa Ana winds are basically the same thing. Paradise lost in the same kind of wind event, November 8th. So, is California's fire season almost over? Hell no. The worst one is winter and autumn, and it's just about to begin. So that means every fire start, whether it be lightning for the summer lightning season, or these, whatever the cause is a super race against time to get this done. The nightmare with the Caldor that we dodged. Snow fell on the Caldor before any Santa Ana things happened. Otherwise, we would have seen the erasure of, Placerville would have probably been gone, Sly Park, maybe even places like Jackson. But it snowed before Santa Ana's. That was the huge sigh of relief. So we had, it was referred to as Indian summer. Sorry to use that term, but, late summer, 2018. So it was unusually kind of warm for a November. not unheard of, but usually kind of warm with Paradise. We lost Paradise and the other towns. It's when the snows and stuff hadn't come. PNY Arcades and Remember the Thomas Fires in December. It was also in October, I believe, that the Oakland Fire of 1991 happened, which is a Santa Ana wind event. And it can happen to cities. I mean, Oakland's a city. So it's not just mountain towns, it's not just communities. And when these run out of the hills, they make a run across the valley too. It's a scramble to stop them. I mean, Paradise almost took out Chico. And the Bear Fire almost took out Orville. Paradise went across the valley highways and it became a rip-roaring grass fire because of 75+ mile-an-hour winds. So, oh yeah, you can see this from anywhere in the California Valley, right? People are looking out their windows in Sacramento looking at it. I wonder if you can see this from San Francisco. You probably can. Yeah, exactly. What? So, Cheryl says I could block them from my channel. Who? Yeah, and hey, Cheryl, by the way. No, these are always new. It doesn't matter if you block them. I mean, when you report them for pornography, that's better because pretty much they can't go on anybody's channel anymore. But the bots make new accounts faster than the speed of sound. Talking about that literally, faster than the speed of sound. So, even though they look like they're the same, it's a new account each time. Blocking doesn't particularly matter. Cogito says another family member of mine is working on the same area for CAL FIRE. He might check up on him. Okay, let me scroll back up. The wife of the nephew says they've been preparing for days. She is okay. He sent her out, but no word from him. Oh, God. Well, I hope he knows how to shelter in place. Or I hope the fire crews went through Volcanoville and he just jumped on their truck with. I didn't hear that, but I hope. So, APAR says, Colfax is near to Grass Valley. It is, and Grass Valley had a lot of close calls. My brother's wife had a heart attack when they lived up there, and he's struggling with cancer. So, different brother, not the one from Paradise. And he couldn't move her, so he told fire officials, she's recovering from a heart attack. We can only move her if it's absolutely necessary. So please, here's our address. Look after us. We'll keep the radio on. And the cool story behind that is they're up on kind of a hillside, and he goes to wash the dishes, looks out the kitchen window, and the fire's climbing up the hill, and he drops the dishes, goes, "Time to go, honey." They had the car ready. He's loading her in it. And sure enough, CAL FIRE and the pilots were watching out for them and sees them loading up. So here comes, I think it was a scooper plane or something, throws water on the house and the backyard, and it put out the fire. The flames that were coming up towards the house as they booked it down the street. And they knew at that point they couldn't handle the fire situation. He was just inhaling smoke year after year, and oh my God, there's leaf blowers again out there. Sorry if you can hear leaf blowers in the background. So he moved down to the valley, now into the flood zone, but what can you do? Let me go look at Twitter and make sure the radio is still playing. It's still on. It's 423 listeners, but they're just not saying anything right now. Really wish they would. Oh my God, leaf blowers. There's like 3 of them making a chorus. I got a noise canceling mic, so unless I'm saying something, you probably won't hear it. Oh my god, leaf blowers, get away from me. Trying to refresh Twitter, hang on. Okay, I'm gonna retweet some stuff related to the Mosquito Fire. Wow, on radar, Matt Roberts is saying Mosquito Fire plume is pushing 40,000 feet tall with a clear rotation, just about as extreme as it gets. Yeah. I should probably tweet that I'm live. I keep forgetting to do this. Test my own link real quick. Okay. Alright, there we go. I forget to do the basics sometimes. Okay. Looking back. Patrick Fisher, I can't confirm for San Francisco, but visible in cams from Oakland. Wow. Wow. From Oakland. Let's just take a look. What's looking that way? What's tall enough from Oakland to see over that? I hate this. Website's primitive. Full top. Kind of. It's a bit smoggy today, but kind of. Yeah, you can see it from Oakland. Confirmed. There's the top of the cloud right there. Wow. Damn. From Brioni's tabletop cam. Excuse my language, I'm a bit stressed. Okay. Alright. Anything visible to the east? They're kind of looking the wrong way. Why is my mouse gone haywire? You can just see the smoke column. And I murdered the people outside with leaf blowers. They have 10 seconds to get out of my vicinity. Or I'm firing missiles. Jeez, look at the Blue Canyon. Big Dog says it's 5,000 new acres to date on the Fairview. Oh my God! I'm trying to do a stream here. Sorry, friends. There's no leaves outside, so what are you trying to blow? It's summer. Alright, let's look back at the multicam view. The radio is silent for some reason.
PCSO. Second, resource order when you're ready.
Oh, it wasn't. Oh my God, guys. It was just a glitch. Sorry.
20 engines, immediate need to mill staging, preferably in strike team formation, or request the appropriate leadership.
No shockwave. I'm talking about.
Immediate need, either in strike team formation or with appropriate overhead. Anything further?
Grass Valley, that's a negative.
Yeah.
Grass Valley, aircraft information.
Literally, we have bare ground outside, but this landscaping company is just milking it. They come around and they leaf blow even though there's no leaves, and then they charge. So that's why I'm pissed off at the scam company. And it's my neighbors, but they get close enough to me to bother me and screw up my stream. So sorry guys, I'm quite stressed. We're coming up on 11 hours and 45 minutes of the stream. I'm sorry guys, really quick. I have to restart the dang stream. I just tweeted the wrong link then. Jeez. I'm sorry, we have to restart it because YouTube does not save a video that goes over 12 hours. So please, I'm sorry if you just arrived, but what you should do is this. When you're here, and I really apologize, just I'm not with it, you click on the purple K. So the purple K under the video right here takes you to my channel, and the new live stream, which will pop back up in just about 1.5 minutes here, is going to be the new broadcast, and I've got to rename it. I've got to put a new thumbnail, but that's it. We're going to be right back in about 3 minutes. Please stay with us because this is breaking news stuff, and this thing has gone nuclear. So I'm very sorry if you just came here from Twitter. I have to restart the stream. So restarting stream. Click on my K to see channel page. Refresh in 3 minutes. Be right back.